Morning. The briefing of the proposed Fiscal Year 2027 National Expenditure Program is hereby called to order. I would like to acknowledge the presence of senators who are with us today. Our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Vicente Soto, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Camille Villar, and Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you to our dear colleagues for joining us this morning. For the record, during the plenary session on June 3, 2026, yours truly was elected chairperson of the Committee on Finance, considering that the committee is composed of 20 members, all senators except the Senate President and the ex-officio members. All were elected as regular members of the committee on June 17, 2026. Further, August 24, 2026, the following senators were designated as chairpersons of the committee and will work with the committee on sponsoring the budget of the respective assigned agencies. Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Joel Villanueva. At this juncture, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons present for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. For the DBCC briefing on the 2027 national budget, we'd like to acknowledge our resource persons from the Department of Budget and Management, or DBM. We have Acting Secretary Kim Robert De Leon, Undersecretary Janet Abuel, Undersecretary Mary Ann de la Vega, Undersecretary Ryan Lita, Undersecretary Wilford Will Wong, Assistant Secretary Romeo Matthew Balangkit, Assistant Secretary Gerardo Maula, and OIC Assistant Secretary Andrea Celine Mctalas. From the Department of Finance, or DOF, we have Secretary Frederick Go, Undersecretary Carlo Fermin Adriano, Undersecretary Catherine Fong, Undersecretary Maria Angela Ignacio, Undersecretary Rolando Ligon, Undersecretary Joven Balbosa, Undersecretary Crystal Lynn Uy, OIC Undersecretary Nino Raymond Alvina, Assistant Secretary Neil Adrian Cabiles, Assistant Secretary Juvida Nofrata, and Treasurer Sharon Almanza. From the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, we have Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, Undersecretary Melbourne Pana, Undersecretary Glenda Rumor, Assistant Secretary Jonathan Uy, Assistant Secretary Reynaldo Cancio, Assistant Secretary Agnes Tolentino, and the President of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, President Philip Arnold Tuanyo. And last but not the least, from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, or BSP, we have Governor Eli M. Remolona Jr., Deputy Governor Zeno Ronald Abenoja, General Counsel Roberto Figueroa, Assistant Governor Redentor Bangkod, and Attorney Arnold Cabanlit of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, or AMLC Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Likewise, Senator Bam Aquino has joined us as well this morning. So before we start, the Chair would like to give his opening statement, but also Governor Eli Rebolona of the BSP has requested that he be excused earlier because they have monetary board. So we will ask him to present first. And if the senators will have any concerns, you may prepare questions for Governor Rebolona. Okay? Thank you, sir. Dear colleagues, secretaries, members of the cabinet present here today, my fellow workers in government, members of the media, civil society, higit sa lahat, sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. As we convene the Development Budget Coordination Committee, or the DBCC today, we undertake the solemn duty of deliberating the national budget of 2027. As chair of the Committee on Finance, I reaffirm our steadfast commitment to deliver a budget that serves as a reflection of the genuine needs of our people, especially those in need. Today, we go back to the basics. Balikan natin ang basic needs ng ating mga kababayan. Kalusugan, edukasyon, pagkain, hanap buhay, seguridad at maayos na infrastruktura. At para hindi pira-piraso ang ating mga proyekto, Kailangan natin ng isang long-term, comprehensive infrastructure master plan that connects our roads, railways, airports, seaports, and communities and supports the country's development for generations to come. This should remain at the heart of our priorities. Yes, the budget process can be complex, filled with accounting terms and figures, but we must not lose sight of what those numbers are meant to accomplish. Beyond economic buzzwords and elaborate theories, what our people need now is action on the part of their government, as the people we serve are not mere statistics on a piece of paper in a stack of reports. They are families, breadwinners, farmers, students, and citizens counting on their government to deliver. Kaya nang isinulong natin, ang 2027 budget ay isang budget na tutugon sa pangunahing pangangailangan o basic needs ng ating mga kababayan, isang people's budget. This is where we fully agree with the budget message of President Bongbong Marcos. For when we invest in our people, we invest in the future of our nation. Nasaksihan natin ang mga problema kinaharap ng ating bansa, lalo na sa usapin ng korupsyon at maling paggamit ng pondo ng bayan. Naririnig namin ang inyong mga hinaing at naunawaan namin ang inyong mga damdamin at panawagan para sa transparency at gobyernong mapagkakatiwalaan. Bilang chairman ng Senate Committee on Finance, hindi natin papayagan na ang pondo ng bayan ay muling masasayang, mawaldas at mapunta sa maling mga kamay. Ang bawat piso, bawat sentimo ay dapat mapunta lamang sa mga programa at mga proyektong nakalatag sa budget proposal at lantad na pinag-uusapan sa plenaryo. At ang pamahalaan ay magsisilbing matapat at naingat yaman ng inyong mga buwis. As we formally begin these deliberations, I want to underscore and emphasize our clear intention to go back to basics in crafting this budget. In going back to basics, we mean accountability for every peso we appropriate that is focused and clear-eyed about the basic needs of the people, such as health, education, infrastructure that will generate quality jobs for the people and to put the food on the table. So sa pinaka-accountability, noong nakarang taon, pinamunaan ni Senate President Win Gatchalian ang Senate deliberations sa 2026 budget. Sinimulan niya ang mahalagang reforma para gawing transparent at mas accessible sa nakakarami ang budget process. Ngayong taon, ipagpapatuloy at paiigtingin pa natin ang mga nasimulan niyang reforma. Kasama ng ating Vice Chairpersons at makasamahan sa Senado, iwawaksi natin ang pagwawaldas, susuriin ang bawat programa at sisiyasatin ang bawat ahensya. Dahil back to basics, dapat may pananagutan sa bawat piso at bawat sentimo ang ginagastos ng gobyerno. Sarat naman naging kontrobersya, lalo na sa mga questionable flood control projects. Hindi pwedeng maging business as usual na lamang ang ating budget process. We must learn from our mistakes. We must earn back the public's trust, and we must restore the integrity of this sacred mandate. Here's how we can make this happen. Any individual amendments should be made on the floor during budget deliberations and debates. Full stop. Babantayan at ipagbabawal na natin ang anumang last-minute insertions sa Bicameral Conference Committee. We will continue live streaming the Bicameral Conference Committee and maintaining the Senate Budget Transparency Portal for the public to see and appreciate how the budget evolves from proposal to budget enactment. Sa pagpapatuloy ng anti-EPAL provision, titiyakin natin na ang ipamamahagi ay walang political branding o pakikialam. We will also continue to work with civil society organizations and other stakeholders, the academe, in monitoring the process. Patuloy natin pakikinggan ang kanilang mga pananaw at rekomendasyon habang sinusuri natin ang mga programa at pondong hinihingi ng bawat ahensya. At the same time, transparency and accountability must lead to better public service, not paralysis. We must address irregularities and strengthen safeguards against abuse while ensuring that legitimate infrastructure projects continue without the necessary delay. Ang dapat natin pigilan ay korupsyon at anomalya, hindi ang pag-unlad. Muli, ang unang hakbang sa ating back to basics ay accountability. Sunod naman ang pagtiyak na tama at napapanahon ang mga prioridad na ating pagkakagastusan. Sa bawat ahensya ng gobyerno na haharap sa atin, simple ngunit mahalagang tanong ang nais nating masagot: kailangan ba talaga ang pondong ito? Makatuwiran ba ang halaga? Handa na ba ang proyekto? Kailan ba ito matatapos? At sino ang mananagot kung hindi ito maipapatupad? Lagi na nating ikonsidera ang necessity at feasibility sa pagtalakay ng budget. Hindi po ito para lamang pahirapan ang mga ahensya. Sa usaping healthcare, unahin na po natin, dahil siguro alam naman po ng marami na ito po ang isa sa ating pong pangunahing legislative agenda, being the principal sponsor and author of the Universal Healthcare Law. I would say that definitely we will give priority to healthcare implementation this time. At the very outset of the Senate budget deliberation, I want to make our positions clear as Chairman of Committee on Finance. Again, reiterate that healthcare will be among our highest priorities. As the principal sponsor of this measure, I remain committed to seeing this promise to be fully realized. With the new leadership of the Department of Health and PhilHealth, we have a great opportunity to continue building a healthcare system that is truly accessible, affordable, and responsive. We will scrutinize the proposed budget for the Health Facilities Enhancement Program to ensure that it strengthens local government hospitals like the provincial hospitals while expanding and improving primary care services across the country. Hindi maaring gusali lamang ang nakikita ng taong bayan. Dapat may doktor, nurse, gamot, kagamitan at serbisyong tunay na nila mapapakinabangan. For PhilHealth, every peso entrusted to them must result in stronger financial protection for its members. We must also ensure that revenues earmarked by law for universal health care are fully allocated and released only for their intended purposes. One thing must be clear: more than a corporation, PhilHealth is an essential piece that forms part of our national healthcare system. It serves as a vessel for UHC to be felt by our people. Makikipagtulungan po tayo sa bagong pamunuan ng DOH at PhilHealth upang mapalawak pa ang zero balance billing at matiyak ang mga kwalipikadong pasyente ay makatatanggap ng hospital services na walang iniintinding babayarin. Hindi tayo titigil sa pagsulong at patuloy na pagpapalawig ng mas komprehensibong benefit packages, hindi lamang para sa higit na mga nangangailangan, kundi pati na rin sa mga manggagawa at middle-class families na regular na naguhulog, ngunit maaari pa ring mabaon sa gastusin kapag tinamaan ng malubhang karamdaman. The recent habagat rains have once again shown us hindi ubra ang pira-piraso at panandali ang solusyon sa baha. We need infrastructure projects that complement each other, are technically sound, ready for implementation, and capable of delivering lasting benefits. The government's identification of 39 potential sites for rainwater catchment facilities in Metro Manila is a step in this right direction. Similar science-based solutions must be pursued across the country. This is precisely why we need a comprehensive and long-term infrastructure master plan, or the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development, or the MIND Act, which we have filed under Senate Bill number 2 under the 20th Congress. This is what we also emphasized in our privileged speech yesterday on the eve of the DBCC, for the reason that we seek to earn the support of our experts, and that is everyone in this room. To reiterate that what we mentioned yesterday, we must continue investing in good infrastructure that creates lasting opportunities long after the construction equipment has left. The true measure of a road is not the number of kilometers paved, it is the number of people connected to their employment and livelihood. The true measure of a master plan is not the number of projects listed on paper, it is the number of lives changed for the better. Hindi pwedeng kanya-kanyang proyekto ang bawat ahensya at bawat lugar. Roads, bridges, flood control, irrigation, railways, ports, and other infrastructure must form part of one coherent plan based on the actual needs and long-term development of the country. Kasabay nito, hindi maaring kalimutan ang agrikultura at food security. Kailangan nating suportahan ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, palakasin ang produksyon at bawasan ang ating dependensya sa importation kung kaya naman nating mag-produce dito sa sariling bansa. Infrastructure and agriculture are distinct but they cannot be planned separately. We must invest in infrastructure that will unlock the economic potential of the countryside, especially through agriculture. We do not want farm-to-market roads where there are no farms. Arbitrary and self-serving flood control projects have no place in our budget. Ang gusto natin, hindi na bahain ang mapalayan kapag malakas ang ulan, pero may sapat na tubig naman kapag panahon ng taniman. Roads should connect farms to markets. Irrigation should bring water where and when it is needed. Flood control should protect communities and productive land. Ito ang ibig sabihin ng Comprehensive Infrastructure Master Plan. Hindi pira-piraso, hindi bara-bara at hindi para sa iilan. Infrastruktura na may silbi at infrastruktura na tunay na nagsisilbi. We must also continue investing in the security and long-term resilience and development of our nation. Proposed budget for the defense sector must help build a minimum credible defense posture through greater readiness, modern equipment, and a stronger capacity to protect our people, our territory, and our sovereignty. As Chair of the Committee on Finance, we will continue supporting the operational and modernization requirements of the Armed Forces of the Philippines while working responsibly toward our long-term objective of raising defense spending to 2% of the GDP. For education, we will work to strengthen investments in our schools, teachers, and learners so that they result in better classrooms, stronger support for teachers, and greater opportunities for every Filipino learner. Sa ating pagtutulungan, ang 2027 budget ay magsisibing panimulang hakbang upang patuloy na makahabol ang ating bansa sa ASEAN pagdating sa kalidad ng edukasyon. At isa pa, ang hindi natin dapat kalimutan, ang wastong paggamit ng budget bilang instrumento ng economic growth na ramdam ng bawat Pilipino. We must recognize that our economy has lost momentum. Growth has slowed down considerably, underscoring the need for decisive and well-targeted action. We need to accelerate government spending to stimulate economy and sustain growth. But faster spending cannot come at the expense of accountability. With limited fiscal space, we must strike the balance. Spend faster where it is needed while ensuring that every peso is properly targeted, transparent, and put into good use. Again, I would like to emphasize the need for a comprehensive and long-term infrastructure master plan. Government spending must not simply fund scattered projects year after year. Dapat malinaw kung paano nagkakaugnay ang mga proyekto, kung paano ito nililikan ng trabaho at negosyo, at kung paano nito palalakasin ang ekonomiya hindi lamang ngayon, kundi sa susunod na taon. After all, every peso that we appropriate represents a choice. Kaya ang hamon sa atin ay hindi lamang kung magkano ang ating gagastusin, kung hindi saan natin ilalaan ang bawat piso upang magkaroon ito ng pinakamalaking epekto sa ekonomiya at sa pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. In closing, dear friends and colleagues, our mandate for next year's budget is clear: to restore the people's trust in the budget process and ultimately to restore their trust in government. Because in the end, this budget will be judged not by its amount, but by the results it delivers: healthier families, safer communities, better public services, more opportunities, and infrastructure guided by a comprehensive and long-term master plan. Hindi pira-pirasong proyekto, kundi malinaw na direksyon para sa pangmatagalang pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Tagumpay sa batayang serbisyo ang batayan natin ng tagumpay. Kung kaya ito ang budget na ating isusulong, tumutugon sa pangangailangan, may pananagutan sa bawat pisong inilaan, nakabatay sa isang malinaw at pangmatagalang plano at maghahatid ng tunay na kaunlaran sa bayan. Ang 2027 budget proceedings ay magkakataon upang maibalik ang tiwala ng mamamayan sa pamahalaan. Pagkakataon na tulad ng salapi ng bayan ay hindi dapat masayang. Maraming salamat po. At this point, the chair would like to ask our colleagues to have their opening statements or manifestations that they would like to make. Of course, our Senate President pro tempore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. In order of arrival, next is Senator Erwin Tulfo. Sir, you have the floor.
I don't have any opening statement at this point, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lacson.
Nothing from this representation, Mr. Chairman.
Our Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Senator Pangilinan.
We are here to listen likewise, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Villar.
Looking forward to seeing their presentation. So also here to listen, Mr. Chair.
And lastly, Senator Tibaras.
Also here to listen, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Okay, if there are none, before... Senator Mamakina, sorry. If there are none, before request the Development Budget Coordination Committee or the DBCC to brief us on the proposed fiscal year 27 National Expenditure Program, I ask the indulgence of our colleagues to allow our resource persons present to complete their presentations. Thereafter, we shall open the floor for questions. Each senator will be allotted 10 minutes for questions. In keeping with tradition, priority will first be given to the officials of the Senate, followed by the other senators according to the order of their arrival. The agencies that will make their presentations for today in the following order: the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Department of Economy, Planning and Development, Department of Finance, and the Department of Budget and Management. We will have 2 days allotted for the DBCC, but if you can finish everything today, so much the better. As I understand, of course, the Secretary DECO will be available only today, so we will prioritize the Department of Finance concerns for today, and as well as Governor Eli Remolona. So now, maybe now call on Governor Remolona to deliver his opening statement on behalf of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. You have the floor, sir.
Committee on Finance Chair J.V. Ejercito, distinguished senators, colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. I'd just like to recognize the presence of our Senate President, Win Gatchalian, our former Finance Chair. Thank you, sir. Governor Remolona, you may proceed.
Honorable Senate President Win Gatchalian, thank you for this opportunity to brief you on the macroeconomic outlook to provide context for the fiscal year 2027 budget. As the country's central bank, our primary mandate is to safeguard price stability. This mandate recognizes the fact that low inflation provides a sound foundation for sustained economic growth and job creation. At the DBCC briefing in Congress last week, I said that we worry a lot about inflation. We know how inflation affects the purchasing power of Filipino families. Indeed, surveys say that in people's minds, inflation is the leading indicator of their well-being. The main challenge we now face with regard to inflation is global supply shocks. Since the start of the war in Iran, oil prices have risen sharply. As a consequence, our energy prices and our food prices went through the roof. There is little the BSP can do about the price of oil itself because our tools are limited to those coming from the supply side. With that limitation, we must focus on the second-round effects of oil prices. To address inflation pressures, the BSP has already tightened monetary policy twice this year. These actions were carefully calibrated to help push inflation back towards our target and to keep inflation expectations well anchored, while at the same time recognizing the current weakness in economic activity. Recent data on inflation have been somewhat encouraging. Inflation has moderated in recent months, although it remains well above our target of 3%. Looking ahead, we expect inflation to gradually move closer to our target over the medium term. At the same time, we remain vigilant about the continued risks to the inflation outlook. The Monetary Board stands ready to take the necessary measures to fulfill our mandate. We also have a mandate for financial stability. In this regard, I am pleased to inform that the Philippine banking system remains strong and resilient. Banks continue to be well capitalized, adequately provisioned, and supported by ample liquidity. Together with the country's solid external position, these strengths provide important buffers against global challenges and uncertainties. Overall, these developments support the macroeconomic assumptions that underpin the proposed Fiscal Year 2027 national budget. With that, let me turn the floor over to Deputy Governor Zino Abenoja, who will present a more detailed discussion of recent economic developments and macroeconomic assumptions. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Governor Remolona. Next, we'd like to call our secretary.
Mr.
Ay.
Chairman. Yeah, Mr.
Please.
Chairman.
Yes, Sir President.
I think the
Yes.
BSP wants to continue with
Yes,
the presentation.
who will make the presentation? DepGov Abinoha.
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join the Governor in thanking and greeting good morning to our Senate President Win Gatchalian, our Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator J.V. Ejercito, our Honorable Vice Chairpersons and Senators. For the next few minutes, I will be providing a background, particularly our recent assessment on the monetary, financial, and external sector performance of the country. And this will provide some background to the macroeconomic assumptions that have been reflected when the 2027 budget has been formulated. So let me start with inflation. Here we show the inflation numbers. The target for the inflation is an average of 3% every year. And if you look back last year in 2025, we see here that inflation for the most part has been manageable. In fact, it's been below that 3% inflation target. And this is due particularly to the benign food inflation and energy prices last year. And this continued, these favorable inflation numbers continued during the first 2 months of 2026. However, the conflict in the Middle East since February 2026 drove global oil prices higher, and this translated to significant spillover to domestic inflation. As we can see, the inflation rapidly rose from 2.4% in February. It went to as high as 7.2% back in April. But since then, it has gradually eased to 6.2% as of July of this year. However, inflation continues to be well above the target of 3%. despite that moderation in the last 3 or 4 months. The moderation that we have seen since during the period May to July months reflects, for the most part, lower global oil prices as well as some improvement in food supply. Now, what was the response of the BSP to these recent developments? For the BSP, the monetary policy shifted to a tightening stance given the uptick in inflation and the increase in the inflation outlook. The BSP decided to raise target policy rates from 4.25% by 25 basis points each last April and again in June 2026. This brings the policy rate to 4.75%. Let me just note that, as mentioned by our committee chair and the governor, the BSP Monetary Board will be meeting today, again to assess monetary policy, but we are constrained to speak about the decision until the announcement at 2:30 this afternoon. Now, describing what we have done in the past, in the last 2 policy meetings, we characterize this as a calibrated move by the BSP. And the main purpose is really to anchor inflation expectations and reduce what we call spillover or second-round effects that could bring about a broader price pressure moving forward. But equally important, and we highlight here, Mr. Chair, is that this policy action, this measured policy action, is meant also to complement fiscal measures so that it can support the steady consumption and strengthening of business sentiment moving forward. If you look at the policy environment right now, we are indeed in a very challenging external environment. And the BSP will remain data-dependent. The BSP will remain vigilant and is prepared to take further monetary policy actions to ensure that inflation returns to the 3% target over the medium term. So where do we see inflation moving forward? Here, Mr. Chair, we show the forecast, the outlook for inflation that we did in the last policy meeting back in June 18 of this year. And this outlook will be updated this afternoon, and there will be announcements. But just for recall, what we are seeing back in the last policy meeting is that for 2026, inflation could average 6.4% this year, next year 4.5%, and then in 2028, 3.1%. So it could take a little bit time before we see inflation going back again or averaging again close to the target of 3%. At the same time, we emphasize another measure of inflation, and this is what we call the core inflation. Core inflation is a measure of the underlying price pressure, and it is something that is more lasting, more stable in affecting the price dynamics in the economy. And this is something that we also closely monitor. What are some of the upside risks that we are looking at? There are several risks, and they could emanate from the higher or elevated global oil prices, this anchoring of inflation expectations, as well as some impact, especially in the near term, coming from weather disturbances. Now, if you look at the private sector surveys on their inflation forecast, they also point to higher inflation over the near term, but their expectations is that inflation could indeed come back to close to the target by 2028. Now, going to the banking system, how is the banking system performing? The Philippine banking system remains healthy and supported by strong fundamentals. In our oversight in supervising the banking sector, the BSP emphasizes risk-based, forward-looking, and systemic risk-focused bank supervision. This is important so that we can help ensure that banks sustain their growth in assets and deposits as well as continued profitability. Looking across different metrics, for example, those on capital adequacy, on liquidity, they all remain well above international norms. If you look at non-performing loans, they also continue to be manageable, and the banks are well provisioned against this non-performing portion of their loan book. Looking ahead, we think that the that the banking system is well positioned to support economic activity and financial stability. An important element of the financial system is to provide efficient services to our economy, both households and businesses. And here we show some of the developments in terms of access to financial services. The chart on the left shows that digital payments reach almost 65% of retail transactions by volume last year. This surpasses the targets of 50 up to 54% during the period. What this highlights is that there's a continued momentum in the adoption of electronic payments channels in the country. But again, there's also an important element into this growing digital payment system in our economy. And this refers to what are called network externalities. This means that the value and convenience of our domestic payment system, our domestic electronic payment channels, increases as more consumers, more merchants, and more financial institutions participate in this financial ecosystem. And this is something that the BSP has been promoting. On the right side, we show the increasing number of bank deposit accounts. It has reached over 28 million accounts as of March 2026, with more than 170 banks offering basic deposit accounts. These are no-frills deposit accounts, and it would help financial inclusion in our country. This is an important priority of the BSP. We also welcome the recent announcements of several banks to reduce or waive interbank digital transaction fees. This makes it more affordable and accessible for Filipino households as well as small businesses to access convenience of electronic fund transfers. We also thank our legislators for the passage of an important law, and we refer here to the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act. This is indeed a vital legislation to continue to improve consumer protection through stronger safeguards for fraud and faster complaint resolution. This is important support as we try to grow, expand our financial system, not only through the traditional banks, but also through banks via the digital economy. Now, moving to the external sector, we see that the external sector continue to provide some protection from the effects of volatile external environment. Our balance of payments, this is the total transactions of the Philippines with the rest of the world, is in a deficit. And an important component of that total balance of payments is what we call the current account. The current account captures the trade in goods as well as the trade in services. That is also in deficit, but it has narrowed last year. Now, for this year and 2027, next year, the current account deficit is projected to slightly widen. And this is something that we are monitoring. But at the same time, we have observed that emerging markets that continue to push for investment-led growth usually experience such a deficit in their current account. Now, how is this deficit being supported right now? And here we point to very important structural flows, the OFW remittances, the receipts from our BPO industry, to some extent, tourism receipts, as well as foreign direct investments. So these important inflows are vital to make sure that our external position remains manageable and sustainable over time. We also highlight that we maintain some buffers regarding our external position, and this is in terms of international reserves. We show in the slide, Mr. Chair, the recent number for our international reserves is about $103 billion as of last month. And is that adequate? The answer is yes. If we compare it, it can pay 6.7 months' worth of imports of goods and services. It is also equivalent to 3.7 times our short-term obligations, our obligations for the next 12 months. So overall, that is the general macroeconomic landscape that we are working with at this time. The key assumptions behind the proposed national budget for fiscal year 2027 are shown, Mr. Chair, in this slide. In terms of inflation, our forecast points to still elevated inflation in 2026 before easing in 2027, but still above the inflation target of 3%. In terms of oil prices, in recent months, they continue to remain volatile and uncertain. And we think that moving forward, oil prices will reflect geopolitical developments, including those happening in the Middle East. In terms of exchange rate, they will be capturing different external developments, but at the same time also reflecting possible domestic headwinds or some improvements in domestic performance. On domestic interest rates, this will be reflecting the country's fiscal balance as well as the policy of continued consolidation in our fiscal finances. In terms of the international interest rates, it will capture the expectations that the U.S. Fed may maintain a relatively cautious policy stance moving forward for the rest of the year and into the next year. Finally, our exports of goods will grow, but at a modest rate. It will be supported by firm global demand, particularly for electronics and manufacturers, but there could be some challenges, especially in the increased global trade uncertainty. Now, let me end, Mr. Chair, with some quick remarks. First, in terms of inflation outlook, we think that inflation could remain elevated over the near term, and this will require measured action to anchor inflation expectations and containing broadening price pressures. We have adequate external buffers. We also have a resilient banking system, and these factors will be important in supporting domestic economy. Moving forward, the BSP is prepared to take further monetary policy actions if needed to help achieve price stability, our main mandate of the BSP. Price stability is our main contribution to promoting sustainable and durable growth. I end here, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Since Governor Rebolona has to be excused because of the Monetary Board meeting, will any of the deputy governors remain? They can answer
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
for BSP. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, if there are senators, we have any for Governor Rebolona. Yes, Senator Tulfo. Then
Thank you.
proceed
Good
to-
morning, Governor Remolona, sir. I have a couple of quick questions, probably three the most. My first question, sir, is we may have overlooked that one of the causes of inflation is the peso-dollar exchange rate. My question is, are we going to experience again the exchange rate below 60 pesos to a dollar, or ever, or it will continue to go up? Because right now it's 61 plus, 61.72, the exchange rate today. Because I was looking at my records, sir. It says like causes of inflation because the rising cost of important goods, oil, food, raw materials, food, particularly fertilizers that we import. We depend so much in imported fertilizers. So, bababa pa po ba ito?
Maganda pong tanong yan. Pinag-aralan namin mabuti yan. Totoo po na pag imported yung goods, pagka humina ang peso, tataas ang presyo ng imports na yon. Ang ginagawa namin, kasi pinag-aralan namin yan kung malakas yung if the peso weakens very sharply, mas malakas yung impact ng exchange rate sa inflation. Pero kung mabagal ang galaw, hindi masyadong tinatamaan yung inflation. So what we do is to manage the sharp movements in the exchange rate. The exchange rate itself is something very hard to fix for a country like the Philippines. As you know, Senator, we've had a trade deficit that's about 13% of our GDP. Masyadong mahal ang exports natin. Kulang na kulang ang exports natin. So mahirap yatang pigilin yung pagbaba ng peso. Pwedeng pigilin para bumagal pero hindi kayang pigilin hindi kayang i-fix, hindi kayang 60 pesos, ganun lang, hindi kaya yun Mauubusan tayong reserves. Mauubusan tayo ng dollars. Pero kung mga mabagal, hindi naman masyadong inflationary. Pero sana, lumakas ang exports natin. Kulang na kulang ang exports natin. Yun ang ating challenge dito sa exchange rate.
I just have one follow-up question on that. So ano ho ang pinag-aaralan ninyo? How do we go around this? How can we improve this? Kung hindi natin magagawa ng paraan sa exchange rate because we depend so much right now sa remittances ng OFWs natin, and we thank God that they are there. Otherwise, wala na talaga. Bagsak na itong ekonomiya natin. So other than remittances, sabi nyo, hindi rin po pwede ang exports dahil napakabagal. Isa sa mga sakit ng ulo ng Bureau of Customs right now, ang daming pumapasok po na container, imports. Pero pag export, natatambak ngayon dyan sa pier, sa mga kung saan-saan. Masakit na po ang ulo ng commissioner natin is looking for a way how to dispose those empty containers. So ano hong nakikita ninyo in your studies now, we can do something about it?
Gumawa tayong paraan na palakasin ng exports. So yung halimbawa, yung Pax Silica, maaring makatulong sa exports yan, pati yung Luzon Economic Corridor, mga nakatutok naman yan sa exports Pero baka it may take some time before we can do it. Ang isa pang consideration dyan, Senator, yung savings rate natin. Kasi pag binilang mo yung remittances at saka yung BPO, ang diferensya ng pumapasok na pera at saka lumalabas, ang tawag yung current account, no? Negative din ang current account natin, matagal ng negative. Hanggat maaari, sana tumaas yung savings natin. Yun ang long-term na solution. Medyo mahirap sabihin to, Senator, pero mayabang tayo may consumption culture ang tawag.
I agree with you, sir, because we spend so much higher than what we make. You know, dapat ba ang tamang pamamaraan? You only spend how much you make, di po ba? Pero sobra tayo. We spend more than what we make. Parang isang pamilya po. Sa sweldo yung tatay, yung nanay, combine na ng 50,000. Ang expenses naman, nasa 80,000. How can you save?
Tapos
Yun ang problema.
Inuutang yon. And for the country as a whole, para ma-finance yun, mas malaki yung investment kaysa savings Kaya para ma-finance yun, uutang tayo sa abroad.
Thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, next is Senator Lacson, then Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Tiveros.
Chairman. Magandang umaga po, Governor Remolona. Last time we met last year, di ba?
Yes.
So once a year lang tayo nakikita, samantalahin ko na lang tanungin. Yung bang, tama po ba yung aking understanding na ang easing ng inflation nakabase sa assumption na bumababa yung prices ng oil at saka sundan ko yung kay Senator Tulfo, yung stable yung exchange rate natin. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun. Tama.
So ang tanong ko po, dahil nagbukas yung, kasi nakita ko yung graph ng inflation sa presentation, nagbukas po yung Strait of Hormuz June this year. Kasi nga nagkaroon ng Memorandum of Understanding between the US and Iran na buksan. Pero temporary lang dahil August, hindi naman fully open, hindi naman fully closed, pero nagsara uli. So, ang tanong ko po, paano natin mata-target yung inflation, yung movement, kung beyond the government control, yung mga factors o yung drivers, like yung oil prices, exchange rate, ano po yung ating gagawing measures? Kasi hindi natin abot yun wala tayong control So, at our end, ano po yung pwede lang natin gawin para masustain natin yung inflation rate?
Tama po kayo, Senator. Talagang wala tayong magagawa sa price of oil. Global yan. At saka yung share natin sa demand for oil, 4% lang. So, kahit anong gawin natin, hindi natin mababago yon. Yung price of oil, tinatamaan naman yung fertilizer. Dahil yung fertilizer natin, galing din sa oil So, tatamaan yung presyo ng pagkain, presyo ng bigas. So, ang tinitira namin, yung second round effects. Kasi yung second round effects, kaya nating, may demand side yung second round effects So, may magagawa tayo. Kaya lang, mabagal.
Like what po?
Yung ibang mga services, halimbawa, yung presyo ng services, restaurants, yung mga ganon, kaya nating pahinain yung inflation doon. Pero over time, mapapababa naman natin ng matagal lang.
For my education lang po, can we be more specific kung ano yung mga measures?
So ang strategy namin, dahil ang number one tool namin, yung interest rate, So pag timaas ang interest rate, mapapababa natin yung demand ng mga gaya ng mga services o yung mga tinatawag natin na second round effects ng mga items. So yun na muna, pero
how much po ang influence ng ating kaya lang gawin?
inaabot tayo ng 2 years bago natin mabalik sa 3%.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po, Governor.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Senator Tiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, at magandang umaga po muli, Gov. Hindi lang naman po yung Pilipinas, pero yung buong mundo ay naapektuhan ng mga global headwinds. Pero bakit ang taas ng inflation figures natin kumpara sa mga kapitbahay natin? Sa atin, 6.2%. Samantala, ang Vietnam, 4.4%. Ang Thailand, 1.95% at ang Malaysia, 1.8%. So, ano po yung nag-account para sa diferensyang iyon na ang sama ng epekto po sa atin?
Tayo yung napuruhan ng oil prices Yung gaya ng Indonesia, merong oil sila, although nag-i-import pa rin, pero meron silang oil. Malaysia, ganun din, may oil sila, pero nag-i-import sila ng konti. So, tayo wala tayong oil talaga So, malakas ang tama talaga sa atin. Tapos, just to oversimplify, Senator, pwede mong hatiin yung mga economists, yung may oil at saka yung walang oil. Wala tayong oil. Pwede nyo rin hatiin yung mga economists, yung may AI at saka walang AI. Tayo wala tayong AI Natutong AI. So, yung merong AI na mga economists, nakaka-compensate yung kanilang AI sector sa pagkakulangan ng oil. So talo talaga tayo dun sa ganung mga aspects. Although this is to oversimplify things.
Kahit sabi niyo po, Gov, oversimplification, so dalawang factors, the haves and the have-nots, langis at saka AI. Could you possibly give a third para may indication din po kami, kahit sa pag-examine ng anong dapat na budget para sa 2027 na adjustan po namin para masuportahan din yung mga measures na ginagawa nyo sa Bangko Sentral na i-tame at i-control ang inflation at ibalik siya dun sa trajectory papunta sa inflation target kahit by year 2028 pa?
Ano ba ang ano?
Kung meron man,
Tatanong
sir.
ako dito kay Zino. Walang masyadong obvious pero
Sa El Nino compared to
okay, pero
So itong dalawa po ang dalawang pinaka-obvious na
Yun
may
ang
posibleng
yun ang
positive effect
pinaka-obvious.
sa
Oo.
pag-tame ng inflation. Alright, well noted po. Salamat po, Governor. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Next is Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you. Magandang umaga, Governor, Deputy Governor. Si Deputy Governor Abinoja and I sat in the NFA Council when I was chairman, and you were representing the BSP. Food inflation actually is a driver of nationwide inflation. In fact, to be specific, rice inflation is a big driver, either driving it up or driving it down. Would you consider that, Governor, one of the interventions that needs immediate addressing so that we can bring down nationwide inflation? I say this because, and I think Deputy Governor Abinoja will remember, or perhaps you will recall, during our watch with the NFA having the powers that it used to have, we were able to flood NCR with up to 75% additional rice at that height when rice inflation was 15% in June of 2014 when I first stepped in as Food Security Secretary. So much so that within 1 year, rice inflation dropped from 15% to 0.8% in June of 2015. And by September of 2015, we registered the lowest inflation in 20 years, from 1995 to 2015. You will recall that, DepGov Abinoja. So, should not that be one major consideration for our executive department? How do we manage, bring down food inflation, particularly rice inflation?
tama kayo, Senator. Food is 37% of our index. So malaking share ng index. For the lower 30% of our household, food is 50% of their basket. Now, rice is very special. Ang rice kasi, ang tawag namin din, salient price. Napapansin ng mga tao yung presyo ng bigas. Na-affect yung expectations nila. Pag tumaas yung presyo ng bigas, may effect sa expectations. Yung expectations, ano yan part of the mechanism for inflation. So, maganda kung hindi tumaas masyado yung presyo ng bigas. Ang makakabuti, hindi po yung lalagyan natin ng cap, hindi masyado nakakatulong yung cap. Ang mas mabuti, itaas natin yung productivity ng ating agriculture para mas malaki ang production natin ng rice.
Unfortunately, in terms of agri-exports, we continue to be a net importer.
Yes, yes.
Instead of a net exporter.
Yes.
And we're doing very, not naman negligible, but nakakalungkot kung inkumpara yung ating agri-exports sa Thailand, Indonesia. They're doing almost $60+ billion worth of agri-exports, while we're doing about 9. So clearly, something is not right with precisely why food inflation, why nationwide inflation is high, because food inflation is high. Food inflation is high because productivity is low, supply is low, and therefore, when demand is high and supply is low, then prices will obviously go up. So it's actually a very basic, simple problem. I mean, simply defined, articulated problem. Now the challenge is, How do you bring down food prices? How do you increase productivity? I mean, that's really now up to the executive department through the DA and the DepDev. But you will agree that if we address food inflation by providing the right supply, we will bring down
No,
nationwide inflation.
absolutely, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Next to ask question is, before we continue, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Senator Erwin Tulfo has a follow-up question.
Yes, just one quick question, Mr. Chair. In 2025, Governor Lona, the President's budget inflation in the medium term is supposed to stabilize at 2.2 to 4% from 2025 to 2028. With monetary policy daw and government interventions. Tama po ba? Yeah, that's what was our advisors, the economic advisors were telling. This year, however, nag-adjust na naman po tayo ng inflation assumption to 4% to 5%. Well, whatever happened po yung sinasabi nating stabilize at 2 to 4%, may monetary policy and government interventions, it did not work. So, ang solution natin is to go up. We'll bring up our inflation to another 4 to 5% to resolve that issue.
As you know, Senator, nagbago yung mundo eh. Noong April, biglang nagkaroon ng gera, tumaas yung presyo ng oil more than ever before, more than during the start of the Ukraine invasion. So, kung nagbago yung situation, kailangan i-adjust yung assumptions to reflect the new situation that we face.
Pero my question, sir, is wala po ba tayong mga measures like don't we expect shocks like this? You guys do not anticipate whatever happened pag may ganito, may catastrophe, yung supply, kagaya nito. We should have learned our lesson from last year because of the Iran-US war. What if may matinding drought that we'll experience, or we cannot import anymore from other countries because there's war? Hindi po ba fina-factor in ito when you guys talk about inflation? What do we do if this will happen? Do we have any measures, countermeasures to avoid this, to prepare our government, to prepare our people, just in case we have plan A, then we go to plan B if this plan A won't work?
What we've done on our side, which is what we can do, is to change the way we analyze inflation. Ngayon po, may mga senaryo kami. Pag ito nangyari, anong inflation? Kung itong mangyari, anong inflation? So mas seryoso na yung scenario analysis namin ngayon.
This is after what happened here dito sa Iran-US war.
Yeah.
Kasi dati, you don't have alternatives if situations arises like what happened the war in Iran, Governor Eli.
Right. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pangilinan?
Yeah, I just recall this. I just recall the question that I'd like to get from the point of view of the BSP. You know, the rice tariffication measure, when it was passed, was supposed to bring down rice prices. And our rice imports jumped from about 2 million metric tons a year, 2.5 to 3. It's now about 5 million metric tons a year. And yet, the dent in rice prices is negligible. From the point of view of the monetary and economic sector officials of the BSP, how do you explain that? Mas malaki ang in-import natin, pero expecting na babagsak ang presyo, pero hindi naman bumagsak, tumaas pa. Of course, there are other factors like Ukraine, malaking bagay din yun, but still, if you've almost doubled your rice imports, shouldn't rice prices somehow, if not be maintained at its levels would go down?
I think, Senator, that tarification measures worked for a while, and then something else intervened. So something else is going on. I think the best person to explain that would be Secretary R.C. Balisac.
Oh, well, we'll go to him later. I'll have that question then raised later. But thank you. That's very interesting. Something is going on. Something intervened and is going on. Now, what is that something that is going on that we have to address? Thank you, Governor.
Yes, next, Sen. Camille. Sen. Camille Villar, and then the last will be Senate President Win Gatchalian. Likewise, before we continue, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Amy Marcos. Yes, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Governor. I'll just make this brief because I realize you have to leave. I just wanted to ask, I noted that I think in the last quarter, our GDP rate has gone, is it tama ba, 2.3% na lang? And in the first quarter, we were at 2.8 for the, this downward trend, are you expecting that to continue throughout the year? And are there any efforts, do we have any efforts, or are we going to be doing something in order to try to increase our GDP till the year and following that?
So GDP growth did fall to 2.3% in the second quarter of 2026. We think it will recover by next quarter, and then especially in the fourth quarter.
What are the reasons, well, first, what were the reasons behind the drop in GDP growth? And what are the factors that you foresee that will enable us, or that will enable it to increase in the next 2 quarters?
I think the main factor is obviously the collapse in government investment. But this is in an effort to discipline government spending, which is understandable. And the government, I know, is making strenuous efforts to accelerate investments. So we think that should work, and so that by the fourth quarter, we should be back on track.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before our Senate President, Senator Risa, a follow-up.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Earlier, Gov, sabi nyo na we have to change the way we analyze inflation. And then, pagkatapos nun, tulad ni Senator Kiko, na-strike din ako dun sa sinabi nyo na something else is going on. And ano yung something else na yun para ma-describe natin accurately yung problema and maka-craft tayo ng effective solutions. Kanina, binanggit nyo yung oil at yung AI bilang mga kakulangan ng bansa natin para sugpuin natin yung mataas na inflation. However, kahit yung ADB sa report nila, sabi nila, ang Pilipinas, vulnerable tayo sa external shocks dahil sa worst domestic supplies like fertilizer. Ibibring up ko rin later dun sa ibang agencies sa DBCC. So, it's not just about oil production. Malamang it's not also about being one of the have-nots sa usapin ng AI. So, may mga absent na policy interventions talaga tayo na pwede nyo sa executive i-implement. Parang ang implicit, simula dun sa ADB report at yung hints ng mga sinabi nyo kanina, that there's something inherently more fragile about our economy. So, importante yung binanggit ng mga kasama kanina, dapat may contingency plan. Kahit nga po sa usapin ng El Nino, the worst in decades na hinaharap natin. Nag-hint din doon kanina si Sen. Erwin, no? yung drought. So, So, importante po yung inputs nyo para ma-frame natin ano yung, what's that bigger something that's going on at ano yung mga solusyon na dapat i-implement. In closing dito sa mahabang tanong ko, unfortunately parang nahayaan, even ng government economic managers, mawalang galang lang po, na mag-deteriorate yung fiscal space over the past few years. Kaya nire-reap na natin ngayon yung ginawa at hindi ginawa nung nakaraang mga taon. Maybe yung tanong ko ay, if the DBCC would be willing to recognize that around the table, siguro mula sa perspektiba ng Bangko Sentral, ano yung kahit isang pinaka-importanting adjustment na dapat natin gawin mula sa Bangko Sentral and mula sa DBCC to guide us naman po sa paghubog ng isang budget 2027 na mas may contingency planning at paghahanda internally para sa external shocks na alam naman natin patuloy nating mararanasan.
Maganda pong tanong yan. Gaya na sabi ko, nagsisenaryo na kami ngayon. Merong senaryo na masama, may senaryo na maganda. Pero yung mga senaryo na yun, yung masama halimbawa, you have to prepare for the worst. Hindi pwede yung dating kung ano lang yung expected. Yun ang ginagawa namin sa BSP. Although I'm sure the government has other contingency measures as you suggested.
Salamat, Gov. Tatanong ko na lang sa ibang agencies mamaya yung contingency measures na yun. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yes, next is our Senate President, Win Gatchalian.
Thank you. Well, I'll take advantage of the presence ni Governor. I think we all agree na this year we can describe yung ating economy in two letter C's. Number one, conflict, the US-Iran conflict. Tama ho kayo, Governor, very limited yung control natin dito sa US-Iran conflict because external ito. Number two is corruption. Because of the flood control issue, bumagal ang government spending, particularly construction. Now, ang BSP plays a role in this fight against corruption, particularly through AMLAC. And through the investigations ng Senate, particularly spearheaded by Senator Lacson, nakita ho namin na napakadaming transaction na pumapasok sa bangko, lumalabas sa bangko, na hindi na-detect ng AMLAC. No? In fact, na-detect na yan, sumabog na yung corruption sa mukha natin. One case in point, yung binuksan ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan, yung Land Bank, na naka-withdraw ng cash 500 million. Na not only once but multiple times, no? So because of that, during last year, through the efforts ni Senator Lacson, nagdagdag ng 162 million to AMLAC to fully computerize its processes. Kasi ang sagot sa amin, hindi ho namin na-detect dahil libo-libo yung pumapasok na covered transaction, libo-libo yung pumapasok na suspicious transaction. Walang analytical capabilities. But yan ang precisely kung bakit ho tayo merong anti-money laundering council is to detect this type of fraud activity so that hindi na ho siya lumala. Dahil ipaglala nito, it affects our economy as well. No? Ang knee-jerk action natin, government, hindi gagastos. At lahat ho tayo apektado dito. Now, my question, Governor, being the chairperson or the chairman of AMLAC, ano ba ang mga reformang ginawa ng BSP, no, to AMLAC in order to prevent this type of mega corruption from happening again? Kasi nakaka-apekto ho yan sa atin eh. And ito is something that we can control. Tama ho kayo, yung price of oil, hindi ho natin makakontrol yan. Pero corruption, we can control that, eliminate or mitigate. And AMLAC is one of the key actors to mitigate or even eliminate corruption. So we want to know what are the efforts of AMLAC through the BSP, because kayo po yung chairperson, para po hindi na maulit yung ganitong mga transactions pumapasok at labas na hindi ho natin na-detect.
I think, Senator, you put your finger on the problem. Tama po kayo na nahirapan kami sa trabaho namin. Although nakalabas naman tayo sa grade list last year. Pero kulang pa rin yun. Ang nakikita lang po namin, yung tinatawag na CTR, Covered Transactions Report, anything that's over 500,000 pesos na pumapasok sa bangko, nakikita namin yon. Tapos merong STR, yung Suspicious Transactions Report, na fina-file ng mga bangko kung suspicious sila dun sa transaction. Milyon-milyon po yan eh. Ang dumating sa amin na STR, milyon-milyon sa dami. Araw-araw marami. So ngayon, meron na kaming kinukuhang AI na nakakatulong sa pag-analyze, nakakahanap ng mga red flags dun sa mga STRs at saka mga CTR. Ngayon, kung meron kaming makitang medyo suspicious, kailangan namin mag-file ng sa Court of Appeals ng petition for a freeze ng pero kailangan mabusisi yung kailangan may predicate crime eh. Oo. Wala kaming power to dahil sa bank secrecy na silipin yung mga bank accounts mismo. Hanggang STR lang kami at saka CTR. Tapos pagdating sa Court of Appeals, pwede silang pumayag na i-freeze. Pwede rin hindi sila pumayag na i-freeze. Kailangan kasi ng probable cause. Kailangan ng predicate crime at saka probable cause. So medyo nakatali yung mga kamay namin dyan.
Thank you. Permission to interject very quickly.
Yes, Senator
Gusto ko
Lacson.
lang i-follow up kasi nabanggit ni Senate President Sherwin yung integration through his and my initiative. Nagdagdag kami ng 162 million pesos dahil yun ang problema ng AMLAC. Gusto ko lang malaman, paano nakatulong? Sa exercise na lang ng oversight namin, nasaan na tayo ngayon doon sa naitulong namin konting halaga na 162 million. Nag-improve po ba yung kapasidad ng AMLAC? Salamat po.
Tama po, binigyan lang ako ng kodigo dito. Yung 125 million, napunta yun sa AI. Tapos yung capacity building, kailangan din ng mga experts sa paggamit ng AI. So gamit na gamit po yung budget na yon.
So nakatulong po sa madalit salita.
Absolutely.
Hindi lang reconcile yung record natin. Sa record ng aming Senate President, 162. Sa inyo, 125. Saan napunta yung butal? O na for later release?
Meron pang iba. Meron pang ibang...
Thank you po. President.
Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, on the point earlier raised by Senate President Win, it's correct. No, I was the one who raised these questions with the Land Bank during the flood control hearings. The release of 520 plus million, 543 million cash. No, the question there is does AMLA have the mechanism to be able to zero in, for example, on our government banks and the government depository banks are under the AMLA. All funds, public funds, are placed in the depository banks. So there should be a mechanism to segregate, perhaps. It is correct. Ang nangyari doon, because of the suspicious transaction report, daily covered transaction report, ang ginawa, you created a haystack. And now you're looking for the needle. Hindi ba? So AI will help, that's right. But perhaps there should be some restructuring of the reporting system so that merong separate basta depository bank ng gobyerno at accounts ng gobyerno, dapat merong stricter scrutiny, hindi kaya? Hindi ba dapat? And I think that is within your mandate and your powers, and you have the authority to create such rules, di ba? To make that happen.
Yung specific case ng Land Bank po, ang kinulit namin sila. Ang sabi po sa amin ni Lynette, Pag galing sa gobyerno yung pera, may presumption of regularity. So hindi nila pinipigil. So ngayon, alam na nila na hindi pala gano'n.
And if I may add, we were still doing the hearings, and they already declared everything was above board. No? Hindi pa tapos yung hearing namin sa Blue Ribbon, sinabi ng Land Bank, everything was above board. No? So parang, so ibig sabihin, pwedeng mag-withdraw ng 520 million cash every 2 weeks, and it's still above board. Di ba? At contractor, yung, di ba, isn't that part of know your customer rule? Contractor yan, cash ang nilalabas, di ba? Sorry if I have to pursue that, but, you know, we want to address that. And AMLA, tama po si Senate President Win, is front and center in this effort.
I think you're...
Our Senate President Pro Tem.
Just a caveat, nabanggit niyo po kasi yung sa AMLAC, na kayo ang head eh. Yung CTRs, yung Covert Transaction Report, o kaya yung predicate crimes, o red flag, yun yung kaya nakakakilos ang AMLAC eh. Pero isa pa po eh, paalala ko lang, Ombudsman, di ba? Pwede kayong i-authorize ng Ombudsman na buksan ang kahit sino sa amin. Kaming lahat nakapirma sa waiver. Kukunti nakakaalam na, lalo na yung mga politiko, hindi alam na nakapirma sila sa waiver. Eh. Nasa SALN po yun, di ba? Yung last paragraph, last line ng SALN namin lahat bago kami pumirma. Ino-authorize namin, wini-waive namin, actually. And the AMLAC can be authorized by Ombudsman. Just for the record, dahil hindi ata alam ng iba.
Tama po, Senator. Pwede yun. Pwede.
Governor, yung nangyari kasi doon sa Land Bank is nung pinrobe ni Senator Pangilinan, I remember, the transaction might be regular, pero irregular na isang sole proprietor ng opisina niya na halos walang opisina yata, no? Senping, may picture ako na in Sims, yung Sims construction, halos walang opisina. Nag-request ng withdrawal, nag-request ng payment of 500 million in cash. 457 million in cash. Twice. Within 1 month. No? So, ₱1 billion ang request in cash. Kung ikaw ang legitimate na negosyo, tatanggapin mo, cheque. Di ba? Dahil matatakot kang manakawan o ma-hold up. Hindi ka magre-request ng ₱1 billion na cash. Di ba? Kaagad, questionable and red flag na yun. Di ba? Pero, nangyari yan many times. And AMLAC never detected that. Ang sagot ho sa amin, because ang dami hong mga dokumento pumapasok, libo-libo, hindi na nila ma-analyze. But for me, that's unacceptable. Because that's precisely why AMLAC exists. To stop all of this crime from happening or blowing up at one time. No? So, kaya ho, ang initiative ng Senado, madagdagan yung pondo. So, I just want to know, ano ho ang ginawa, number one, no? Ano ang ginawa dito sa pondo na ito? 162 sa records ho namin. And then number two, can we have an assurance na ito mga covered transactions, suspicious transactions, ma-analyze ho to through artificial intelligence, through proprietary software, para ho hindi na lumala. Because this will happen again. Papalusutan at papalusutan ho tayo. So, and gusto ho namin na maging effective ang AMLAC dito sa paglaban sa korupsyon.
Si ano po to, si Arnold na taga-AMLAC. Ipapaliwanag ni Arnold.
Good morning po, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair. So, sir po, tama po yung nabanggit niyo po na marami po talaga kaming nare-receive na mga covered and suspicious transactions. We average around 10 million per month po. So, we would need really advanced analytics to to detect the patterns, to come up with the links of these transactions po. And that's why the AMLC po, through the leadership of our governor po, embarked on an AI project, an advanced analytics project starting last year po. We are still in the process of developing that, sir. But we already have some initial prototypes that are already being used and tested po. And they have already been used for some of the for some of the covered and suspicious transaction reports that we have received po. We would really need the budget for the procurement of the systems, for the hardware and software, as well as the training for our staff. As to the government bank mentioned, and the other banks that were involved in the flood control controversy po, we have opened enforcement action proceedings against them, sir, and these are still ongoing as of now po, to look into specifically their compliance, whether there were some lapses in relation to their CTR and STR reporting po.
Interjection again. How much more do you need for 2027?
Sir, we already proposed it in our proposed budget.
So
po,
okay
sir.
na yung nasa NEP?
As of now po, sir.
Kasi last year, ito yung sinabi, kausap ko si Executive Director
Benefit
Matthew,
Group.
no?
Yes, sir.
Sabi niya, nag-propose sila sa NEP, kinulang daw, binawasan ng 162.
Yes, sir.
Kaya inaugment namin sa GAA.
Yes po.
So ang
Thank you,
tanong
sir.
ko, okay na kayo sa yung NEP, natugunan na yung kailangan ninyo?
As of now po, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, as
On
Senator
that
Pangilinan.
matter, because I recall with the permission of our Senate President, yung 500,000 cash withdrawals. No. Ito yung, because after our hearings, the BSP issued a circular that cash transactions will be limited to 500,000. Medyo nagreklamo yung ating ilang mga business sector dahil payroll, etc. Na, has that since been amended or revised or changed? Go ahead.
1 million na po ngayon.
1 million cash. Okay. Tsaka maybe you have to look into it, no? Because my thinking is, kaya initially ginawang 500,000 pesos kasi yun yung conditional, ito yung
CTR.
Yes, di ba? Yung covered transaction. But you have to note that the covered transaction amount was by law in 2001. So ibig sabihin, that's a 25-year-old amount. So baka talagang kulang, di ba? Iba na ang halaga ng pera ngayon. Sayang nga, malungkot nga, yung dating 500 pesos, marami nang nabibili. Ngayon, hindi na, di ba?
Yes.
Konti na lang. So, yun na nga, baka yung 500,000 is, di ba, subject to inflation na yun, kaya dapat siguro, yun na nga, 1 million. Thank you.
Actually, Senator Kiko, just to add to what our governor had said, yes, we've already amended that circular. We've increased the threshold amount from 500,000 pesos to, I believe it's 1 million pesos. And to add to what my colleague had said from BSP, the BSP, even though it's a separate entity from the AMLAC, we're actually helping, coordinating with AMLAC, and we're learning from all these things that we're learning now, you know? So, like these things that happened with Land Bank, you know, the feedback that we got from, you know, that there's this contractor, all these concerns you have raised, Senator Kiko, they're very legitimate. Of course, all the other concerns raised by the senators. And the BSP is learning from these, you know, discoveries or developments, and we're doing our part to help AMLAC to achieve that goal.
I hope you learn fast.
Yes, we'll try our best, Senator Kiko.
Yung mga corrupt, mas mabilis mag-learn eh. Kaysa sa gobyerno. So, just submit to us, no, a report on what improvements have you done to stop all of this corruption from happening. Of course, a detailed explanation of that 162 that through Senator Lacson's initiative. That's for technology. Paano ba nagastos ho yun? And during the AMLAC budget hearing, we'll go deeper into this discussion. Magkakaroon naman ng AMLAC budget hearing, and definitely we'll analyze what are the other things that AMLAC needs in order to strengthen itself. Ang direction naman is to help AMLAC. No? That is the direction. We want it to be stronger. But you also have to tell us ano pa yung mga kailangan para maging mas malakas pa siya. No? So just submit to us the report, and then pag AMLAC budget, we'll talk about this again.
Yes, sir, will do po.
Thank you. As much as we want to release Governor Remolona already, may one more question from Senator Padilla. And that chair would just has two concerns, and then we can release.
Maraming salamat po sa ating chairperson, Senator J.B. Ejercito, at sa lahat po ng aking mga kasama, pagpupugay po sa inyo, at sa ating pong mga bisita. Meron lang po akong katanungan sa ating pong mahal na gobernador ng Bangko Sentral. Governor, kanina po, pagpasok ko, pinag-uusapan po natin ang inflation at nabanggit niyo po, napakaganda po nung narinig ko na kulang tayo sa AI, kulang tayo sa langis. Masasabi niyo po ba na yung patungkol? Kasi sinasabi po ngayon na yung pagpasok ng Paxilica at yung atin pong matagal nang isinusulong, panahon pa po ng Pangulong GMA, Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, at ngayon ay isinusulong po ng ating mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ay yung patungkol po sa joint oil exploration natin sa China. Masasabi niyo po ba na ito ay dapat na nating yakapin at dapat na nating sunggaban upang matulungan ng ating ekonomiya?
Yung oil po, we depend mostly on just the oil that goes to the Strait of Hormuz. So kailangan ma-diversify yung pinanggagalingan ng oil natin. Merong strategic na dapat na paraan para
Opo.
ma-diversify.
Opo, ibig niyo pong sabihin na kasi yung pong sa Strait of Hormuz, galing pa po ng dadaan ng Iran, medyo pagdating po kasi pagka-angkat ng langis, ang dami po nating checkpoint. Kailangan pang may approval ng kano. Ang dami po eh. Opo, ang ibig ko pong sabihin, mahal naming gobernador, meron po kasing matagal ng mungkahi na tayo po. Diyan po kasi sa West Philippine Sea, napakalaki po ng reserba ng langis at gas. Ang sabi nga po nila, trillion barrels daw po yan. Opo, ito po'y matagal ko na po itong itinutulak dito at marami na pong pangulo ang nagtutulak dito. Sa palagay niyo po pag ito po ay nagkatuluyan at nagtagumpay ang ating Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, ito po'y makakatulong ba talaga sa ating ekonomiya?
Siyempre po, siyempre.
100% po. Masasabi niyo pong 100%, Governor?
Kung talagang magagawa eh.
Ayun, opo. Sa palagay niyo po ba, dapat po namin itulak yan dito sa Kongreso, sa mga dalawang pagpupulong, sa mataas at sa malaking pagpupulong?
Opo.
Salamat po. Yung pong Paxilica na sinasabing yan daw po ay magiging AI hub. Sa palagay niyo po ba, yan po yung solusyon din sa sinabi niyo kanina na tayo po ay walang AI sa bansang ito?
Makakatulong po kung matutuloy. Ang ano natin ngayon, ang semiconductors natin ngayon na ginagawa natin, low bandwidth ang tawag, hindi pwedeng pang AI. Ang kailangan natin yung high bandwidth na.
Opo, at ang sinisigurado po ng Paxilica ay tayo po ay magiging isa. Sabi nga po nila, pwede nating itapat sa China.
Sana.
Opo. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Governor, para maliwanagan po ng ating taong bayan kung ano po yung dalawa na isinusulong ng ating gobyerno. Una, ang Paxilica, at ang pangalawa po ay ang oil joint exploration po ng Pilipinas at China sa West Philippine Sea. Maraming salamat po, Governor.
Salamat din.
Thank you. We can already let you go. Just two questions, Gov, with your indulgence from the chair. First of all, we commend AMLAC for taking decisive action to the assets of the individuals and entities that were involved to corruption. The biggest corruption in the history of our country. So marami po ang na-freeze, lalo-lalo pa yung mga sangkot. And we support you for that. Dapat yung accountability should always be given utmost importance para nga yung certainty of punishment hindi na maulit ito. However, there were businesses that were subsequently cleared, no, yung mga sinabing cleared na, but continue to face difficulties in normalizing their operations. May mga instances daw na nabayaran sa halimbawa ng government agencies like DPWH, DepEd, and yet banks refuse to accept their checks kaya hindi nila mabayaran yung mga laborers nila, construction workers, suppliers. And ang concern ko po, bumagal yung government spending natin, no? Which affected definitely our economy, and we have to accelerate. Kailangan natin bumawi. So, how can AMLAC, remedy this para naman makatulong na makabalik, yung sa ating acceleration of our infrastructure spending para to improve our economy? Si Attorney Cabanlit will answer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sir, for those concerns po, sir, when the AMLC filed petitions with the Court of Appeals for issuance of the freeze order, sir, some of those that were covered by the freeze orders included legitimate legitimate accounts, legitimate transactions po. So, in the course of our investigation po, sir, for those where we filed the cases for civil forfeiture, we did not include those accounts or which did not have transactions with those that were involved in this flood control controversy po. So, the freeze order is only good for 6 months po, sir. So that affords us a limited time to investigate. But for those which we found naman po to have no links to the flood control, we did not file the corresponding civil forfeiture cases for those accounts po.
But the problem, attorney, is that those that were subsequently cleared but yet nahihirapan sila, even banks don't accept. So I'm hoping that you can find a mechanism and look into this situation kasi nga po it's affecting our like Governor Remolona said, ang projection pa ng pagbawi ng ekonomiya na as because of affected because of this flood control controversy, fourth quarter pa, no, if I remember it right. So I think this will also help in at least yung pong mga those that are involved in government agencies na cleared, sana mapabilis na maklear na rin sila ng AMLAC so that they can go back to normal operations and can help our economy kasi natatakot na iba mag-bid, no? Yung iba nabayaran na, hindi naman makapag-transact or maka-operate. So I hope that Attorney Cabanlit AMLAC will look into this.
Yes, sir. We'll discuss this with the banks po, sir. Thank you.
Last siguro, last na talaga to. And then, Governor Molona can go, what my concern, because as the finance chair, yung po sa mga foreign assisted, no? Probably you know for a fact that na yan po ay naging issue po, no, yung JICA in Japan, that there were delays in the payments before what happened before na napunta po ito sa program, which will not, we reassure them that this will not happen again. So yung tanong ko lang, what is the fiscal impact if the peso averages 64 rather than the assumed 60 pesos to 62 pesos per dollars? Ano kaya ang impact nito sa foreign assisted infra projects?
DBM will be able.
Kung nag-average siya yung 64, di ba ang natin, assume natin 60 to 62. Definitely, this will affect our foreign assisted projects.
Si DBM po ang sasagot.
DBM na. O sige, later na lang. Sige, Governor Remalona. You are now excused. Thank you. Si Acting Secretary Kim, would you like to answer that? Kayo ang tinuro po ni Governor Remalona.
Mr. Chair, the necessary effect of pagtaas po ng foreign exchange would be tataas yung peso value ng ating mga binabayarang foreign assisted projects because these foreign assisted projects are foreign denominated. So necessarily, either interest payments po or yung ating actual disbursement ay tataas because nakaprograma na po itong mga disbursement na ito in using the conservative exchange rate. So that's the necessary effect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Amy Marcos, please.
Pwede mag-follow up, palibhasa na nabanggit na itong peso US dollar, 60 to 62, yung ba yung measure ng 2027 GAA? 60 to 62, tama ba? Yun yung computation daw nila.
Yes, that's the assumption, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So, paano yon yung sinasabi ng chairman namin? For every 1 peso depreciation ng peso sa dollar, magkano yung additional expenditure, lalong-lalo na sa utang, yung foreign denominated debt, maliban pa dun sa FAPS na binanggit?
Can I, Mr. Chair?
For
may
every peso depreciation, magkano yung akyat niyan?
Go, you want to answer?
Yes, because borrowings are under the Department of Finance, Mr. Chair.
That's right, that's
so
right.
if I can explain, roughly, our total debt is about 19 trillion. About 33% or 1/3 of that is in the form of foreign exchange.
Yes.
So that would roughly be about 6 trillion pesos, Your Honor. And
Per peso po?
roughly, I just computed roughly 1/62 would be
Yes.
1.6%.
Yes, I'm getting something like that, but perhaps DBM can submit something that's slightly more accurate, or kahit sa DOF. At siguro may listahan naman tayo which government agencies, programs, expenditure items will be most impacted by a weaker peso. Siguro sa DBM na yon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we can submit the foreign-assisted projects that may be exposed to those forex fluctuations.
And perhaps just to finish off the issue of the debt and the forex, no, what foreign exchange and credit risk management measures are available to the government? What are we undertaking? Has the government hedged in some way or otherwise prepared for further peso depreciation, which has actually been predicted?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the government does not hedge its foreign-denominated debt. However, one of the measures that the government is taking is
Yes,
that we
okay.
have been,
I accept the correction. We do not hedge, but how do we prepare, therefore, for further peso depreciation?
what the government has been doing is we have been increasing our peso exposure and reducing our foreign exchange exposure. In the past, we might have borrowed 60% in peso, 40% in foreign exchange. Today, our goal is to borrow more of 75 to 80% in peso and only 20 to 25% in foreign exchange.
Yes, that's been announced that in fact the domestic borrowings have increased tremendously relative to the foreign borrowings. However, it's also been noted that our foreign reserves have gone down. Is that correct? And what impact would that have?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the BSP can answer about the foreign reserves.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. So right now, our reserves is 103 billion. It has gone down $103 billion.
Has gone down from, what are the official figures po? Kasi nabasa lang namin sa dyaryo, medyo na-alarma yung ibang sektor. Bakit bumabagsak yung foreign reserves natin? Ngayon, yun nga, sabi ninyo, kailan bumagsak at bakit?
So if you look at the, if I can share, Mr. Chair, the numbers that we have, as of end 2025, it was 110.8 billion dollars.
Yes.
And right now, July of 2026, it's 103.3 billion dollars, Mr. Chair. There are a number of factors affecting the change in the...
Malaki-laking bagsak yan within a 6-month period, di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So if we can try to decompose what could have driven the decline, Mr. Chair, ang una ho doon, may mga transaction ho ang gobyerno, nagbabayad tayo ng ating
Pwede magbigay ng halimbawa?
Nagbibigay ho, may mga obligasyon ho. Pag may kailangan ho silang dolyar, pwede ho silang kumuha doon sa ating international
Pero
reserves.
malaki pong bagsak to. It's 7.5 billion within a period of 6 months. Bakit po? Is there a specific reason? Sabi ninyo may obligasyon yung gobyerno pero normally hindi naman na kinukuha sa reserves yan, hindi po ba?
May unti ho na pwedeng kunin sa ating international reserves. Pangalawa ho, yung presyo rin ho noong mga holdings natin, nag-iiba rin ho yung valuation ng ating mga components ng reserves. So, nag-iiba rin yung value noon. Yun rin ho ay pwedeng ho mag-explain nung ibinaba noong ating international reserves.
Maaari na lang kami bigyan ng, siguro kung pwede kayong magsumite ng mga dahilan kung bakit nangyari ito at kung talagang may kaalaman dito sa government-to-government obligations, yun ba yung sinasabi ninyo or iba pang obligasyon? Kasi yung ibang obligasyon, naka-schedule naman po yan eh.
Oho, yung iba ho kinukuha nila sa market, may option din ho sila na kumuha sa ating reserves. Magbibigay ho kami ng datos at
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Abala lang tayo dahil hanggang ngayon naaalarma pa rin ang tao dun sa dating balita na nagbenta yung BSP ng katakot-takot na ginto. Ngayon naman yung reserves na erode. Paano ba to? Wala nang matitira. Kaya eto.
Mr. Chairman.
Abangan na lang namin yung inyong paliwanag po.
Mr. Chairman, maybe start with the DBCC.
Actually, I was gonna ask already to with the judges.
Department of Finance?
Yes, we will.
And then, okay.
We'll ask.
Tinatapos lang yung topic ng Forex.
Okay. So we will now proceed with DepDep Secretary Arsenio Balisaca to discuss the country's economic performance, challenges, and urgent priorities. Secretary Balisacan, you now have the floor for your presentation.
Thank you, Senate President Vin Gatchalian, Chairperson Senator Ejercito, and distinguished members of the Senate Committee on Finance, for the opportunity to discuss the state of the Philippine economy and our priorities forward. My task this morning is to provide the economic development context for the proposed 2027 national budget, where the economy stands, why growth has slowed down in recent quarters, and what priorities must guide our policies and investment in the future. The 2027 budget must help us protect the gains already achieved, address critical implementation and structural bottlenecks, and restore the economy to a path of faster, more durable, and inclusive growth. I will cover three areas, Mr. Chair. First, our economic performance and recent developments. Second, the emerging risk and persistent structural constraints. And third, our outlook and priorities for recovering growth and laying the foundations for sustained development. Let me begin with our economic performance. Over the past several years, the Philippine economy achieved important progress in growth, employment, and poverty reduction. More recent developments, however, indicate a sharp loss of momentum. From the longer-term perspective, the Philippine economy has become stronger. From 2010 to 2025, real GDP grew at an average of 5.1% a year, faster than the 4.2% average over the preceding 15 years. Following the pandemic, economic growth averaged 5.8% from 2022 to 2025. However, momentum weakened beginning in the second half of 2025, with growth slowing further to 2.6% in the first half of the year. This deceleration defines our immediate challenge: to recover growth without losing the important development gains already achieved. Foremost among these gains is the Philippines' transition to upper middle income status after nearly 4 decades as a lower middle income country or economy. The country's GNI per capita reached $4,850 in 2025, surpassing the World Bank's threshold of $4,636. As the chart on the right shows, the Philippines has also moved closer to its ASEAN peers through significant income gains, although significant income gains remain. Reaching upper middle income status is an important achievement, but it's not the end in itself. The greater challenge is to translate progress into better jobs, higher incomes, and improved living standards for Filipinos. To do so, we must first understand the factors behind the recent loss of economic momentum. The slowdown largely reflected weaker domestic demand as governance and corruption concerns and the Middle East conflict weighed on consumer and business confidence. Domestic demand grew by only 1.5% in the first half of 2026, down from 5.7% in the same period the previous year. Investment contracted 6.5%, driven by a sharp decline in public construction. Household consumption growth also eased to 2.9% amid elevated inflation and weaker confidence. Exports provided some support, growing by 10%. On the production side, however, services remained the principal source of growth, while industry contracted and agriculture made only a modest contribution. The slowdown in economic activity has also begun to affect the labor market. The post-pandemic expansion created 4 million net jobs between the first half of 2022 and the first half of 2026, demonstrating how economic growth can create opportunities and improve livelihoods. However, as growth slowed, total employment declined by 166,000 over the past year. The unemployment rate also rose to 4.2% in June 2026, up from 3.1% a year earlier. These recent developments underscore the urgency of restoring economic momentum and generating more and better quality jobs. Nonetheless, even with the recent slowdown, the longer-run benefits of economic growth extended beyond employment to include poverty reduction. Poverty declined substantially, regardless of the poverty threshold or norm applied, as income growth outpaced inflation and gains were broadly shared across all income deciles. Based on the country's official poverty lines and preliminary estimates for 2025, or not preliminary estimates, these are already official estimates, poverty incidence among Filipinos fell from 15.5% in 2023 to 9.7% in 2025. This means that 6.5 million Filipinos were lifted out of poverty over this period. This reflects the recovery of incomes and employment, as well as sustained implementation of social protection programs. However, these hard-won gains remain vulnerable, especially to high inflation. As Governor Remolona discussed earlier, inflation surged beginning in March, largely driven by the impact of the Middle East conflict on global oil and commodity prices. Headline inflation eased slightly to 6.2% in July, down from 6.4% in June, but it remains well above the government's target range. High inflation erodes household purchasing power, disproportionately affecting the poor and low-income families. The burden is even heavier when food prices rise faster than non-food prices, because food accounts for a much larger share of total consumption spending among low-income families than among high-income families. If inflation remains elevated, it could slow or even reverse our recent advances in poverty reduction. Protecting our progress goes beyond addressing the immediate concerns of slower growth and elevated inflation. It also requires tackling persistent structural constraints that continue to limit the economy's productive capacity and resilience. Let me now turn to these constraints, Mr. Chair. A central structural challenge is the economy's heavy reliance on household consumption on the demand side and on the services side of our economy on the production side. Consumption remains the primary driver of economic growth, while contributions of fixed investment and net exports have been modest. Similarly, services account for most of the expansion, while agriculture and industry have contributed much less. The experience of successful economies shows that sustained progress requires mobilizing other sources of growth. We must therefore broaden our growth pillars by strengthening investments and exports while revitalizing agriculture and industry. The urgency of this task is evident from our performance relative to our ASEAN peers. As the chart shows, Philippines continues to trail several neighboring economies in both fixed investments and exports, despite improvement in recent years. Investment expands productive capacity, facilitates the adoption of new technologies, and creates better jobs. Exports enable domestic firms to access larger markets, achieve economies of scale, and become more competitive. Mobilizing greater investments and improving export competitiveness will depend critically on high quality and reliable infrastructure. The government has substantially increased productive infrastructure spending in recent years. Yet, this higher level of expenditure has not fully translated into stronger infrastructure competitiveness. This gap shows that the level of spending alone is not enough. You must also improve project selection, appraisal, procurement, implementation, and maintenance to ensure that public resources deliver high-quality infrastructure and on time and at reasonable cost. Closing our infrastructure gaps will reduce production and logistics costs, connect people and markets, attract private investment, and strengthen the country's competitiveness. Beyond physical infrastructure, faster growth also requires greater innovation and stronger productivity. The Philippines, Mr. Chair, has made encouraging progress in innovation, as reflected in its improved ranking in the Global Innovation Index. However, this has yet to translate into stronger overall productivity. The efficiency with which the economy uses its resources to produce goods and services. As the chart on the right shows, our productivity performance remains weak relative to several of our regional peers. Innovation contributes to development only when new knowledge and technologies are widely adopted by firms, farms, and workers, and when they are translated into more efficient production, better products, and higher value activities. We must therefore strengthen the connection among research, skills development, technology adoption, commercialization, and production. The weaknesses we have discussed do not stem from a single source. They reflect persistent and interconnected constraints across markets and institutions that continue to hinder investment, productivity, and diversification. Addressing them requires coordinated action by government in close coordination with Congress, the private sector, and other stakeholders. This brings us to our growth targets and priorities for advancing the economy. Our direction remains anchored in the Philippine Development Plan. Over the administration's final 2 years, the focus is on accelerating execution, resolving implementation bottlenecks, and translating reforms into concrete results. Given the slowdown in recent quarters, economic growth is projected to be at 3.5% to 4.5% in 2026. With faster implementation of public programs and infrastructure projects, improved domestic supply conditions, and restored consumer and investor confidence, growth is expected to recover to 5% to 6% over the next 2 years. Inflation is expected to remain elevated in 2026, as already shown earlier by the BSP, ease to 4 to 5% in 2027, and return to the government's 2 to 4% target range by 2028. Meanwhile, employment conditions are expected to improve as the economy recovers, keeping unemployment within the government's target range. These targets are attainable, but they remain subject to significant domestic and external risks. Foremost among the domestic risks are further delays in the execution of public investments, leading to continued underspending, as well as continuing governance concerns that could further weaken consumer and investor confidence. Severe weather disturbances could also constrain food production and intensify inflationary pressure. Externally, the prolonged Middle East conflict could keep global oil and commodity prices elevated, while geopolitical and trade tensions may weaken global demand and disrupt supply chains. To manage this risk, we have established clear imperatives. In the near term, our priorities are to protect vulnerable households, accelerate public investments, and restore confidence. First, we will caution poor and low-income families against high food prices and supply disruptions through targeted and timely assistance, while strengthening the domestic food supply and maintaining adequate buffers. Second, implementing agencies will accelerate high-impact infrastructure projects through catch-up plans with clear milestones and accountability measures. This is essential to reverse underspending and restore public investment as a driver of growth. Third, we need to address governance and corruption concerns by strengthening transparency and accountability, improving monitoring, and ensuring the efficient use of public resources. In the short to medium term, limited public resources must be directed toward high-impact, implementation-ready investments. Priorities include addressing learning poverty and classroom shortages, equipping workers with future-ready skills, strengthening primary health care, particularly in underserved areas, raising farm productivity through climate resilient technologies and post-harvest infrastructure, and accelerating transport, logistics, energy, and digital infrastructure through the Build Better More program and public-private partnerships. These investments must be pursued while safeguarding fiscal sustainability. This requires stronger coordination across planning, investment programming, budgeting, and the execution of infrastructure and social programs. Improved spending efficiency, modernized tax and customs administration, and revenue measures that do not erode the government's fiscal position. Looking ahead, sustained structural reforms will be needed to raise productivity, strengthen competitiveness, and expand the economy's long-term growth potential. Key priorities include ensuring more reliable and affordable energy by expanding renewable generation, modernizing the power grid, and streamlining the net metering and permitting processes, and strengthening competition in the electricity market. Domestic production and external competitiveness must likewise be strengthened by moving into higher value segments of global value chains, fostering stronger linkages between multinational and domestic firms, sustaining the country's advantage in services, and expanding market access for Philippine exports. Deeper financial and capital markets will also be essential to mobilize long-term financing for infrastructure and productive enterprises. Legislation will be indispensable to advancing this reform agenda. The priority measures fall into 4 broad areas. Governance and anti-corruption reforms include measures addressing political dynasties, the party list system, freedom of information, bank secrecy, and public budgeting. Economic growth and resilience measures include tax reforms and amendments affecting the coconut and fisheries sector. Energy priorities include amendments to EPIRA and waste-to-energy legislation. Measures in education, health, and social protection aim to improve nutrition, accelerate classroom construction, expand access to education, and strengthen assistance to vulnerable Filipinos. Again, Congress' continued partnership will be critical to advancing these reforms, sustaining growth, and improving the lives of Filipinos. As we enter the final years of the administration, our objective is to turn reforms into results. This means accelerating the implementation of high-impact programs and projects, the surest path to recovering growth, extending its benefits to more Filipinos, and building an economy resilient enough to withstand future shocks. None of this can be achieved by any agency alone. It requires efficient and coordinated action across the entire government. We look forward to our continued partnership with this committee as we work to deliver stronger, broader, and more inclusive growth in the years ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Balisacan. Before Senator Mamakino, we tend to finish all the presentations of DBM and DOF. Then we go on a quick lunch break kasi hirap na mag-lunch dito, no? So hopefully we'll be done by 12:30 and then resume at 1 o'clock. So we'll have a better and more orderly conduct of the hearing later. Yes, Senator Aquino.
Yeah. Nagpaalam po kay Chairman JV just to have one intervention, not really my questions for the DBCC. Pero nais ko lang pong tanungin si Secretary Balisacan on page 22. Can we put it up, please? Dito sa ating legislative agenda, nakalagay po dyan yung governance and anti-corruption reforms. I would like to ask Secretary Balisacan, parang kulang po ata. Meron pong LEDAC measure na naipasa na po namin dito sa Senado, naisulong na po natin. In 2025, priority measure po ito. In 2026, priority measure pa rin po ito. Parang nawala po ata yung kadena or blockchain the budget bill. What's the reason why it's not on this list? Are you not supporting this bill, Secretary?
Mr. Chair, in the longer list of the LEDAC priorities, it's still there, except when the LEDAC met recently, the heads, the leadership of both Congress and the executive, they decided to shorten it at least for the next 12 months to ensure that we get the measures that are so critical. It does not mean that
Secretary, this has passed already on third reading here in the Senate. Si Secretary Joey is also here. Pasado na po ito dito sa Senado.
Yeah.
If you want it passed in 12 months, this is one of the measures that can be passed right away. So nagtataka po ako, bakit ito na-deprioritize? This was priority measure in 2025. Number 3 po ito sa LEDAC in 2025. Ngayong 2026, nasa long list na po siya. Secretary Kim here was our consultant. We consulted with him on this bill before he became DBM Secretary. This bill, which will put the budget on blockchain, pati yung mga kontraktor, pati yung presyo ng semento, ng pako at lahat-lahat, napag-usapan na po natin from 2025 na mahalaga po ito. I want to understand, why is it not in the priority measure of DBCC?
No. The way we understand this prioritization measure, Mr. Chair, is that all the other measures that are in the priority list can be advanced with the efforts of all members of Congress and our leadership, the executive branch. When we shorten the list, Mr. Chair, alam namin na yung mga those on the final ends na tapos na sa BICAM, tapos na for signing na lang, we don't need to emphasize.
Mr. Secretary, marami ho dito, wala man hong committee report. Philippine Budgeting Code, may committee report na ba yan? Wala pa. Yung right to information yan, meron na yan. Yung political dynasty, nasa interpellation pa lang po yan dito sa Senado. Yung party list, pinag-uusapan pa lang po natin. But si Cadena has been passed for 7 months na po yan pasado sa Senado. And we know that if the executive and the DBCC and the people here push it, we know it will get passed. So we're asking for your support, Secretary. Let's get this passed. Wala ho siya dito. It's very bothersome. Alam ho nating lahat how powerful this bill can be. Napakarami na pong grupo yung nagsabi na nais nilang makitang pasado ang batas na ito from inside the government, outside the government. Nagtataka po ako, bakit parang hindi natin to minamadali? Nung kasagsagan ng flood control scandal, we all agreed we would push for this and push for full transparency. So I'm bothered, Mr. Secretary, na wala po siya dito sa top priority measure natin, considering patapos na po siya. It also passed already the Committee on Science and Technology in the House. Alam ko naman pong alam niyo po yan. It's only waiting for the Committee on Appropriation for it to be finalized in the House. Konting-konti na lang po yan. I hope we can pass this. This can be a legacy of this administration and this Senate and Congress. Na finally we put all of these measures on the blockchain, makita po ng taong bayan.
We will, Mr. Chair, we'll make that representation. Mr. Chair, will bring that issue, that concern to the leaderships of LEDAC.
Yes. By the way, Secretary, hindi lang po yan yung kulang. I will now pass to the chairman kasi yung isang bill po niya, napakahalaga, wala rin po dito.
Yes, you're not alone. Senator Aquino, yung I don't know, Mr. Secretary, yung mine bill, which was prioritized by our Senate President as well, it's Senate Bill number 2. Is it part of the promoting growth, revenue, and equity towards socio-economic sustainability? Yun na yun. Pasok na ba doon? Yung master plan for infrastructure and national development.
It's also in that longer list that the LEDAC has committed to pass in this Congress, Mr. Chair. But I am, of course, DepDev is particularly interested with that because that's also in the law of in the charter of DepDev to have that long-term master plan for infrastructure, and it's good to see that such an effort would be institutionalized in the form of a more specific law.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Next. Yes, our Senate President.
Just to assist Secretary Balisacan, kasi nandun po ako sa LEDAC. There is a long list. I think there are 53 bills, if I'm not mistaken, in which Cadena is there and also Mind is there. We divided it into 2 phases. The phase 1 is to approve it hopefully before June of next year. And the phase 2 is hopefully approve it the months after. After that LEDAC meeting, we're waiting for DepDev, being the Secretariat, to submit to us a cleanup bill kasi may mga tinanggal tayo doon tsaka may rene-prioritize tayo doon. In fact, in the Senate, we also have what we call a top priority. Kasama doon yung mine, no, so that we can push it faster. So we'll wait for the DepDev to give us the clean list of LEDAC bills kasi may mga tinanggal tayo. Like for example, yung Independent Infrastructure Commission, no, wala na yun because obviously nasa ombudsman na po lahat. No, we also removed the biofuels because that is supposed to be an offshoot of the increased price of oil. No? So we removed some of them and then we reprioritize. So we'll just wait for DepDev to submit to us the list. Actually, I promised Senator Bam to give him that list, no? But we're waiting for the official. Meron kami yung non-official, but once we get the official list, we'll furnish the chairman, no, para ma-push nila yung mga LEDAC bills natin.
We'll submit the final list, Mr. Chair, as soon as we OP has cleared the minutes of the meeting.
Thank you, Secretary Balisacan. So now, first we'd like to recognize Secretary Department of Finance, and then Secretary Kim. Parang ano, parang Netflix. Okay, go. Secretary Dec, go.
Thank you, Senate
Please
President.
proceed.
Senate President Win Gatchalian, Finance Chair JV Ejercito, honorable members of the Senate, colleagues in government, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to brief the Senate on the national government's fiscal position. Our fiscal position today has been shaped by key economic developments from the circumstances this administration inherited to the global conditions that have influenced our fiscal path since then. Allow me to discuss this briefly to provide context to where we are today and where we are headed. When the Marcos Jr. administration assumed office in 2022, we started with a 12.79 trillion debt, the bulk of which was incurred from pandemic spending. So when the economy began to recover, the challenge before the administration was clear: rebuild fiscal space while continuing to support economic recovery and investing in the country's long-term growth. As a response, we crafted the country's medium-term fiscal framework in 2022, the government's blueprint for gradually reducing our deficit and debt while creating jobs, increasing people's incomes, and reducing poverty. It set us on a path of gradual and sustained fiscal consolidation to restore fiscal space while continuing to invest in the foundations of growth. But our recovery has not happened in an easy environment. Over the years, external pressures and global uncertainties have disrupted supply chains and pushed inflation up, affecting the pace of growth. In this context, we had to recalibrate our growth and fiscal targets to keep them realistic and responsive to evolving economic conditions. But the direction of our fiscal policy has remained consistent. The administration has remained committed to the path of fiscal consolidation with the goal of bringing down the deficit to GDP ratio from 5.4% this year to just 3.5% by 2030, while supporting growth. To stay the course amid ongoing geopolitical tensions and the need to fund the government's priority programs without relying on new taxes, we strengthened revenues. Total revenues grew double digits at an annual average of 10.54% over the last 4 years, as tax revenues likewise increased by an average of 10.47% over the same period, outpacing the growth of nominal GDP of 9.6%. And for the first time in its history, in 2025, the BIR surpassed 3 trillion pesos in tax collections. As we continue to stay the course to meet our fiscal program for the year, as of June 2026, we have reached 49.7% of our full-year target. Despite global shocks and external pressures, tax collections reached 2.14 trillion pesos in the first half of the year, 5.4% higher than the same period last year. The Bureau of Customs, in particular, is on track to reach the 1 trillion peso mark in collections this year, 2026. The robust revenue performance at 16.6% of GDP is among the highest in Southeast Asia. This reflects the continued efforts of the BIR and the BOC to strengthen collection, improve compliance, and plug leakages. As you can see from the slide, the Philippines at 16.6% revenue effort is better than several of our regional neighbors. With the BIR and BOC's continued strong performance, we expect total national government tax revenues to reach 4.4 trillion pesos by the end of the year. As the country needs continue to grow, we are also mobilizing additional sources of revenues to fund government priorities. An important source is the privatization of idle or non-core government assets. We privatized the Caliraya-Botocan Kalayaan Hydroelectric Power Plant in 2025 with 36.27 billion pesos in sale proceeds. These proceeds will be included in the calculation of PISON's dividend remittance to the national government next year. In July 2026, the DOF, through the Privatization Management Office, also successfully completed the 1 billion peso sale of government-owned properties at the atrium of Makati. These transactions demonstrate how we are unlocking value from government assets and ensuring that they support the government's fiscal requirements. In addition to privatization, we are also maximizing returns from government-owned or controlled corporations. This year, as we did last year, we have called on GOCCs to continue remitting dividends at 75% of their annual net earnings to the national government. Disbursements for the first half of 2026 amounted to 3.175 trillion or 49% of the full year program. As resources are limited and the country needs continue to grow, we must be more deliberate in directing public funds towards higher quality expenditures with greater multiplier effects. Those that strengthen productive capacity, stimulate economic activity, and deliver long-term benefits to the people. The objective is not to spend less, it is to spend better. Because of these efforts, our fiscal deficit has continued to narrow. From 8.6% in 2021 and 7.3% in 2022, we have consistently brought down the fiscal deficit to 6.2% in 2023, then to 5.7%, and last year at 5.6%. And as we continue to make progress this 2026, despite the economic shocks we have faced, including those arising from the conflict in the Middle East. In the first half, our deficit to GDP ratio improved to 5.46%, compared with 5.65% in the same period last year. And we remain on track to meet our fiscal deficit target for 2026. We project a deficit to GDP ratio of 5.44% in the second half of 2026, bringing the full year ratio to 5.45%. Hopefully, our lowest deficit to GDP ratio since the start of the administration. This continued reduction in the deficit is an important indicator that the fiscal discipline we are pursuing is translating into concrete results. And because we continue to manage our fiscal deficit responsibly, our debt levels remain sustainable. In 2025, the national government debt stood at 63.2% of GDP, while the general government debt finished at 56.8% of GDP, well below the 70% international benchmark by the World Bank for debt sustainability and within a manageable range compared to other emerging economies. Just a point I'd like to raise or stress is that the definition of the 70% threshold is based on general government debt, not national government debt to GDP. More importantly, we have maintained a prudent debt mix, predominantly domestic, predominantly carrying fixed interest rates, and predominantly structured with long repayment terms. First, 67% of our outstanding debt is domestic. This reduces our exposure to foreign exchange risks while also supporting the continued development of our local capital market. This has been the direction since the start of this administration. Second, 90% of our debt carries fixed interest rates. This provides greater certainty in our debt servicing costs and shields us from sudden increases or fluctuations in global interest rates. And third, 84.1% of our debt has long-term repayment periods, meaning we have several years before these obligations fall due. This strategic borrowing mix by our Bureau of Treasury strengthens our resilience to external shocks and makes our debt obligations more predictable and manageable over the long term. As the global markets assessment of our fiscal fundamentals is also reflected in the confidence of international investors. Our sovereign credit ratings remain at investment grade levels. We have 2 A- ratings from Japanese credit rating agencies and the equivalent of BBB or BBB+ from the global rating agencies. This reflects their continued confidence in the country's economic fundamentals and our capacity to manage our public finances. Just recently, R&I and Moody's affirmed the country's investment-grade credit ratings with stable outlook. This confirms our strong macroeconomic fundamentals and that the reforms we've put in place are working. Higher credit ratings reflect minimal default risk, signaling lenders to offer lower interest rates. When the country can borrow at lower interest rates, private businesses and consumers can also borrow at lower interest rates. We have also seen progress in our integration into global capital markets with the upcoming historic debut of our peso-denominated government bonds in the JP Morgan's Government Bond Index Emerging Markets in January 2027. This is significant because this is our first ever inclusion in a major global bond index. This reflects a strong vote of confidence in our solid fundamentals and fiscal discipline. This will strengthen demand for Philippine government securities, improve market liquidity, support the development of our capital markets, and help lower borrowing costs for the government over time. In 2027, we project borrowing requirements to reach 3.3 trillion. We will carry the same principles of our debt strategy into our borrowing program and make it even more sustainable. We are increasing the share of domestic borrowing to 72%, which means about 2.4 trillion pesos will be sourced from the domestic market, while the remaining 28% will come from external sources such as loans and global bonds. This borrowing strategy allows us to keep the cost of borrowing low while helping broaden our investor base, maintain access to key international markets, and support the continued development of our local bond market. With tax collections projected to grow by an average of 9% annually from 2026 to 2028, total revenues are targeted to reach 5.5 trillion pesos by the end of the President's term. This means our revenue agencies will have to raise the bar even further. The BIR and BOC will need to continue improving efficiency, strengthening compliance, and leveraging technology to sustain faster growth in collections. Coupled with stronger collection efforts, we are looking to pursue reforms that will make our revenue systems more efficient, equitable, and sustainable. We are promoting growth, revenue, and equity towards socioeconomic sustainability or progress through a comprehensive reform package that provides targeted tax relief while strengthening revenues from products with social, environmental, and health costs. We likewise expect more revenues from the proposed multinational minimum tax bill, which will preserve our taxing rights and ensure the taxes arising from economic activity in the Philippines are collected here. And the general tax amnesty bill mentioned by the President in his SONA to encourage the settlement of outstanding tax obligations, improve compliance, and bring more taxpayers into the formal tax system. Disbursements will grow moderately from 2026 to 2028. We must be more deliberate where we put our resources, prioritizing investments that strengthen our productive capacity, support long-term growth, and deliver tangible benefits to our people. We must focus on programs and investments that generate the greatest economic and social returns, particularly in critical infrastructure, health, education, and other areas that support long-term growth. As revenues grow faster than disbursements, we will see a clear and sustained path towards fiscal consolidation. The deficit to GDP ratio is projected to steadily decline from 5.4% in 2026 to 3.5% by 2030, putting us on a progressively stronger fiscal footing. This improving fiscal trajectory is also reflected in our debt outlook. From 2026 to 2030, both national government and general government debt ratios are projected to decrease. NG debt is projected to ease from 65% to 63% in 2030, and general government debt is expected to decline from 59% to 56% by 2030. As we look ahead, the path we had laid out is clear. We assure the honorable members of this chamber that the economic team will continue to strengthen revenues, manage expenditures responsibly, reduce the deficit, and keep our debt on a sustainable path. At the same time, we are building fiscal buffers that will give us room to respond to future shocks without compromising our long-term fiscal sustainability. We look forward to working closely with the Senate to ensure that the government lives within its means. This means making difficult choices, prioritizing programs and investments with the greatest impact, and ensuring that new spending commitments are matched by sustainable sources of funding. Fiscal discipline is not just about reducing the deficit. More important is that we engage in smart spending. Our national budget can work harder if we invest in programs and projects that can help shape our future. The government must continue to address the immediate needs of our people, but we must look beyond the present and invest in high multiplier programs and projects that creates lasting economic value, those that create jobs, raise incomes, and build a stronger economy tomorrow. Well-chosen infrastructure, for example, does more than address today's needs. It can generate economic activity, connect communities, attract private investment, and deliver benefits for many years to come. Let us work together to make the 2027 national budget count and ensure that its benefits ripple through generations. This is the fiscal discipline we owe to the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Decgo. Next is Acting Secretary Kim De Leon. But how long is your presentation, Secretary De Leon?
About 27 slides, Your
27
Honor.
slides, maybe another 20 minutes. So if the pressure, probably we can go on the quick lunch break first. If you don't, we will resume at 1 o'clock. Or yeah. Probably, sige, you can go ahead and then we'll just have the lunch para tapos na yung presentations. Please proceed, Secretary De Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Senate President Win Gatchalian, Senate Finance Committee Chair J.V. Ejercito, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee and the Senate, my fellow economic managers and colleagues in government, good morning. As Acting Secretary of the DBM and Chair of the DBCC, it is my honor to present to the Senate of the Philippines the key dimensions and priorities of the Fiscal Year 2027 National Expenditure Program. For Fiscal Year 2027, we are proposing a 7.2 trillion peso national budget, equivalent to 21.7% of our country's gross domestic product. This budget is 407 billion pesos, or 6% higher than the fiscal year 2026 GAA. Much of this increase is already accounted for by mandatory expenditures and existing fiscal commitments by the government. This includes higher national tax allotments for our local government units, the fourth tranche of the salary adjustment for civilian government employees under EO 64, the corresponding salary increases for our military and uniformed personnel, and other obligations that the government must honor. We would like to highlight that the 6% increase in the overall budget should not be interpreted to mean a uniform increase across agencies and programs. Because limited fiscal space demands disciplined choices, we prioritized programs and projects that are implementation ready, capable of delivering the greatest impact and offer the best value for every Filipino. The 7.2 trillion peso budget before us, therefore, represents more than a spending ceiling. It is the product of months of rigorous review to ensure that we will meet the country's most urgent needs today without compromising our capacity to meet the challenges of tomorrow. The fiscal year 2027 national budget carries the theme, People-Centered Growth for an Inclusive and Resilient Future, effectively capturing a simple but critical principle. Economic progress must ultimately be measured by how it improves the lives of Filipinos. We want growth that reaches communities, creates opportunities across sectors and regions, and strengthens our ability to withstand future challenges. But crafting a budget that would translate this vision into reality requires more than simply adding up agency requests. When government agencies submitted more than 11 trillion pesos in budget proposals for possible inclusion in the NEP, we cannot simply ask how much each agency needs. We had to ask harder questions, such as which programs are ready to deliver, which will make the greatest difference, and where will every peso generate the greatest value for the Filipino people. These questions shape the decisions behind this budget, and throughout this process, the President's direction was clear. Public resources must translate into real and meaningful benefits for Filipinos across every region and community, true to the spirit of our vision of Bawat Bayan, Makikinabang. Beyond funding requirements, we also look closely at how agencies have utilized the resources already entrusted to them. Their actual budget performance and implementation capacity were key considerations in determining their allocations under the fiscal year 2027 national budget. As of June 30, 2026, total available appropriations stood at 7.54 trillion pesos. Of this amount, 6.63 trillion pesos had been released as allotments to various agencies, including 546.79 billion pesos from continuing fiscal year 2025 appropriations. Agencies had obligated 3.29 trillion pesos, or about 49.5% of released allotments, comprising of 3.13 trillion from the current year appropriations and the remaining 158.58 billion from continuing 2025 appropriations. Of the obligations reported, 81.9% had already been disbursed. As of the same period, June 30, 2026, unreleased appropriations amounted to 820.21 billion from the current year GAA and 89.7 billion from the 2025 continuing appropriations. We would like to note that as of July 31, 2026, the DBM has released a total allotment of 6.18 trillion, equivalent to 91% of the program, leaving a balance of 610.95 billion pesos. Of the 4.39 trillion program under the 2026 GAA, total allotments issued reached 3.85 trillion with a remaining balance of 537.32 billion pesos. This balance includes 315.9 billion pertaining to agency-specific budgets and 221.41 billion under special purpose funds. These indicators help us assess whether additional resources can realistically be absorbed and where implementation constraints must first be addressed. The DBM will continue working closely with the agencies to improve their execution of their budget, because the true measure of a budget is not simply how much is approved or released, but how effectively these resources become real results for our people. Now, allow me to provide updates on the national government's disbursements for fiscal years 2025 to 2027. NG disbursement in 2025 reached 6.03 trillion pesos, equivalent to 21.5% of GDP. This was mainly driven by PS expenditures for salaries and benefits of government workforce, such as education and health sectors, including the military and uniformed personnel. MOOE also contributed strongly to the government spending performance, owing to the implementation of social protection programs, agricultural support, as well as the general operations of the government. Meanwhile, disbursements are projected to increase by 7% on the average this year and 2027, reaching 6.466 trillion this year and 6.901 trillion next year. Spending will continue to be supported by PS expenditures, reflective of the higher salaries of civilian government employees and higher base pay and subsistence allowance of MUPs, as well as the requirements for creation and filling up of positions in various departments, particularly in education and health. Both MOOE and infrastructure expenditures will remain significant to fund priority human capital development programs and flagship infrastructure projects, respectively. The overall support to local government units will also continue to be substantial, driven by larger NTA shares, annual block grant to the BARM, and annual financial assistance through the Local Government Support Fund. Moving forward with the dimensions of the 2027 national budget, the proposed 2027 national budget is composed of two main sources. Programmed appropriations amount to 4.494 trillion pesos and will finance the priority programs, projects, and operations of government. Automatic appropriations total 2.706 trillion pesos and will cover expenditures already mandated by existing laws. Major automatic appropriations include 1.32 trillion peso for the national tax allotment of LGUs, 1.114 trillion pesos for interest payments, 104.2 billion pesos for the annual block grant of the BARM, and 89 billion pesos for the retirement and life insurance premiums of national government employees. This demonstrates that a considerable portion of the 7.2 trillion peso budget is already determined by laws, formulas, and existing obligations before government even begins deciding which new or expanded programs to fund. We have likewise brought and programmed appropriations down substantially to 112 billion pesos. Nominally, this is the lowest proposed UA in the NEP since 2019, while its 1.56% share of the total expenditure program is the lowest ratio since 1991. Allow me to reiterate that unprogrammed appropriations are not automatically available for spending. It is a standby spending authority for specifically identified purposes that may be accessed only when the funding conditions prescribed by law are satisfied. For fiscal year 2027, the unprogrammed appropriations have been deliberately limited, primarily to partially finance the restoration of the fund balance previously remitted by the PDIC and to support foreign-assisted projects that are still undergoing assessment and evaluation by the Investment Coordination Committee and require approval by the ED Council. By keeping standby appropriations to the minimum necessary, the administration is placing more expenditures under programmed appropriations, thereby strengthening expenditure planning and ensuring the timely implementation of priority programs and projects. By expense class, the proposed budget reflects our commitment to sustaining government operations while directing resources toward investments with lasting economic and social returns. MOOE amounts to 2.944 trillion pesos. Notably, MOOE declines by 36.2 billion or 1.2% from 2026 level, even as the total national budget increases by 6%. This indicates that the overall budget growth is not being driven by a broad expansion of operating expenditures. PS will receive 1.982 trillion, up by 138.2 billion or 7.5%. This will support public servants who will deliver education, healthcare, public safety, national defense, and other essential services, while also providing for salary adjustments and personal requirements already committed by the government. We would like to emphasize that both PS and MOOE remain fully covered by our projected revenues. Meanwhile, capital outlays increased to 1.16 trillion pesos, an increase of 140.8 billion or 13.8% to finance infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and other productive assets. Financial expenses amount to 1.114 trillion pesos, up by 164.3 billion or 17.3%, largely due to interest payments. Nevertheless, we affirm that our debt remains manageable as debt servicing is explicitly provided for in the budget. Our approach is not to pursue deficit reduction at the expense of growth. Instead, we are advancing a strategic and gradual fiscal consolidation path that safeguards our obligations and fiscal credibility while preserving the investments needed to strengthen our people and sustain our economic growth. Across the 5 sectors of the proposed budget, social services will continue to receive the largest share at 2.456 trillion or 34.1%. This will directly support education, health, social protection, employment, housing, and other services that affect the everyday lives of Filipinos. Economic services will receive 1.833 trillion or 25.5% for infrastructure, agriculture, transportation, water resources, digital connectivity, and other investments that improve productivity. General public services account for 1.317 trillion or 18.3%, while defense will receive 452.4 billion or 6.3%. Debt burden accounts for 1.13 trillion or 15.9%, covering interest payments and net lending to government corporations. Honoring these obligations protect the government's creditworthiness and helps preserve access to financing for future investments. Our task is to maintain that balance, honoring our government's obligations while continuing to fund what our people need. By recipient units, national government agencies will receive 4.332 trillion, the largest share of the budget. However, their allocation grows by only 4.5%, below the overall budget growth of 6%, reflecting continued restraint in national government spending. Local government units will receive 1.533 trillion, including a 1.32 trillion NTA. Compared with around 1.191 trillion this year, this means roughly 129.3 billion more, or about 11%, will flow directly to LGUs to support devolved functions and frontline services. GOCCs will receive 220.5 billion, while 1.114 trillion will go to interest payments. These allocations underscore an important feature of the 2027 budget. Resources are not concentrated solely at the national level. A substantial share is transferred to LGUs, bringing our country's resources closer to the communities where many essential public services are delivered to our citizens. The same principle is also evident in the regional distribution of the budget. Of the proposed 7.2 trillion, 4.603 trillion or 63.9% is directly attributable to the regions. The National Capital Region accounts for 1.112, Luzon at 1.659 trillion, Visayas at 744.8 billion, and Mindanao at 1.088 trillion. The remaining 2.597 trillion or 36.1% is non-regionalized, consisting of 1.983 trillion pesos in nationwide allocations and 613.8 billion in central office allocations. We would like to clarify the important distinction of nationwide from Metro Manila Nationwide allocations pertain to funds that are still to be distributed to various regions of the departments and agencies, as this cannot yet be geographically assigned at the time the NEP was prepared. Ultimately, the majority of the budget is intended to reach our regions and communities. That is what we mean when we say, bawat bayan makikinabang. With the overall framework and priorities of the budget established, let us now turn to where our most significant investments will be directed and how this will translate into better outcomes for Filipinos. Education remains at the center of our investment in human capital. The Department of Education will receive the highest allocation at 975.96 billion pesos, while 176.5 billion is provided for higher education to broaden access to quality and affordable tertiary learning. Taken together with the other components of government education spending, our proposed investment in basic and higher education reaches 1.326 trillion, equivalent to nearly 4% of the GDP, and effectively reaching the lower bound of the UNESCO Education 2030 benchmark of 4 to 6% of GDP for education spending for the second time. The difference between 1.314 trillion reflected in the President's budget and the 1.326 trillion presented during the DBCC briefing at the House is due to the inclusion of the Tier 2 projections for BARM education agencies, which were not yet available when the budget message was prepared and printed. By the time of the House briefing, these projections were already available and were therefore included in computing the overall education sector figure. So to be clear, there was no change in the 2027 NEP after its submission. The difference simply reflects the more complete BARM education sector figures, which is available at the time of the DBCC presentation. This is consistent with how we view education as a national commitment, one that leaves no learner behind, whether served by our national education agencies, in BARM, and in all communities across the country. More importantly, these allocations translate into specific investments. We are proposing 12.09 billion for the expanded career progression system for public school teachers, an increase of almost 6 billion or 96.6% from the current year. This is to support the reclassification and career advancement of our teachers. Another 10.36 billion allocation next year will also sustain the 10,000 peso teaching allowance under the Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act. For tertiary education, 61.1 billion is provided for the universal access to quality tertiary education across state universities and colleges, CHED and TESDA, supporting free higher education, tertiary education subsidies, and free technical vocational education. Ultimately, the significance of the 1.326 trillion peso budget will not be measured by the amount of allocation alone. It will be measured by better learning outcomes, better supported teachers, wider access to education and training, and more opportunities for Filipino learners to build a future they rightfully deserve. The top 10 departments with the largest allocations account for 51.4% of the proposed budget. Apart from education, major allocations will go to public works and highways, health, interior and local government, national defense, transportation, agriculture, social welfare and development, higher education, and the judiciary, fully aligned with the administration's priorities and the Philippine Development Plan. On infrastructure, let me emphasize that infrastructure is more than just the DPWH budget. Under the Build Better More Infrastructure Program, the government is proposing 1.467 trillion pesos, equivalent to 4.4% of GDP for infrastructure in 2027. These investments are distributed across public works, transportation, agriculture, education, defense, health, digital infrastructure, and other sectors. Specifically, DPWH will receive 643.95 billion, or the second largest allocation among agencies. This is partly to support ongoing locally funded and foreign-assisted infrastructure flagship projects. Major projects include the Laguna Lakeshore Road Network Project at 35 billion, Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge Project at 22 billion, Davao City Bypass Construction Project Package 1 at 11.9 billion, Cebu-Mactan Bridge and Coastal Road Construction Project at 8.5 billion, and Pasig-Marikina River Channel Improvement Project Phase 4 at 8.5 billion pesos. Transportation is likewise a major priority, with 300.96 billion proposed for the DOTR and its attached agencies. This includes 123.84 billion for the North-South Commuter Railway System, 67.44 billion for Phase 1 of the Metro Manila Subway Project, and 1.94 billion for the MRT Line 3 Rehabilitation Project. Beyond Metro Manila, 175.49 million is provided for the Cebu Bus Rapid Transit Project and 15.08 billion for the Davao Public Transport Modernization Project. We are also investing 8.99 billion in the new Cebu International Container Port Project and 1.41 billion in the new Dumaguete Airport Development Project. These investments demonstrate that reducing travel time and logistics costs, connecting regional economies, improving the movement of people and goods, and bringing more Filipinos within reach of jobs and economic opportunities are important priorities of this administration. Our other major investments pursue the same objective of improving people's security and quality of life. Across the agriculture sector, 261.7 billion will support food security, productivity, and the livelihoods of farmers and fisher folks. The proposed fiscal year 2027 budget continues to make quality healthcare more accessible, more affordable, and more responsive to the needs of every Filipino by allocating 353.8 billion for the health sector. We are providing 107.29 billion for the operations of DOH regional hospitals and other health facilities, along with 28.19 billion for DOH hospitals in Metro Manila to expand healthcare capacity, modernize facilities, and strengthen specialized medical services. This means more Filipinos can access quality healthcare closer to home, while those requiring highly specialized treatment continue to receive world-class care in our major public hospitals. To further reduce what Filipino families have to pay from out of their own pockets when they are hospitalized, we are strengthening the implementation of the universal healthcare through PhilHealth with an allocation of 74.45 billion pesos. This will support the continued expansion of the PhilHealth's benefit packages, including the implementation of zero-balance billing in both DOH and LGU hospitals. From only 6 LGU hospitals this year, zero-balance billing will expand to 352 LGU hospitals nationwide next year, allowing millions more Filipinos to receive quality hospital care without worrying about the cost. More importantly, this means that when illness strikes, Filipino families can focus on their loved ones' recovery, not on how they will pay the hospital bill. This is our commitment to making quality healthcare more accessible, more affordable, and more compassionate to every Filipino. For social protection, DSWD will receive 241 billion, including 99 billion for the implementation of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. For national defense, 328.8 billion is proposed, including 50 billion for the revised AFP modernization program, 10 billion higher than the current year's level. The Philippine Coast Guard will receive 45.51 billion, while 73.67 billion is proposed for the subsistence allowance of our military and uniformed personnel across concerned agencies. For the judiciary, 86.27 billion is included to support the administration of justice and access to judicial services. consistent with the constitutional principle of judicial independence and the provisions of the Judiciary Fiscal Autonomy Act. The Supreme Court's original budget proposal has been incorporated into the fiscal year 2027 NEP, recognizing the judiciary's fiscal autonomy and constitutional mandate. Resilience is likewise integral to the 2027 budget. We are proposing 45.67 billion for the NREAM fund, 14.68% higher than the current year's level, including 14.67 billion for the Disaster Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Assistance Program for LGUs and 1 billion for the People's Survival Fund. Taken together, these investments reveal the broader purpose of the 2027 budget: to protect vulnerable Filipinos, strengthen human capital and food security, build productive infrastructure, safeguard the nation, empower our region, and improve our ability to withstand future shocks. That commitment extends directly to our local government units. 1.32 trillion NTA gives LGUs greater resources to perform devolved functions, while 115.62 billion will support peace, self-governance, and long-term development in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. We are likewise proposing 58.53 billion for the Local Government Support Fund, covering financial assistance to LGUs, the Growth Equity Fund, and the Barangay Development Program. By strengthening local fiscal capacity, we bring resources and decision-making closer to communities and give every region a stronger voice in national development. This is what people-centered growth means: one that reaches every community, creates opportunities for every Filipino, and ensures that progress is broadly and fairly shared across the country. These are only some of the key priorities reflected in the proposed Fiscal Year 2027 National Budget. To provide a broader view of the programs and projects we seek to pursue, we have also prepared a short video presentation that we can probably share later. Mr. Senate President, Mr. Chairperson, and honorable members of the Senate, the National Expenditure Program before you represents the executive's best judgment of how limited public resources can respond to the country's immediate needs while protecting our long-term fiscal and development goals. But we also recognize that budget-making process does not end with the submission of the NEP. The scrutiny of Congress is an essential part of that process. The questions you will raise, the programs you examine, and the choices we make together will ultimately determine whether the national budget is able to deliver what our people expect from government. On the part of the DBM and the Development Budget Coordination Committee, we come before the Senate prepared to explain our assumptions, account for our recommendations, and engage constructively throughout the deliberations. Because behind every number we discuss in this hearing is a consequence beyond these halls: a classroom that may be built, a hospital patient who may receive care, a farmer who may gain better access to markets, a community protected from disaster, or a Filipino family given a better opportunity to move forward. That is the standard by which this budget should ultimately be judged, not simply by how much government spends, but by how much better government is able to serve. We therefore look forward to working with the Senate toward a fiscal year 2027 national budget that is disciplined in its choices, credible in its commitments, transparent in its use, and meaningful in the lives of our people. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Kim Robert De Leon. Before we take a short break, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Pia Cayetano. So we'll take a very quick lunch break. We resume at 1:35 p.m. Later, sequence ng mga... Yes, we'll allow you. And then rounds. We'll do the same rounds. Okay? So we'll take a quick lunch break and we'll resume at 1:35. Thank you. Session suspended.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Audio check. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Check, sound check, 1, 2, 3. Audio check, check, sound check.
So the DBCC budget hearing is now resumed. We just finished our presentations, but before we continue, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Joel Villanueva, who just joined us. So it's now the question portion of each senator according to arrival. Since Senator Tulfo is not yet here, each senators will be given 10 minutes each. So since Senator Tulfo is not yet here, Senator Lacson was next.
Senators, Chairman, you mentioned earlier, I had preliminary questions just like all the senators had earlier.
Actually, it's because Governor Molona
Yes,
wanted to be
exactly.
excused.
So for
Yes.
the same reason,
Mr.
I also
Chairman,
want
I'm
to
willing
ask
to yield.
questions.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Of course, to the lady from Taguig.
Thank
Senator
you.
Cayetano is now recognized.
So who's here? General-
Si Deputy Governor Abinoha, please answer the queries
Thank
of
you.
our
Sige.
senators.
Since I have the benefit, good afternoon everyone, of being the last to ask question and listening intently, I was listening online. A lot of these are like follow-up questions to the questions of our colleagues, no, to BSP. So very quickly, Governor Remolona mentioned the reason for the inflation is the exposure to external risk, no, and then he mentioned Ukraine, etc. And then the question, one colleague asked, two colleagues asked, so kamusta yung readiness nyo to adapt to change? That was the question, and then the answer was, we are adapting. Okay. So noted ko naman yan. I want to point out that the Senate has a committee on sustainable development goals, innovation and futures thinking. Alam na alam ni Secretary Balisacan to, no? So futures thinking. So in our capacity during the budget, we chaired we have been vice chair for the Committee on Finance for many years. We were able to make amendments to the budget of certain agencies, namely DOH, DepEd, and DOST, and this is the creation of futures thinking offices for them. So nung narinig ko yung discussion and the answer of BSP na we were adjusting, I'd like you to consider if you should have a futures thinking office. I did not mention DepDev because it is already embedded in their law that they have a futures thinking office. So if you are part of this very important economic team, you may want to seriously consider this because the job of a futures thinking office is to do nothing but think of the future. Just like the departments within your office who will lobby for limited funds, they will lobby for a budget that provides security for the future, that future-proofs the Philippines. So maybe you can just give me a nod if you will want to consider that because these key agencies, and these were agencies that I handled, kaya may budget sila for the Futures Thinking Office.
Mr. Chair, this is an important suggestion. It's something that we will be considering seriously.
Okay,
Mr.
malit lang yan. Kasi it just requires somebody trained in futures thinking and who will be a fairly high level so that they can participate in the discussions. And I want you to know in other countries, they have a system such that they are thinking of 7 years hence. Sorry, 7 generations hence. This is for the benefit of the entire economic team, no? Secretary De Leon, importante din po ito sa inyo. 7 generations hence. There are countries that think of that. So hindi lang pa sa susunod na bagyo, hindi lang sa El Nino na dadating in 2 months, 7 generations. That's how we have to plan. Which goes to my next similar point, but another colleague of ours, Senator Robin, asked about the direction on the joint exploration of gas with oil or gas with China. And I want to point out that when we heard the bill and passed, which is now a law, the Natural Gas Industry Development Act, which I sponsored and defended, we established the fact that in no other time, except in the 1970s, during the time of the former President Marcos Sr., did we have oil exploration at that level. 150 exploratory explorations were happening, which led to the discovery of Malampaya. Hindi na una ulit yon. Hindi na una ulit yon. So if we look now and look at our problems, kasi ano ba yung planning natin? Yun nga ho yung futures thinking, yun yung planning. So kung imagine, that was 1970, 50 years since. Sana kaya tayo ngayon? So when the BSP governor says we don't have our own gas, I think what he meant is we have, because we have Malampaya gas, but it's negligible. Kaya sinabi niya wala. But Meron, pero katiting. Imagine if we had continued with that plan. So that is what I pose to this entire economic team, that importance of futures planning, so that when we sit here 20, 30 years hence, ready po tayo. So that doesn't require an answer. I let the record show that the secretaries were nodding their heads. And I go on to my next point na BSP governor also said that something, he noted that it's very important that umakyat ang ating agricultural output. Kaya lang, hindi nangyayari because something is going on. Tas ang dami nating colleagues na nag-react po doon, Mr. Chairman. Ano yung something's going on? Hindi ko na narinig yung sagot. So ako na magtatanong, ito ba yung agricultural smuggling? Ito ba ay yung mafia sa agri? It may be something else, but I didn't hear that mentioned. Now, you can say, let's take it up in the Agricultural Committee hearing, but no, because all of you agree that agriculture is such an important component, is such a driver of economic stability, causes food inflation, drives inflation in general. So we should be looking at this agricultural smuggling. Lahat tayo, tumitingin tayo sa flood control and well and good. Pero ano pa yung iba? Saan pa tayo nadidrain? Saan pa tayo nadidrain? My team gave me some numbers, 3.7 billion pesos, but these are actual seizures of customs only. Magkano pa kaya yung hindi pa nasi-seize? And the only other thing that we gathered very quickly online is in 2014, so more than 10 years ago, 64 billion daw ang foregone revenue. So maybe you can share more figures with us. Kasi let's talk about the elephant in the room. Saan pa tayo naluloko dito? Saan pa tayo nalulusutan? Di ho ba? So I think that has to be discussed. Maybe we can just get a brief answer at the end later on, take it up during my time in the first round. And then BSP Governor also mentioned a consumption culture. So gastos tayo ng gastos, kulang tayo sa savings. Okay, I can say so many things about that. But siguro babanggitin ko na lang, and maybe since the governor himself is not here, of course you will relay it to him, but I toss this to Secretary Balisacan. Just a yes or no lang naman po, sir. Yung bang creation natin ng mga park, creation natin ng mga boulevards by the seaside, yung ating mga pasyalan, yung ating mga sports complex and sports facilities, makakatulong ba yan? Mababawasan kaya yung consumption culture na imbis na pumupunta sa mall, pumupunta sa park, pumupunta sa tennis court, pumupunta sa basketball court, nagba-volleyball, nagpi-pickleball, makakatulong kaya yon?
Yes, if it improves objectives.
Siguro
like
naman,
health,
hindi naman I suppose. Akala ko naman resounding yes. Ano naman I suppose, Secretary?
Depende naman ho. Let me qualify ho. Because it depends where you construct the sports facility.
So there's a sports facility that will ang main purpose nun would be consumption? Hindi naman siguro. Ang tanong ko lang naman, would it reduce or would it have a positive effect dun sa gusto natin mangyari sa consumption culture? Siguro naman, Secretary. Papahabain ko pa ba to? Secretary, papahabain pa natin
sa akin, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, sa akin kasi importante yung context. So if you tell me that you build a sports facility, I would want to ask where. Kasi
what area would a sports facility not contribute to negate a consumption culture where people would be engaging in sports, will be healthier, will not have to go to the hospital sooner than later because yung matatanda nakakapaglakad, we all know nakakabawas ng diabetes yon. Yung mga bata baka hindi na masyado nagve-vape dahil bawal ang vaping sa sports complex at nai-imbibe sila ng mga good habits. Tell me a location na sasabihin nyo na dun sa location na yun because that's your answer to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary naman, baka naman gusto mo nang palitan yung answer mo para we can move on.
Yeah, accessibility, that's all that's about it, Your Honor.
What is
it's
about
the accessibility of the facility.
Of course.
If it's accessible to the population, then you get to...
Siguro pag nilagay natin sa island na walang tao, bad yun, ano? Pero pag nilagay ko dun sa island na may tao naman, baka naman wala silang masyadong ibang facility, di ba nakakatulong din sa buhay nila yon? I'll give you an example. In Dipolog, nagpatayo ng 50-meter, sabi ko, wow, may 50-meter doon. Nagkataon naman na merong former Olympic coach, British Olympic coach, na nagpakasal sa isang Pilipina, tinuruan tuloy lahat ng bata doon, naging napakagaling na mga swimmer. Baka sabihin mo, ay wag sa Dipolog kasi what's in Dipolog? This is what's in Dipolog. Human capital. Youth that are waiting to be given something better to do than to go to the mall. So, sorry, but I think medyo naligaw po yung answer nyo doon, ha? Kasi I want to give the floor to my colleagues. Very last point. Yung sinabi po din earlier, and I'll just take it up during my time, yung importance po ng ating human capital. So we noted quite a few things in the budget, including the increase in PS, and we'd like to take it up later on, how the importance of health and education and the having a clear path coming from the leadership team on how to handle this will greatly affect how we're dealing with the crisis that we have on hand. Hindi lang yung hiwalay sa education, hiwalay sa health, but it's the holistic approach because simply put, we are in the midst of passing a very important bill, yung presidential merit scholarships, very good bill, and one of the priority courses there is agriculture. So, babalik ko lang, papaaral nga tayo sa agriculture, tapos mawawala lang sa smuggling, hindi man lang umaasenso yung agriculture, ba't pa tayo nagpaaral ng agriculture? Baka dapat accountant para mahuli yung mga nanluloko. Baka dapat police. So, yun lang na, import tayo ng import, di ba? Baka yung, di ba, may course naman yung customs. Baka customs official na lang yung gawin natin priority course, hindi yung agriculture because we are not addressing the elephant in the room. Yung kalokohan na nangyayari. So, yun lang po. I leave it at that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Lacson, for allowing me to ask these preliminary questions. Thank you.
Sorry, another imposition on Senator Lacson, Mr. Chair. I-remind ko lang yung BSP, si Deputy Governor Abenoja. Kanina, binulong ko na lamang na kung pwede, mag-submit sila ng accounting nung binenta ng mga ginto. Kasi ang dahilan nun, high prices, sa awa ng Diyos, yung presyo nagdoble na sa binenta ninyo. Tapos yung sabi nila, yung percentage of the entire portfolio na 8 to 10, na ngayon sabi 15 na, bakit magbebenta na ulit? Pagkatapos yung sinasabi holding and storage na napakataas ng singil ng Bank of England at iba pang lugar. At higit sa lahat, magkano ba ang na-raise ninyo at na-remit sa National Treasury? Yun lang po, kung pwedeng i-submit, hindi lamang sa chair at sa committee, kundi ipaliwanag na rin ninyo sa taong bayan. Salamat.
Yes, can we ask BSP through Deputy Governor Abenoja to please submit the information being asked by Senator Marcos, lalo na sa gold, the controversial sale of gold, and other pertinent documents to be submitted to the committee.
We will prepare, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to Sen. Any more questions sa BSP? Just stay and put. Yeah. Thank you, Senator Pia. At least yung yung advocate for futures thinking, at rin yung tinatulak ko na master plan. Parang yun ang kulang sa atin. Yung the blueprint for direction natin in the future. So I think we really have to always remind our agencies to look 20, 30, 50 years and beyond. Hindi yung sa 7 generations nga, no? So parang natin, because of our political system, laging 6 years and 3 years. Anyway, to resume, Senator Lacson is on deck. Senator Lacson, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will address my questions to any of the members of the DBCC, pero siguro sa DBM. Secretary, how do I address you? Secretary Kim, Secretary Robert?
Secretary Kim is fine.
Secretary Kim. Okay, good afternoon. Yeah, my first question or first topic, while the nominal amount of the expenditure program obviously reflects increases, di ba, year on year. Ayan, nandiyan naman. 2025, nasa 6.39, 2026, 6.793, hanggang ngayon, for 2027, 7.2 trillion. Pero yung ratio ng NEP sa GDP, pa-decline, reverse mode. Also as shown, ratio to GDP, 24% noong 2025, 22.3%, 2026, tapos 2027, 21.6%, and projected at 20% in 2028. My question is, kung ganito, Is this part of your consolidation plan? Because of, growing deficit, other problems, deliberate ba ito?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we confirm that this is consistent with the fiscal consolidation plan of government. While nominally, we are, in fact, as mentioned by the Secretary of Finance a while ago, we're looking at the quality of spending because we are still studying some of the inefficiencies in terms of the budget that we have, including, among others, those that actually passed on to the next year na technically baka hindi naman na kailangan ng mga agencies. So that's among the things that we're looking into. That's why we're looking at this fiscal consolidation strategy.
Okay, so for some specifics, what expenditures or new expenditures are being sacrificed? Dahil nag-consolidation plan kayo to improve the financial health, di ba? So meron masasakripisyo. Ano mga programa yung sinakripisyo nyo since this is deliberate?
Well, for one, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, taking off from the aggregates, the total proposals of the agencies are about 11 to 12 trillion. So ultimately, from the 7.2 trillion standpoint, we have about 3.8 trillion worth of proposals na hindi po natin na-consider for the NEP for various reasons. Well, number one, nandyan po yung may proposal but definitely not fully supported by implementation readiness. So there might be whether both infrastructure or non-infrastructure proposals submitted by the agency but not necessarily supported by detailed feasibility studies, engineering plans. So kasama po yun sa mga hindi natin nakasama. In fact, malaking bahagi po dyan for DPWH alone. The initial proposal of DPWH was about 2 trillion pesos if I'm not mistaken. So doon pa lang po meron na tayong tinitingnan ng mga 1.4 trillion pesos worth of projects na hindi po natin na-consider precisely because of this implementation readiness measure that we evaluate. Ang isa pa po dyan, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung operating requirements. Kung titingnan po natin yung by expense class, bumaba po yung operating expenditure ng government, the MOOE from previous year to from the current year to 2027 because we are looking at optimizing the use of these resources coupled with digitization and the process streamlining, removing redundancies in the bureaucracy. So kasama po yun, Your Honor, sa ating mga naging considerations.
So not necessarily sectoral. It cuts across, no?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Lahat
Chair.
ng sectors may tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
Based
Mr.
on
Chair.
your prioritization lang.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
Thank you. Anyway, pagdating na lang ng mga agency budget, kami pumunta ng mga specifics. Now, we'll go now to the proposed budget by sector. Meron kayong debt burden, of course, social services, general public services, defense, of course, and economic services. Yung social services, malaki yung chunk, 34.1%. Okay. Pero, pag tinignan natin, declining din ito, hindi ba? From 2.599, ito yung actual for 2026. Nandito na tayo sa 2.455 trillion in 2027. Of course, yung sa 2.599, hindi naman ito eksakto kasi may carry over ito from 2025. So I want to find out from you, ilan ba yung unspent? Kasi may continuing appropriations sa 2025, pwede pa magamit sa 2026. So I just want my figures to be more accurate. From 2.599, kung idadagdag mo yung from 2025, ilan actual yung numbers?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, you are correct that there are indeed unused or unreleased allotments, if I may say, from the 2025 GAA that remains valid up to this point. And while we're retrieving the figure, it's also the same reason, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, why there is an observed decrease if we compare 2026 GAA level for social sector to 2027. If I may, Your Honor, very quickly, there's a lot of projects and infrastructure for that matter under social services for 2026 that remained unimplemented in the middle of the year. This includes the school buildings, the HFEP, among others. That's the reason why medyo meron pong pagbaba, may konting decline po yung social sector for 2027 because precisely magsi-spill over po ito the following year. So for the 2025, Your Honor, for the NG, although this is total unobligated allotments, Your Honor, as of December, there's still about 516 billion in unobligated allotments as of end of year 2025 na nag-carry over. But we'll have to confirm kasi you're asking, Your Honor, social services alone. But this is the aggregate for entire government as of year end.
Never mind, maski yung aggregate. Ano?
It's 516.6 billion in unobligated allotments from 2025 GAA, Your Honor.
That's unobligated. Ilan yung unreleased?
Unreleased APRO.
Para makuha natin yung total na unused.
Unreleased APRO from 2025 from NGAs is at 83 billion, Your Honor.
So if you will add it up sa 2025 na 2.599, mas mataas pa rin siya dito sa proposed natin sa 2027?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
By how much?
Because if I add up the aggregate so that's 516 in unobligated allotments plus 83 in unreleased, so that's about 600 billion more. So we will be at 3.199 altogether, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
What's the primary reason for the unreleased appropriations? Kasi hindi pa ma-obligate.
For unreleased appropriations, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, this means that the agencies are still not able to submit to the DBM the request for the release of the allotments.
Yeah, understandable. So sa debt service natin, yung interest payments, lalaki ito ng 16.78%. No? Pero yung payments for amortization will also rise by 51.5%. Malaki, no? What would attribute to this spike sa debt burden?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may take
Yes,
the question.
please.
Yeah,
Subject.
the difference would be the rollover or debt maturing.
Debt maturing.
So we need...
pero sa NEP, hindi naman po kasama yung amortization, di ba? Yung amortization will come from further borrowings.
Yes.
So ano yung projected deficit natin? Ano yung projected borrowings natin?
The total projected borrowings for 2027, Your Honor,
Yes.
is 3.3 trillion.
Against a projected deficit of how much?
Of 1.7.
You know, I keep
trillion.
asking this every DBCC hearing, you know. Bakit it seems na we're borrowing much more than the projected deficit? And usually the response of the National Treasurer classified.
I will gladly answer you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. So the difference between the 3.3 trillion and the 1.7 deficit is the maturing loans of 1.6 trillion.
So bakit ang sagot dati ng, hindi naman kayo, no, yung previous, ayaw sabihin yung reason bakit sobra-sobra yung hihiramin natin, domestic and foreign, ano, against the projected deficit. At that time, I could not figure out, you know, bakit classified? Unless it would affect the sale of treasury bonds, baka merong mag-speculate or something to that effect. No? Pero I could not find any reason bakit classified yung information na yan. Now that you're giving us the figures, so therefore, it's not really classified. Kasi simple lang naman eh, mga general figures lang naman hiningi natin, not the specifics, hindi ba? So anyway, yung budgetary change in cash, meron tayong mga figures dito, di ba? May mga negative. Kindly, for my continuing education, kindly clarify, also for the benefit of my other colleagues. Budgetary change in cash. Paki-explain lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's basically the difference between our gross borrowing and net financing, Mr. Chair, which means that if it's positive, then we borrowed for basically cash buffer. And then if it's negative, it means that we're using our cash buffer or basically financial asset to cover the difference between the gross borrowing and the net financing.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Yung proposed budget by recipient sectors or units. National government, 60.2%. Local government units, 21.3%. And so forth and so on. Andiyan naman po sa chart natin. Ang tanong ko po, may we ask for further submission, list of LGUs highly subsidized or dependent on the national government support. Can you submit that later, not necessarily today. No? And then sa GOCC, bakit may decrease do sa share ng GOCC? Yung subsidies.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, one of the primary reason for the decrease in the attributed allocation for GOCC, the decrease is about 82.9 billion. So the biggest one is because of the one-time 60 billion that we returned to PhilHealth under the 2026 GAA, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and what is I'm not against that, yung bawasan natin yung subsidy sa GOCC for the simple reason that there are so many non-performing GOCCs. And I want to find out from you, what is the new policy of the government do sa mga non-performing GOCCs? Ito yung year in, year out, sinasubsidize yung national government, mukhang wala naman pakinabang. Unlike the others na nakakakuha tayo from GOCCs, pero yung iba naman talagang persistently, walang income, lahat expenses, walang revenues, pero tuloy-tuloy naman yung subsidies. Why don't we just, abolish them? Or not fund them, for that matter. Even if it's not abolished by law, kung hindi nyo ipa-fund, hindi rin makapanksyon, di ba? So what's the policy?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the supervision of the GOCCs are under the GCG, and the GCG already has on its table currently about 21 GOCCs that they would like to close, wind down, or be absorbed by other agencies or GOCCs. The truth of the matter, Your Honor, is that it's a very slow, long, and tedious process to shut down. But there are currently 21 companies that we would like to shut down.
How much is the total subsidy being provided by the government sa mga non-performing, yung mga negative na GOCCs? On the average, say for the past, from 2022 hanggang 2026, magkano na inaabono ng national government?
Mr.
Kasi
Chair,
nasa very tight ating fiscal space, di ba? So it's about time that we discuss this and talk about this and implement.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as for the amounts included in the 2027 NEP, most of the GOCCs where we provided subsidy are those performing critical social service functions. But we will have to check as to the list, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, of the definition of non-performing, and will gladly provide a listing on the subsidy included for those types of GOCCs who may not be necessarily performing social service functions, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I understand the complexities, kasi may mga madi-displaced na mga staff, mga personnel that are manning those GOCCs. So ano yung plano in case we abolish them? Ano yung contingency plans para do sa mga, of course, they're government employees, no? Anong contingency? Maybe that's one of the reasons why you're finding difficulty in abolishing yung ibang GOCCs, parang for humanitarian. Pero we cannot also afford to consider, humanitarian reasons in lieu of the very tight fiscal space that we're having now.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, being also an ex officio member of the GCG along with the Secretary of Finance, when we discuss these matters at the Commission, we have this consideration naman po of the separation incentive that might be offered for consideration of possible affected personnel. It's such that I agree with the Secretary of Finance that there is this tedious process that we have to undertake before we can even submit a recommendation for any action, meaning abolition, merger, or any possible action for the GOCC. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I may, now that I'm looking at the list of non-performing GOCCs as a sample, in fact, I'm very much aware of some of these GOCCs coming back to us when we submitted the NEP and was asking for more. But the fundamental principle that we implemented when we finalized the level is that if they are not actually performing social service functions, the subsidy that we can provide is only limited to their bare operating requirements, meaning their PS. Because for their expansion, they should be able to earn for whatever they should want. They would like to
At
spend
least for PS.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, yung regionalized budget against the national. You know, I'm glad that the President issued Executive Order number 82, di ba? And I remember during the campaign, when he was joining us, he used to visit the Regional Development Council meetings, or he used to join. But yung implementation, how is it being implemented now? Because I remember during the past budget deliberations, parang naglilinger lang do sa hovering do sa 20 to 30% lang yung pakinabang ng mga regions or the output of the regional development councils, of course, coming from the barangay, municipality, city, and even provincial. But pag nabuo na yung NEP, nasa mga 20-25% lang yung share nila do sa output nila. So what's the use of the regional development councils discussing their regional development plans when pagdating sa budget call, yung pala 25% lang pala yung maipapasok sa NEP. So now I want to find out from you, Mr. Secretary, ano yung ratio between yung truly representative of the regional development, no, do sa central or sa national government. Yung actual, kasi nakalagay dito, regionalized budget, nasa mga 63.9%. Well and good. Pero yung actual, ang nag-implement din dyan, national government, di ba? Nakasulat lang dito, regionalized, but actually, hindi naman ito yung nanggaling sa regional or output ng mga regional development council. So, there goes the disconnect, you know. Because who would know the needs and priorities of the local government units more than the LGUs themselves?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we share the sentiment of Your Honor in terms of the amount of efforts being poured into by our RDCs in screening and examining the budget. And I believe our colleagues from DepDev would also give us about 25 to 30% still as a figure, and that's precisely why we are working together with DepDev to address this matter structurally and on a policy level, because there appears to be a disconnect, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, not only in terms of the submission and endorsement of agency central offices when it comes to proposals. Kasi po yung mga RDC should be submitting their proposals to the agency central offices, and in turn, ang mga agency central offices po yung magpapadala sa DBM nung level that they have endorsed. So that's just one of the potential disconnect. But the second is also the timing. The timeline of the planning between national budgeting and the local planning process is also disconnected. So these are the two things, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that we are addressing with DepDev, and we're exploring now one, moving the timelines as well in terms of preparation and endorsement of all these projects, and for our two systems to talk to one another to increase the batting average of RDC endorsed projects landing not even in the NEP, but even in the agency central office proposals themselves. Because I've personally looked into this matter and asked for the same thing, Your Honor, but the system right now and the calendar of the preparation of the RDC endorsed budget and the national budget proposal seems to have some disconnect in terms of that submission, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that point because ito yung perennial problem, lagi ko rin kino-question since time immemorial, ano? Dahil hindi nga in sync ang budget call ninyo. Mr. Chairman, my time is up, pero last point na lang ito, no? Para
Please,
lang hindi,
please proceed.
para lang
lang
hindi
matapos,
ma-skip
sir.
sa mind ko. Kasi very, very importante. Yung budget call nyo, nag-i-start to mga sometime in February or March. Budget call, national.
Yes, January, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero yung DBCC, yung the Regional Development Councils, parang natatapos sila, October, November? Same year, for the same budget year. So talagang malaki yung disconnect. Why don't we synchronize na yung for the succeeding budget year, mauna yung RDC para ma-consolidate and spare us legislators from folders being carried by local government officials down to barangay officials. Yan ang problema namin ngayon. Mag-i-start na yan. Puno yung hallway namin kasi nga nakaligtaan yung kanilang hindi nadala sa NEP. So you can spare us from the problems of, facing these local government officials knocking at our doors. Ako, walang problema. Hindi ako pinupuntahan. Alam nila wala na yung pork barrel anyway. So, kindly synchronize yung mabuti na andyan ka na, Secretary Kim, kasi ito rin yung lagi naming nire-raise sa previous DBM secretaries, pero hindi na-implement. So, with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor,
Secretary.
that's definitely something we're working out with DepDev. One is synchronizing the calendar, and two, institutionalizing the same through the Philippine budgeting code that we're also advocating. And in the Senate, it's very much supported by the Senate and led by the good Senate President. That includes the vertical alignment in terms of planning and budgeting linkage, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Kung pwede vertical and horizontal.
Mr. Chairman, just 30-second interjection.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes,
Sir
Mr. Chairman,
Joel.
I was listening attentively to the questions raised by Senator Lacson, and we encountered yung pong mga non-performing GOCCs, Mr. President, and that's part of what I'm going to tackle later. But let me just ask if we can get a report, Mr. President, latest update vis-a-vis the passage of our Government Optimization Act. Kasi dun sa Government Optimization Act, the Government Optimization Program covers all agencies of the executive, including GOCCs. Dun sa, yan po, yung pinakita kanina ni Senator Lacson, yung mga non-performing, except eco zones, part o covered noong government optimization. Baka pwede makahingi tayo ng report, what we update on what we are doing, especially focusing dun sa mga non-performing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Kim, can you provide Senator Villanueva and the committee of the information?
Mr.
please?
Chair, Your Honor, as to the Government Optimization Program, we have actually identified 15 GOCC. Some of those are included in the list to be covered by the GOP. And as far as timeline is concerned, the deadline for these agencies to submit the respective Government Optimization Plan, Your Honor, is in fact August 29. So after August 29, we expect to receive all the proposals from all these agencies, GOCCs and NGAs included, as to how they intend to optimize the respective operations of the agencies, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Kim De Leon. Next to answer, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Next
Mr.
to ask
Chairman,
questions.
can I just quick comment?
Okay,
Quick comment with the permission of Senator Risa.
Okay.
On the top of the list was duty-free Philippines. Are you freaking crazy? Like, everybody wants to go duty-free shopping. Sinabi na ng governor of BSP that we are a consumer. Tapos nagsasubsidy pa tayo sa...
Mr. Chairman, and
Tama ba?
with the permission of Senator P, I went there like 2 weeks ago. Nobody's there. Dito sa may sa malapit sa airport. Nobody's there. It's a ghost town. And I asked why, because of the dollar rates.
Mr. Chairman, I just need to clarify that's our list. And I just asked my staff, sigurado pa tayo dyan. Sigurado raw naman.
Oh, okay.
So,
The top, and to note, in other Asian countries na nabibisita natin, ang dami pa nilang duty-free shops outside of the airport, outside of the perimeter of the airport. And then we're a consumer country daw. So, yun na nga ang buhay natin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Senator
siguro
Risa?
pa-validate na rin natin sa kanila, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Secretary Kim, please validate
Mr. Chair,
itong
Your Honor,
concern nila.
looking at the list, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if we will look at the subsidies column, if the figure in the subsidies column is 0, that means, Your Honor, we don't provide any subsidy from the GAA. But we understand that the table might be presenting GOCCs under two different classification. One is an asking GOCC that receives subsidy from the GAA, and another one who is non-asking but also incurring net losses.
Ang bottom line, yung binabanggit natin kanina, yung mga government employees. For example, sa duty free, pumunta ko kayo doon, wala ho silang ginagawa. Nakatambay lang po silang lahat doon. Kasi nagtitinginan lang po sila. Dahil wala naman namimili eh. So, again, ang point nitong budget hearings natin is to make government offices more efficient, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That's a good thing na we were able to tackle it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think ang sagot dyan, all of the items now are available elsewhere, in the malls, anywhere, and cheaper. So probably it's one of the reasons. So next is Senator Risa Ontiveros. Ma'am, you now have the floor.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Catch up ako sa DepDev, yung presentation kanina. Sec RC, sabi niyo po kanina sa presentation niyo na para makabawi yung ekonomiya natin, itong susunod na taong 2027, kailangan mag-focus tayo sa mga high-impact projects tulad ng catch-up infra projects at saka buffer stock para sa agri-inputs. Kaya lang, sa 2027 NEP, nasa 1.1 trillion sa kabuoang 7.1 trillion na budget ay nakalaan para lamang sa pagbayad ng debt interest payments. Tama po ba ito? Di pa nga sa principal, sa interest pa lang.
Yes. The first part of your question, Your Honor, the high impact projects that we need to speed up for implementation. Tama yan. I think the infrastructure has a very high multiplier effects. They are labor-intensive projects, and so those help employment and help consumption and help improvement and other dimensions of welfare. Now, of course, the budget for 2027, we hope that we can move in that direction. But as we mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, it's to us, it's really, even if we see a slight decline in the total amount for infrastructure, as long as the quality is so much improved, I think we can still get better impact. And we have, of course, the experiences in recent quarters involving corruption scandals tell us that there's a lot of things that can be fixed to help improve that quality that I'm referring to. My colleague could answer the interest payment issue, Mr. Chair.
But before we move to SecGo, Mr. Chair, kaya ako tinanong po sa DepDev because kahit makapagpatayo tayo ng, sabi nyo nga, mas kaunti pero mas quality na infra, hindi pa nga natin na pag-uusapan yung buffer stocks sa agri side, kailangan gagastosan siya. And if we spend about 1/7 nung budget next year para lang sa debt interest payment, naturally, mababawasan yung para sa infra, mababawasan yung para sa agri. In fact, mamaya, napansin ko nga po, no, yung budget nakalaan sa pambayad ng interes pa lamang ng utang natin, mas malaki na dun sa budgets para sa health, agri, at saka social services, all put together. 1.1 trillion pambayad ng interest payment kumpara sa mas maliit na pagsuma nung tatlong yon. So kino-confirm nyo po 1.1 trillion para lamang bayaran ng interest ng utang natin.
I don't have the figure with me, Mr. Chair, but of course my colleague here has that. But I think it's tama. All right. But I think that what I would like to note, Madam Chair, in response to that is I think that interest payments are obligations that we have incurred, and I guess you have to ask whether postponing or even asking for a deferment of the payments will work in a longer term, better for us than paying those obligations now, as we try to do a more efficient fiscal programming, so that we don't compromise the quality of spending of the entire government. My own sense words, Mr. Chair, is that I think that it's very important that the investment community would see us as a country that respects contracts, and that we to the extent that those obligations have been incurred, we need to I think, but how we finance that, that would be my colleagues at DOF as what is the most efficient way of raising the revenue to finance the payments, because there are ways of addressing that issue without compromising.
And finally, Mr. Chair, before we move to SECGO and before the Chair himself interjects, kaya ko po tinatanong kasi kahit naman sa household level, binabalanse talaga na minsan kailangan nating umutang, pero may priority tayong pagkakagastusan pa rin. So, kaya ko tinatanong itong ang laki ng porsyento ng budget para next year sa pagbayad sa interest ng utang, and then it will impact dun mismo sa sinasabi nyong pambawi natin sa ekonomiya, no, infra, and then yung agri nga. And bago tayo dumako kay Chair and then kay SECGO, so kasi paano nga natin masasabi na people-centered yung budget natin kung mas kaunti yung budgets ng health, agri at social services na pinagsama kesa pa yung item natin pambayad ng interes sa utang. So paano natin masasabing people-centered pa rin yung ganitong klaseng budget?
I think kaya ng argument ng sinabi kanina ng my colleagues that there is so much scope for improving the quality of spending so that we can still deliver even better services, whether these are for health, for education, for social protection, even as we are constrained with the total amount. I guess I think this is very important moving forward, that when we borrow, and which will result in interest payments later, we do make sure that what we borrowed is invested, is used properly so that it generates much higher value than what we pay later on in terms of interest payments and amortization. But I guess if the experience in the last 3 quarters, say, or what we have seen in the scandals is that we have borrowed, put them in places where they didn't seem to contribute to higher capacity for the economy, then that's really the wrong and inefficient way of using financing.
Before I give way for the interjection of the Chair, precisely may mga corrections talaga na kailangan namin gagawin dito sa proposed budget. Scandals aside, at tinututukan din niya ng Senate, pero a much better budget pa po. Mr. Chair,
yes, with the indulgence of Senator De Veros, I'd like to interject. same point po, the DBCC can answer, whether is of course, Secretary. At one point, does DBCC consider tong interest expenditure a serious constraint on development spending? Parang ano na tayo lagi, no? Parang we're always looking at itong ating financial standing, debt servicing, to the point na parang we are already sacrificing development spending. Anybody can answer? Probably Secretary Balisacan or...
If I may, for me, from a development perspective, Mr. Chair, it doesn't hurt to pay in terms of interest payments if the amount we borrowed was able to generate far more incomes than the interest payments that and amortization that we paid for. Ganun lang ho. So we incur interest payments, and those interest payments can rise, but if we are able to guarantee that those yield better results for the economy, then that should not be a concern.
So we have not become too focused naman on keeping our finances in order, that we have underinvested in infrastructure kasi parang nahuli na tayo eh. We're just spending an average of 2% through the how many decades as compared to our ASEAN neighbors who are spending 5% or more. Diba? Parang tayo nasa 2%. So, but now, a little bit higher, tumaas ng 6%. Previous administration, bumababa na naman ngayon. So, yun lang ang concern natin. Probably later on my timeline, I would just pursue this. Senator Tiberos, please continue.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, moving nga po to SecGo. Yung debt ng bansa natin ngayon, 19.07 trillion pesos. At lampas na po ito sa end of year 2026 targets at nasa Agosto pa lang po tayo. So, maaari niyo po bang idetalye kung aling mga agency programs ang nabawasan ng mga budgets dahil sa lumiit na fiscal space natin ngayong taon? Or bawat taon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I'm confirming that our total debt today is 19 trillion pesos. But when it comes to the budget, I would have to defer to my colleague from the DBM to answer.
Before we move, Mr. Chair, to Sec. De Leon, would the Secretary like to comment on how can we call this a people-centered budget kung mga 1/7 ng budget ay gagastusin natin sa debt interest payments pa lamang, and a bigger item than all the budgets of health, agri, and social services put together?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I can answer from a fiscal point of view, which is why I am a strong advocate of fiscal consolidation. When the administration started, the deficit to GDP was 7.3%. We've narrowed that down to 6.2, then 5.7, last year 5.6, and this year we are trying to target 5.45% deficit to GDP, which means that we are becoming more efficient in collection of revenue, and ideally we start looking at our expenditure to spend smartly rather than volume. It's the quality rather than the volume. I just want to point out that as far as expenditure goes, if I compare to our regional neighbors, roughly, I'm oversimplifying the numbers, but if our revenues are roughly 16% of GDP, we are at par or better than our neighbors. However, our expenditure at 22% of GDP is much higher than our neighbors. So hence, we are creating a deficit, which is why the economic team has created a fiscal framework, a plan, a path to keep reducing that fiscal deficit. And as pointed out by my colleague earlier, these are already obligations of the government. When the administration started, we had a total of 12.8 trillion pesos already in debt. We had to start with that. And we have obligations to pay those. and hence we need to maintain our good credit rating globally, which will allow us to continuously borrow to fund priority programs of the government.
But, Secretary, since ang brand ng budget for next year is people-centered budget, when can you start really using yung higher levels of revenues natin for, first of all, yung urgent na pangbawi sa ekonomiya, yung binanggit kanina na infra at saka buffer stocking for agri, high impact. And then for yung mga priority programs na tinatawag, pero ironically, for next year, proposed na mas maliit. Yun na nga, yung sa health, agri, at saka at social services, all three combined, compared to yung item for debt interest payments. Kahit year on year, hindi ba pwedeng i-adjust yon to make the pesos and centavos really clearly more people-centered while not completely letting go of our obligations to be good debtors?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I believe that when we said that the budget is people-centered, that means that the budget was very well scrutinized and chosen so that the projects and programs that the government will implement are those with the greatest multiplier effects, well curated and checked properly. On your question of changing our debt obligations, unfortunately,
Hindi naman po. I recognize the debt obligations, but doing a better balancing act of using, yung sinabi nyo, higher revenues natin vis-a-vis GDP as compared to our regional neighbors. Using those revenues more for the high-impact projects na pambawi sa economic downturn natin, and then also for the developmental and social protection programs. Then parang priority kasi, kung sa absolute numbers lang, priority to pay yung debt interest obligations natin.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think the DBM is in a better position to explain the process of how they come up with the budget. But I believe there are contractual obligations or, what's the term? Automatic appropriations that are always labeled first. And I believe that interest payments, the NTA is even higher, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The interest payments are 1.1 trillion, but the NTA is 1.3 trillion this year. So all the automatic appropriations are allocated first, if I may use that term. So it's an automatic appropriation, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. Chair, Secretary, and partly that's our historic problem about automatic appropriations. But sige po, dumako tayo kay Sec. De Leon. I understand about how the budget is proposed to Congress, but can you tell the committee better paano natin tatawagin pa rin itong people-centered budget given the way the proposed appropriations for the different items stack up when compared to each other?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, well, as mentioned by the Secretary of Finance, the premise why we are saying that the budget is still people-centered is precisely because the biggest chunk of the budget will still go to the social sector taken together. And when we look at social sector, it encompasses several different subsectors from education, health, social security, even housing and other social services. Again, this sector receives the biggest chunk of the budget, hence that we gave the priority to this sector. But then again, if we compare it to our 2026 level, there might be some nominal decrease precisely because of some inefficiencies encountered by the implementing agencies for their current year's budget. To name a few, Your Honor, for health, HFEP, for agriculture, farm-to-market roads, for DepEd classrooms, all of these are infra which are not fully implemented even at the middle of the year. That's why this is a major consideration while we have continued to provide budgets for these programs for 2027, the amount is not at the same level because precisely the remaining balance by the end of this year will have to be carried over for 2027. One thing we'd also like to highlight, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is that for 2027, we tried to do some correcting measures in terms of addressing some spending inefficiencies. We noted during our presentation before we had lunch that for the 2027 budget, our revenue is actually will be able to cover for PS and MOOE requirement, which is not always the case in the previous year's budget. So that actually raises some concern on possible sustainability of implementing a budget wherein we take on additional borrowings and yet we just borrow for our regular operating requirements. So at least the parameter that we use as the economic managers is that if we resort to borrowings, at least it will go to high impact infrastructure projects that will give us greater return than the interest that we'll be paying eventually to our creditors in the long term, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And Secretary De Leon, so given nga yung automatic appropriations, results also, especially in years like this one, yung tighter fiscal space, and yun na nga, na-exceed nung interest payments, yung budgets put together ng tatlong importanteng department. Pwede nyo pa bang idetalye sa committee aling mga budget items ang nabawasan sa mga agencies dahil dito sa lumiliit na fiscal space natin itong mga taon?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, aside from the 3 items that I have already mentioned, particularly for DepEd classroom building, health under HFEP, agriculture for farm-to-market roads, they receive a lower amount for the 2027 NEP if we compare it to the 2026 GAA precisely because of the continuing balance that they receive. We also noted, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that there is also an observed decrease in the level of the budget for some of the subsidy items, particularly for AIX, MAIFIP. If we compare the 2027 NEP level to from the 2026 GAA, but why are we proposing a decrease? But because precisely, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for the health sector, and I believe this is also something that we have discussed with the new Secretary of Health when he was still President of PhilHealth, we also have to address the spending inefficiency within the sector, wherein we will be concentrating our resources to PhilHealth as the unified payer as envisioned by the Universal Healthcare Law, so that PhilHealth and DOH will not be competing from the same basket, from the same pool of resources. So while there is a decrease in terms of the MAIFIP level of DOH, there is an increase that we provided to PhilHealth precisely to cover the continuous implementation of zero balance billing and better benefit packages, not only to DOH hospitals, but also including local government hospitals alone. Because we see investment to PhilHealth also as investment to all our hospitals, because definitely the fund that we provide to PhilHealth will eventually be cascaded to our hospitals. Another one with a reduction, Your Honor, if we compare from the current year's GAA budget, is a reduction, a one-off reduction from the Office of the President, mainly because of expenditures attributed to our ASEAN hosting this year. So we have provisions for ASEAN hosting for 2026, which will not necessarily be needed anymore for 2027. Hence, the reduction, Your Honor.
I-note ko lang, Sec, at Mr. Chair, bagamat pinopropose niyong dagdagan ang PhilHealth, which is always welcome, pero may double whammy pa rin on the health side dahil parehong you propose to reduce the funding to HFEP and pati sa MAIFIP. Both institutional and social protection input sa kabuoang pag-achieve natin ng universal healthcare. But I'm sure the Chair and I and other colleagues here will work on that at the proper time. if I still have time, Mr. Chair, gusto kong balikan yung slide number.
Can I interject?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
If
Senator
with the
Joe would
indulgence
like to
of our
interject. Yes, po.
distinguished colleague. One, I didn't hear yung sa big cut on the education budget for CHED and SUCs kasi sa SUC is about 3 billion from last year in the NEP, and then for CHED is, I think, at least about 15 billion, no? But anyway, I'm not gonna pursue that right now. I know this is not my time. I just want to put on record and perhaps just raise one question, given the 19.07 trillion national debt, which is 66% of our GDP as of June of 2026. Siguro magandang ma-raise dito sa DBCC budget yung primary balance. What primary balance does the DBCC estimate is necessary to put in the debt to GDP ratio on a firmly declining path? In terms of timeline, kailan po ba ito mangyayari? Kasi parang pag tinitingnan natin every budget, hindi ho bumababa, no? How sensitive is that trajectory to slower GDP growth, higher interest rates, or a weaker peso, Mr. Chairman? Anyone can answer?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. The debt stabilizing primary balance based on our debt sustainability analysis computation, it's about 0.9% of GDP, Mr. Chair. Primary balance or primary deficit.
So dapat po 0.9% of
0.9% of GDP primary deficit.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Risa.
Yes, salamat, Mr. Chair. So, slide 18 pala po, sorry. Balikan po natin yung slide 18 ng DepDev tungkol dun sa external risks at internal or domestic risks na hadlang sa pag-abot natin sa mga targets sa mga susunod na taon. So, yan. Totoo po yung weak consumer and business sentiment. So, di gumagastos yung maraming pamilya. Kasi ubos na yung ipon, kanina nabanggit din yung very low savings rate at di rin lumalaki yung kita, no, ng mga working people. So, slide ng DepDev, pero tanong ko sa DOF, paano magbibigay ng confidence itong proposed 2027 budget? Paano nito ma-empower yung mga Pilipino na mas gumastos at mas mag-invest din?
May I file?
Yes, please, Sec. RC.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that primarily the weak consumer and business sentiment has arisen from the two factors. The high inflation that started in March this year when the Middle East conflict erupted. That significantly reduced the purchasing power of households. And then on the business side, I think it's the scandals that are associated with the infrastructure mess also reduced or weakened their confidence and sentiment. So those two sides, two factors, Madam Chair. It's really the inflation, the sharp increase in inflation, which also together with the weak Middle East conflict had led to a slowing down, as I said, of growth, and that affected also the employment opportunities. Unemployment rate picked up a bit, And so again, that impacted on the consumption side of the economy, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga po, Sec, Mr. Chair, itong high inflation at saka yung impact ng corruption scandals created or exacerbated this domestic risk na mahina yung consumer sentiment at mahina din yung business or investment sentiment. So, kung ito yung domestic risk, isang domestic risk na hinahanap natin, ang tanong ko, paano itong proposed 2027 budget mag-a-address dyan? Paano yung 2027 budget, mas mag-i-inspire ng confidence sa mga pamilyang Pilipino na gumastos? Paano yung 2027 budget mas gagawing confident yung mga domestic investors natin na mag-invest as a way of addressing this domestic risk?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we have noted that the slide particularly specified governance concerns as driver for this weak consumer and business sentiment. And if we look at the 2027 budget, what we can actually say is that all items that have landed in the NEP actually underwent strict scrutiny from our level, then the level of the Cabinet, the President, and we can assure that the DBM has available data on all the project profiles. Not to mention, number one, DPWH project. It took us really a while to ensure and to skim all the sets of documents, bundles of documents that we really require DPWH to submit to DBM to ensure that ghost projects will really be thing of the past. So that's one thing that we can assure the Filipino people, that the budget that we are proposing really underwent strict scrutiny. This will, if spent properly, will be able to give multiplier effect in terms of jobs generation and other economic activities, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Sec, Mr. Chair. Yes, Sec, go first before my follow-up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I understand you're asking about what we're doing to improve business sentiment.
Consumer sentiment po, it mean greater spending, and yes, investor confidence through the 2027 budget to address this weak consumer and business sentiment.
That's the near. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, Sec.
No, sorry, my answer would have been what we are doing to improve investments and the business sentiment, but not through the budget.
All right, sir. But maybe later we would also appreciate that. But just to continue for now, Mr. Chair, sa DBM, para mas konkreto pa, pwede bang i-point out yung ilang items dun sa proposed 2027 budget na bibigyan ng higit na kumpiyansa yung Filipino consumer na gumastos? Una, increase yung purchasing power nila. At pangalawa, mas gawing confident sila na gumastos.
Well, number one, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, when we look at our infrastructure target spending, we always look at the greatest multiplier as this generates job for our people. And hence, once we are able to give them jobs, they will have improved purchasing power. So we will be able to roll out this infrastructure projects on time, because it's also the same reason why economic growth has slowed down for 2026, precisely because of the delayed implementation of our infrastructure projects. But with the readiness of all the documents necessary to ensure immediate implementation of the projects, in fact, not only DPWH, but all the agencies with the respective infrastructure projects can already undertake early procurement for all these projects, so that once the GAA is enacted as early as January, works can actually commence, jobs may be generated, and those who may be employed by government projects may have additional purchasing power to spend more and contribute to economic activities.
And lastly, Sec, leading back to Sec Go also, but particularly through the budget, paano nyo dadagdagan yung confidence yung mga domestic investors at ibang businesses na to put their money into this moving forward?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we continue to implement governance reforms. We continue to improve not only from the budget preparation perspective, so even at the budget execution and the accountability perspective, we are continuously working on ways and means how we can make the implementation of the budget more accountable to improve confidence of investors and businesses. In fact, we have launched as well the DBM Compass, which you can access through compass.dbm.gov.ph, which will enable an ordinary citizen, a business owner, to track government allotments, allocations, cash releases in an almost near real-time basis. We're also linking this with our digital monitoring and evaluation to assure our people that their hard-earned money paid through taxes actually goes to projects. By utilizing technology, we will not just simply be relying on paper photos that a project has actually been completed, because we can already validate those through satellite imagery, through Project Dime. So these things at the governance level, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we are trying to improve to assure our people, business alike and civil society, that government is doing everything to give them the best value for every peso that we manage.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, if I still have half a minute, kay Sec De Leon pa rin, just another follow-up. Kasi gusto kong sundan yung point that you raised about sinusuportahan nyo dito sa proposed budget yung infra spending in the middle of a slowdown. So actually talaga, bumagsak yung construction, no? So nabanggit din kanina ng Bangko Sentral na hindi lang langis, o kaugnay nung nabanggit nila, actually hindi lang langis at AI ang kulang. Ang isa pa talagang bumagsak nga sa atin ay yung public construction, no? 32.4%. At yung puhunan sa 4 na magkakasunod na quarters. Dahil sa skandalo nga ng flood control na binanggit around the table ng DBCC, nawala ng katiyakan yung procurement at nabawasan ang mga bidders sa infrastructure project. So, at wala namang barkong humarang sa Hormuz ang gumawa nito. It was really in relation to that other big factor. So, huling tanong ko sa DBM sa ngayon, paano mapapabalik at mapapabilis ang disbursement sa infrastructure projects sa papasok na taon? Paano tayo makakasiguro na law-abiding ang sasali na contractors, hindi magiging failed ang bidding, at tugma sa master plan yung mga proyektong ito?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we are approaching it in multiple fronts. Number one, in terms of budget preparation, as we have said, ngayon pa lang po, as early as now, ayos na po ang mga program of works, detailed engineering designs ng lahat po ng proyekto na nasa 2027 NEP. We would admit there was some level of adjustment at the level of the DPWH when we required this level of details, but we really had to require all of them, because not only we will improve accountability in terms of budget preparation, but this will also improve execution, because once all these program of works are actually ready, they can do early procurement, publish it early, and award it as early as January. So that's an assurance that we can give once the budget is passed. And this is also complemented by the continuous reforms that we're introducing with the implementation of the new Government Procurement Act. With several transparency measures already provided for in the law, we have now more transparency in terms of the procurement proceedings, the live streaming of the procurement proceedings, and more requirements for the agencies to publicize the respective activities. As to safeguarding the budget from scrupulous contractors, we continue working together with other oversight agencies, the DBM being also the ex-officio chair of the Government Procurement Policy Board. We are working closely with other oversight agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission in order to improve the level of governance that's being required, particularly from contractors who are participating into public works contracts or infrastructure works contracts by the government. So we're addressing it in various fronts, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, as I close my participation in this round, I can hear murmurs around the table, and Senator Ping would like to interject.
Konting interjection, because interestingly, ang sabi niyo po, Secretary, yung budget preparation, execution ready. Merong programs of work, etc. Pero may nakita kaming 180 million each. Intended lump sum po ito kasi intended for all 17 regions. Evacuation centers. Wala man lang naka-specify saan lugar sa region ilan ba yung regions na marami na evacuation centers, walang specifics. So, much as I would like to believe you, iba naman ang sinasabi doon sa NEP. Ayan, 180 million each. And mind you, it's not only for 2027. Nakakita lang kami ng 100 million each for 2026. Ganyan din po. And of course, sa DPWS na namin tatanungin yan. Pero since this is also part of policy, bakit yung pinayagan sa DBCC na magkaroon ng budget ng item halos blanco? May amount, walang specs. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if we may respond, these items actually correspond to the amounts necessary to implement Republic Act 12076 or the Ligtas Pinoy Centers Act. So that's why these are evacuation centers. But ultimately, Your Honor, if these are the projects at the time it was proposed as per the representation of the DPWH, OCD still has to finalize the list. But I'm not saying this is an exception from the earlier statement, but items like this, meaning those that are generic or what we call centrally managed items, are not included in those projects that can be procured early, because we still require the agencies as part of the management function of the DBM for these centrally managed items to still submit to us the final details before this gets to be implemented. So this one, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as the nature of the projects, they are still being identified by the OCD, but we'll be working with the DPWH if possible during the course of the discussion of the budget. The list can already be provided, Your Honor.
Di po dapat sa budget preparation, nando na yon? Submitted na. This is, this would amount to something like 3.60 or 3.06 billion pesos. Now, nag-sampling po kami kasi yung dati, yung PDRF, alam ni Yusek Rossi ito, kasi we work with her sa Yolanda. Ang isang evacuation center in 2014, ayan, hanggang ngayon, ganyan pa itsura niyan, 12.77 million. Ilang evacuation centers following this model ang mapapagawa ng 3.06 billion? I-incorporate na natin, input na natin yung 75 centavos na lamang ang equivalent ng 1 peso noong 2018. And probably, kung 2014, baka 60 centavos na lang ngayon ang equivalent. Kung i-incorporate pa rin natin yun, input natin yun, ang daming evacuation center niyan, Mr. Secretary. Anyway, so much for that. We'll discuss it with the DPWH officials pagkadating ng budget. Pinoint out ko lang para lang sa budget preparation, kasi this is within your jurisdiction. Sabi mo kasi kanina, execution ready. So, napariak lang ako. Thank you.
But Mr. Chair, I'll wait for the third round.
Thank you. Next is Senator Aquino, then Senator Joel Villanueva because he's leaving at 3:30. Okay.
Ay, Mr. Chairman, i-add ko lang, ang estimate pala ng OCD, 75 million per evacuation center. Ang layo sa 12, even inputting the inflation, sobra pa rin yung 75 per evacuation center.
Please proceed, Senator Aquino.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. I guess si Secretary Kim can answer my questions, but you can of course ask your colleagues to jump in, no? Ang goal ho natin, ang sasabihin ko po pagkatapos ng tanungan, what's right with Secretary Kim, hindi what's wrong with Secretary Kim. Kung di nyo alam, di kayo nanood ng K-drama. Di mo alam yon? Di nyo alam? Marami yung may alam dito. Okay, so I will focus my questions on the SONA highlights, no? If you remember the SONA of the President, very specific yung mga nabanggit niya, ito yung mga nangibabaw, ito yung mga umikot rin sa balita. So I was very happy to see that for the second year, education was still the priority, no? This was stated in 2025. again in 2026. So my question, Secretary Kim, are you aware of the 10-year education plan of EDCOM?
Yes, Your Honor, we
Okay.
are aware of the output of the EDCOM, Your Honor.
Yes. So we submitted this in February. I think Secretary Balisacan might have been there also. It maps out the 10-year plan for education, which includes legislative measures and budget requirements. So I'm hoping, and I know you're new, Secretary Kim, but I'm hoping as we move forward, pwede niyong ilapat yung budgeting natin with regard to the needs for education for the next 10 years. Kasi yung spending ho natin at the current level or previous to 2026 is simply not enough, no, to really make a dent in our education space. And thankfully, in 2026, nagkaroon ng malaking jump. Umabot tayo sa 4%. Our computation shows us at 3.78%. Your computation is 3.99%. We're going to find out ano yung difference. I'm sure we will breach 4%, no, with the commitments of our colleagues here. Pero maganda kung nakalapat ito based on the reforms that are happening. For example, si Secretary RC, pinakita niya yung mga LEDAC measures on education. Yung isa doon, yung Enhanced National Nutrition Program, which we're currently finalizing here. That program will mandate that feeding becomes universal for K, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. Ngayon, it's kinder and grade 1. When this law is passed, and again, it's a LEDAC measure, madadagdagan ng grade 2 and grade 3 universal feeding. That's about 3.5 to 4 million students, which means that the budget required for that will also increase, no? That's not taken into consideration in the current NEP, and we will try to increase it through Congress and the Senate. Pero maganda siguro moving forward is that our economic managers, since binanggit naman ng education ang priority, makita natin yung spending based on the reforms that we need to do, not just based on previous year's spending. Because the reforms that we need to do, napakarami niya, malaki yung mga bump up natin, and it would make our lives easier if from the NEP, nakapasok na yung mga reformang tinatrabaho nating lahat. No? And this is not just initiative ng Senado at ng Kongreso because this measure is in the LEDAC. So, ibig sabihin yan, everyone here is expecting that this will get passed. If we expect it to get implemented, we need to show that the budget is there for it. Para hindi na ho kami yung maghahanap-hanap at magbabawas-bawas kung saan-saan, maganda kung galing na po sa inyo kung saan po ito napopondohan. Now, pagdating sa edukasyon, we're lower now by 60 billion pesos. In the Senate, at least, we are talking about how to restore this. I hope you can work with us, Secretary Kim, on where we can look for budget to restore this so we can again hit the mandated or the prescribed 4% of GDP, which is the minimum spending for education for any country. No? So we hope to reach that. Nakikita ho kasi namin na kung hindi natin i-maintain yung ganong klaseng spending, we might backslide. And the reforms that are being done, and to be fair, marami pong reformang ginagawa, ay baka mawala ulit kung kumonti ulit yung spending natin. Now, pagdating po sa classrooms, we've had hearings on this. I'm sure nakamonitor rin kayo. Si Yusek Mary Ann was our guest during that time. Alam natin na to date, mababa pa rin yung utilization nila. Although, hinahabol po yan nila Secretary Angara. No? But one thing that was raised by Yusek Mary Ann is that many of these funds are naka-FLR siya. Kumbaga po, yung malaking pondo para sa classroom, naka-for late release po siya. So do we have commitment that if the MOAs are signed and the LGUs are, well, the LGUs have been ready since February, honestly. Kung ito'y mababa sa mga LGU at mabuo yung mga MOA, that you will release these funds. Kasi yung tama ba to, Yusek Mary Ann? Yung nakay DepEd lang is 28 billion, right? Diba? While the budget is really 67 billion. Yung balance po nun, nasa inyo. At hindi pa daw siya naka-release. So may I get your commitment, Secretary Kim, that this will be released so that we can have the utilization, so we can again fund classrooms for next year. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, to respond to the various points of the good champion of the education sector. Well, number one, consistent with the message of the President, we're really giving priority to education. As a matter of fact, I didn't highlight this during the earlier presentation, but if we didn't notice, in the top 10, there are actually 2 entries for education.
Yes.
And this might be the first time that we are seeing 2 entries for education in the top 10. Because previously, there's just 1 aggregate entry for education, which just means even if we separate higher education from the basic education, it still receives a significant amount from the budget. So that's one manifestation that the administration really puts premium on education. And we commit to fully support these reforms as enshrined in the development plan of EDCOM. As a matter of fact, unlike other programs in the GAA, which was introduced after the NEP, we have actually retained the provisions for the feeding program of DepEd, although you may not see it within the DepEd budget because we have placed it directly under the budget of the implementing agencies. And I'm referring to the Philippine Carabao Center, the National Dairy Authority. So we have placed it under...
That's only the milk program,
Yes,
Secretary.
yes,
That's
Your
not the
Honor.
main feeding program.
Yes, Your Honor. While keeping the main feeding program budget within DepEd. So we have actually retained that despite it not being part of the original NEP of 2026 because we believe in the power of that particular intervention. We also commit to provide, Your Honor, with the breakdown as to how we were able to come up with a 3.99% claim as to the total education spending budget. As to the classroom budget, we are glad to share to the Senate that as I report to you this afternoon, out of the 85 billion appropriations for basic education facilities, we have already released the allotments about 60.5 billion to DepEd. And I think I can say that we work closely with Secretary Sonny, with Yusek Edson. In fact, ang sabi ko nga po, baka ako po yung unang DBM secretary na ako pa po yung nagre-request na i-request na po nila yung mga allotments nila precisely because we really would like to facilitate all these priority interventions.
To be fair, that was the same answer of Yusek Mary Ann in the hearing, no? So nabigay na po yung 60 plus out of, was that 60 out of 80?
85, Your Honor.
60 out of 85. But this is just released, no? Hindi pa to utilization. Iba pa yung utilization ng DepEd.
That's correct, Your Honor. So we have released the allotment. So DepEd can now facilitate downloading of the funds to the LGUs where they have memorandum of agreement or proceed with the implementation if this is in-house implementation or for DPWH can already start the procurement process.
So, yes. So if you can kindly work with us to ensure that the utilization of DepEd by the end of the year is something acceptable to everyone. So we can have a valid push to have even more funding for next year or at least funding that approximates the funding that we have for this year.
Certainly, Your Honor. But we would just like to add as well that one of the considerations for classroom budget for 2027 is not only because of the current year's budget, but we're also mindful that there is a slated PPP project for classroom building, which we target to award and to start by 2027 as well. But we commit to work with Your Honor's office to ensure that we have some sufficient funding for more classrooms because we acknowledge that the gap is still big and the first PPP project may not be able to cover everything.
160,000. So, Senator Ping was asking what the shortage is, no? When I entered the Senate, it was 160,000. The national government only built 99 classrooms in 2025. That was in our hearing. Secretary Dizon was, I think, 2 weeks old. And he was also shocked by that number. There's a commitment for almost 30,000 classrooms by the President in the 2025 SONA, if I'm not mistaken. There's a huge budget for the first time for classrooms in the 2026 budget at 67 billion pesos. Iba pa yan sa ibang BEFF or basic education facilities. But we just haven't gotten it done. No? Again, Yusek Mary Ann was at our hearing. Maraming reasons kung bakit sinabing delayed tayo. But I'm hoping, Mr. Secretary, we can do a push. And again, binabanggit ko ulit yung 10-year education plan. Kasi dyan natin makikita na kung hindi tayo pupondo ng ganito kalaki for 10 years, hindi natin mapupunuan yung kakulangan. No? The funding cannot be 1 year or 2 years. It has to be 10 years. We're scratching the surface with 67 billion. That's only about 20,000 classrooms. The gap is 160,000 classrooms. By the way, this gap was almost zero in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So for the last 6 or 7 years, this gap has ballooned. And every time na umuulan, every time nagkakalindol, every time nagkakabaha, 1,000 classrooms at a time nasisira. So we really need to fund this, Mr. Secretary. Okay, let me move to something else. Yung isa pong highlight in the SONA was yung pagbanggit na gagawing tax-exempt ang 350,000 annual gross revenue of 350,000 and below gagawin ng tax-exempt. Secretary Go, may I know what is the fiscal hit through this measure?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, about 60 billion pesos.
60 billion. Now, here in the Senate, I think it's Senator Gatchalian's bill, brings it up to 400,000. My bill is actually at 480. Would you have the differences? Kunyari po, we did 400 instead of 350, or we did 480 instead of 350. What would be the fiscal hit? Para lang we have a better understanding, no? Why do I say this? When you look at, and I will sound like a broken record here, last year, pinag-usapan namin ni Sec RC yung living wage. I think, if I'm not mistaken, living wage in 2026 is close to 40,000 for a family of 5. Tama po ba, Secretary RC? You'll check.
A minute.
My understanding is that it's anywhere from 36 to 40,000 pesos ang living wage for a family of 4 or family of 5, no? So, tinapat ko po yung 40,000 dun sa 480 kasi 40,000 times 12 is 480. So, I know that government is supporting 350. We have other measures at 400 and 480. Could you tell us what the fiscal hit would be kung tinaas po natin yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the fiscal hit at 400,000 on the first year would be about 133 billion.
So double the 350?
Yeah, more than double.
Okay.
More than double. And at 480,000, the fiscal hit would be 143 billion pesos.
So from 400 to 480, mas maliit yung gap, but the 350 to 400 is actually a huge gap.
Yes.
Is that correct?
But sorry, in the one, because what we did is we copied off your proposed bill. So the one for SP Win Gatchalian, it has a 150K bonus exemption pa.
Okay,
so
with the others.
Yeah.
Okay, but roughly, it's double. From 350 to 400, it's double. The fiscal hit will be double.
More than double.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, DOF is supporting 350. Are you amenable to the 400 and the 480? Or you're computing?
My position has always been the same, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I am neutral to any tax erosion measure as long as we can be presented a tax revenue generating measure. So we're neutral as long as you can point us to another source. So we're okay to remove a source of tax collection as long as you point us to another source of tax collection.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, yung isa pa, since tax pa rin to, yung isa pang highlight in the SONA was the systems loss. When the President talked about systems loss, I know the goal there, yung pinakahinahanap po natin dyan, mababa yung presyo ng kuryente. At the proper time, not here, but during the hearing, during the EPIRA amendment, which is also in the LEDAC, some of us here want to propose, instead of the systems loss or aside from the systems loss, VAT on electricity for residential. My understanding is that the fiscal hit for this is less than 1%, just for residential. So for, maybe this is something you can look at. Kung tatanggalin po yung VAT sa kuryente ng mga residential, so meaning hindi po mga negosyo, mga factory, but just residential, this could mean a bigger drop in the electricity bill of our citizens. And as a whole, it might be less. because we're looking only at residential and not all consumers of electricity. Is that something you can also take a look at or help us compute, Secretary?
Oh, it would be our pleasure, Your Honor, to compute that for you.
Oo. So we're limiting the coverage. It's not all systems loss, just residential, and then VAT, which is 12%. Kasi ang systems loss po is only about 5 to 6%. With the VAT, it's another, maybe goes up to 6.5%. Pero yung VAT on electricity is 12% right away from the electricity bill. Baka this is something we can also look at. Okay, I'm out of time, but just as a last question, yung Pax Silica. No? Pax Silica was also mentioned in the SONA. I know that in previous press releases and meetings, government has talked about this as a major push for advanced manufacturing. Many of us want to see this manufacturing site up. Alam nyo po, ang Pax Silica area is 1,600 hectares. BGC is only 240 hectares. 6 na BGC po, ang laki nito. Ang potential na laki nito. And many of us just want to be sure na kung gagawin nga natin to, na yung gains ng Pilipinas, ramdam na ramdam sa trabaho, sa teknolohiya at iba pa. Now, in a previous hearing headed by Senator Tulfo, nalaman ho natin, there are about 70 to 200 families that will be affected. No? In the exact area where Pax Silica is, I'm handling lang. Yes, lang. I'm handling the budget of BCDA. In the budget of BCDA, nandun na po ba yung tulong para sa mga pamilyang to para mabigyan ho natin sila ng sapat na tulong para pwede na pong makita talaga yung pagsimula ng advanced manufacturing natin. Is that already there, Secretary Kim?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the 2027 budget across agencies does not have anything or provision for the implementation of Pax Silica. But if you're looking at possibly compensation, maybe not within the subsidy of the BCDA, but probably within their corporate funds, if ever. But I cannot answer for certain.
So it wouldn't be a budget item, but
not
they could be
certainly a
spending
budget,
for it
yes.
separately.
Yes.
Because yung posisyon po ng marami ko sa amin, gusto ho namin makita yung facility na ito nakatayo. After all, there was a commitment already that this would be advanced manufacturing and not hyperscaler data centers. So we want to see the advanced manufacturing. We want to see the industrialization. Pero ayaw ho natin na yung pinakamahihirap, yung magsasaka, yung mga IP na nandun po ay masagasaan. Again, we're talking about 1,600 hectares. Siguro naman po we can look for space and look for support for them to make sure that these families hindi ho sila mapeperwisyo. So we can look for that budget in the BCDA funds, not necessarily in the GAA.
Yes, Your Honor, not in their subsidy from the NEP, Your Honor.
Okay. As a final point, yung isa rin pong highlight in the SONA was about restoring trust and trying to put an end to corruption in our country. So as a final measure, I just want to go back and say, sana po we pass the Cadena Law. No? This is something I think that at some point, all of us were supportive of it. I'm wondering why the support has suddenly left the building. There's an urgency to this. Ayaw na ho natin makita na uulan ulit, babagyo ulit, babaha ulit, na wala pang resolusyon sa mga problema natin. Just for the record, ano ba yung pinagkaiba ng FOI tsaka nito? Maganda po yung FOI, we're supporting this as well. But sa FOI, kailangan magtanong yung citizen para makuha po yung data. Sa Cadena Law, lahat ng data nakalabas na ahead of time at nakamandato ang mga ahensya na ilabas ito as part of their work. At kung hindi nila ilalabas to, pwede silang makasuhan. No? Ano po yung data? Hindi lang po yung budget na nagsisimula of course with DBM hanggang sa kontrata, sa contractor, sa ano ba, DUPA ba yon? DUPA o anong tawag doon? Yung kung yung magkano yung mga semento, unit prices, lahat po yan, may lalabas po yan. And again, Secretary Kim, before he was a secretary, he was in NCPAG, humingi po kami ng advice sa kanya. Yung isang pahina po sa batas na yon, kung ano yung mga dokumentong kailangang ilabas, nanggaling rin po yan kay Secretary Kim De Leon, kaya we're thankful for that. So I'm hoping that if we pass this law, Secretary Kim and many of the members here, all were supportive, whether they were in or out of government, sana po, maitulak natin itong pagbabago ng sistema. And we can really make a dent against corruption. So I hope we can reconsider that and make it again a priority with regard to legislation. So ano po, Sec RC, I hope we can reconsider that also. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Aquino. Actually, next is supposedly Senator Marcos, but Senator Joel was requesting to go ahead because he has to go. Actually, dapat si SP or me, pero but we chose to give. Ano? Okay, please, Senator Joel.
I'll be very quick. I don't know if I don't know how to define quick. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, kanina when I asked that question regarding yung primary balance na hinahanap natin for DBCC to estimate the necessary to put yung debt to GDP ratio. Nagtanong ho sa akin, may mga nag-text, hindi nasagot yata yung tanong mo. Pero sabi ko naman, nasagot hindi lang kumpleto. But just to put on record, because a lot of people are also monitoring what we're doing here. Yung sagot po is 0.9% ng deficit to GDP ratio. Right now, ang 2026 deficit is 5.45%. The target for 2028 is 3%. But the primary mag-balance at makita natin na tumaas na papunta to that direction should be 0.9%. So ang layo pa ho talaga. So yung part of my other question kanina is ano yung timeline, kailan natin makikita at ma-accomplish yung declining path na ito. Parang hindi ho natin malaman at sana meron tayong vision and projection para makita natin that indeed hope springs eternal. Let me go straight to the point, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Puntahan ko unang-una yung binabanggit na living wage. Article 13, Section 3 of the Constitution guarantees that all workers shall be entitled to a living wage. Pero unahin ko po yung nangyayari ngayon. Dito sa NCR, nakialamang korte, ang Senado nagpasa ng sense of the Senate na resolution questioning because alam niyo ho, ang tagal ko nang naging chair ng Senate Committee on Labor pero ngayon ko lang nakita na verbatim na violate ng korte yung eksaktong nakalagay sa Article 126 ng ating Labor Code. Verbatim nakalagay ho doon, wag makialam, wag mag-issue ng injunction, wag mag-issue ng temporary restraining order. Pero hanggang ngayon po, nakabinbin po ito. No? So, ang question ko una, perhaps the DepDev department can help us with this. Ano ba yung position nyo dito? Kasi until now, no, kawawa naman yung ating mga minimum wage earners naman po ito. No? In fact, ano ba yung projected real purchasing power gain after itong electricity, transport, rent, and food inflation through 2027. Tumataas nga po yung inflation. Eto nga, tinaas yung ng wage board, pero may injunction, merong TRO. Pero kung titignan nyo naman po, kulang pa rin po eh. Kulang pa rin po eh. What can you say? Can we get a reaction from the department, from DepDev, on this particular matter?
Our position, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is that wages, minimum wages have to be decided at the level of the regional tripartite bodies. So
you support the regional tripartite bodies' decision?
That's our position, that these regional tripartite bodies which are represented by various stakeholders, no, including government. So
sir, I don't have much time, Sec RC. No? I'll go straight to the point. The minimum wage for NCR is 755. And in fact, dun sa bagong nilabas ng board, 840 pesos. Ito lang, itong tignan na natin ito, NCR na po. Will inflation erode the value of the wage increase?
Well, the fact of the matter is, in the last 2 or 3 years, the increases in the minimum wages for NCR have outpaced inflation substantially.
In NCR. And that's why I think Senator Amy and I were talking about some of our kababayans in Bulacan. Nasasabi nila, kesa magtrabaho dito, tatawid ka lang ng kalye. So, punta ka na no, sa NCR. Now, of course, we welcome wage hikes, but we also believe that we are now long overdue for a living wage. So, puntahan naman natin, nag-cross tayo dun sa living wage. What will, yung living wage that will provide a more lasting and perhaps we could use the word rational standard for determining the right pay for Filipinos to afford a decent life. What is the position of our economic managers on legislating a living wage? Kasi, okay, merong tripartite, may wage board, but they are not all focused on that particular direction of being there in that position of having a living wage, which would be fair, humane, and commensurate with the actual cost of living in this country.
I've always taken the position, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that legislating a wage that applies for the entire country is not the right thing to do. Legislating a minimum wage that applies for the entire country is not the right thing to do.
I agree.
Okay. And I think that our focus should be in enhancing the employability of the workers and enhancing there are two sides kasi yun for the earnings of workers, the employability of the workers and the quality of jobs available in the market. And that means better investment. If you have to get those two things together, otherwise creating a minimum wage will just create havoc in the economy.
Agree, but for me, I think it's important that we ensure that we are in one direction, one page of talking about the importance of coming up with a living wage policy, because that's enshrined in our Constitution. Now, let's go to your point, Secretary RC, and that's the main reason why we push for the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. And we're very happy about the developments going on. Kanina pa po natin pinag-uusapan yung difference or the importance of quantity versus quality. When we launched the Trabaho para sa Bayan plan in May of 2025, may we ask now, how are the desired outcomes and specific targets reflected in this proposed specifically in this proposed 2027 budget? For example lang po, no, yung TPB plan, it seeks to encourage investments in priority sectors or industries with high potential for job generation. Gusto lang natin malaman, Mr. Chairman, yung significant steps that we are taking next year in this direction. Kasi yung priority strategies, nakalinya na po doon, plancha na, labor demand, labor supply, labor market governance. So gusto lang ho natin makita yun. And because Senator Amy is looking at me, I will just ask for a report probably. The reason for being Senator Amy is that when the time comes that this is being deliberated on the floor, as the chairperson of this committee, I can no longer ask. So that's the reason why I'm asking now. And one thing that I have to make sure I'm going to ask is my favorite question every year, yung sa jobs, no? But siguro yun na lang po, yung hihingin ko na lang, no, sa DepDep. So I can go to my last point dahil I wanted to give the floor to Senator Amy. So I will be expecting Senator RC, Secretary RC of the report na lang, Mr. Chairman. Na pe-pressure ako kay Senator Amy. Every year, for the past so many years, I ask these questions, no? the fiscal year 2027 staffing summary, if we can flash this on the screen, it shows nearly 164,000 unfilled permanent positions in the national government. 164,000. Yung latest data na binigay sa atin ng CSC inventory report, more than 1 million na ho. Pataas ng pataas din po ito. Nagsimula ako, 250,000 lang to. I was still a congressman. Ngayon, 1 million JO contract of service workers. And every year, ang DBCC, every year, I point this out. In fact, every year, I also get the same answer from DBM, DOF. I know, mga bago po yung nakaupo na kaharap natin ngayon, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to put this on record again and again. These figures na nakikita po natin, ini-indicate po ba ito that government lacks plantilla position? And I will repeat the same question. Plantilla position, lacking plantilla positions, or that existing positions no longer match the functions and the skills that the agencies actually need. Nagpasa na din tayo ng batas, itong RA 12231, na mag-a-address nitong mismatch, particularly the long-serving JOs, COS workers performing continuing government functions. So last year, 1 out of 10 na permanent government positions remained unfilled. Nag-improve naman, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon, 1 out of 13. But still, 164,000 pa rin ang permanent positions na vacant. So, I don't know if we are improving, if we are going to accept again the answers that we will be eliciting from our DBCC officials. But the truth of the matter, and it's a fact, na ayan po, figures don't lie. Perhaps we can hear Secretary Kim. I will no longer call you acting Secretary Kim. Please, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, thank you very much. As for the policy of government for job order and contract of service, I think the 1 million figure that was presented by the good senator covers the entire Philippines, and that includes local government units. But if I may just exact the data, particularly for national government agencies, the data that we have right now is that there is a 13% reduction in terms of the number of job order and contract of service personnel for national government agencies and state universities and colleges. And we are doing several things to address this. Number one, we continue to, as you have said, probably the plantilla positions that are vacant may not necessarily be relevant to the actual requirement of the agencies. That's why we continue to recommend them to propose a scrap and build so that the required plantilla will be attuned to their requirement. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, there are a number of additional positions that have been recently created pursuant to additional laws that was passed by Congress as well. A big chunk of this is for DSWD, like for instance, the institutionalization of the four-piece bureau, and we gave particular note in the approval letters that priority should be given to all existing job order and contract of service personnel for these new positions that the DBM has been creating for the national government. Another thing, Your Honor, is we mentioned about the government optimization program, and the deadline will be August 29, and particularly the guidelines note that we can give preference. We're giving preference to those who have been job order and contract of service for the past 10 years for the number of positions that may be proposed by the agencies in their respective government optimization plan. So, Your Honor, we are doing it in several fronts. One, the continuous conversion and creation of positions presently. And moving forward, we're taking the existing stack of number of contract of service and job order workers to be considered in the government optimization plan, Your Honor.
Yeah, I will stop you there, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm happy about the 13%. It means that something's going on. But again, let me point out 164,000 unfilled positions, baka pwedeng bigyan na lang po kami ng report. Alin po dito sa 164,000 yung plantilla positions na nandun lang pero wala talagang hindi mapopondohan. Alin naman dito yung existing positions na hindi nagmamatch dun sa functions and skills na kailangan ng ahensya. So, yun lang po. Ihingin ko lang po yun. And at the same time, let me put on record
Yung malaki ang utang mo sa akin.
Hindi, kaya nga ako tumitigil na Let me put on record kasi I'm also going to defend the budget of OMB, CFO, na ako mismo naniniwala na dapat i-abolish na. So, and that's my problem. Actually, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know what do we do about this. So again, I just want to put that on record. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Senator Amy. Maraming salamat sa 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Yes, our Senate President.
Very quick lang, Mr. Chairman, kasi na-mention yung Optical Media Board. We in fact placed a special provision to wind down the Optical Media Board. So in other words, dapat hindi na siya nagfa-function. No? So because during the budget deliberation and maraming nag-agree na obsolete na yung kanilang mandate. Wala nang gumagamit ng CD. No? So, kaya linagay na namin doong to wind down. Nabigyan ba siya ng budget? Secretary Kim?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President, we took note of the initial observation for the Optical Media Board, and in fact, it's one of the priority agencies being considered by the Committee on the Optimization of the Executive Branch, and we are already in the final stage of the documentary requirements to effect the final winding down of the OMB, Your Honor.
Yeah, pero nasa NEP pa siya. I guess, kasi dinefend na. So,
we still have a small portion, Your Honor, in the NEP for the regular and the recurring expenses of the OMB.
when the time comes, si Senator Joel will make sure that the special provision will be implemented. Tinatanong ni Senping kung may confidential funds raw ang OMB. Wala naman siguro.
It's the Optical Media Board, wala po, Your Honor.
So when the time comes, silang will affect the special provision.
Thank you, Senator, our Senate President. Next, Senator Amy Marcos. Finally.
Maraming salamat. Hindi naman sa ayoko mag-intay kay Joel at alam ko na una naman si SP at saka si Chairman. Ang gusto ko lang sana kasi balikan ang pangunahing paksa na dapat talakayin natin sa araw na ito. And yun yung macroeconomic assumptions. Gusto ko talaga bumalik doon dahil sa pakiwari namin ang koleksyon ay hindi angkop sa gastusin. The 2027 NEP is anchored on a GDP growth of 5 to 6%. When in fact we know that the second quarter only registered 2.3%. Today, we got the bad news that even Moody's has downgraded us to a mere 3% for the entire year, significantly lower than 2025. How confident is the administration that the 2027 growth target remains achievable, given the very clear slowdown? We're getting conflicting numbers from you. You are reporting through the DepDev na talagang matumal ang benta, mahina talagang ekonomiya, pero sa kabila nito, ang laki-laki ng dagdag. Kaya natataranta kami at hindi namin maintindihan bakit yung revenue collection natin, sinasabi natin 9.2% ang dagdag sa tax. Ang total revenue increase is 8.3%, samantalang ang bagsak ng ekonomiya ay napakalupit at napakalaki. Ano ang tayo ba talaga ay tuluyan delulu at taon-taon masyadong malaki ang ating projection, labis-labis ang gastos, hindi naman nahahabol.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to the first part of the
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah. The assumption that we are making, Your Honors, that we will be able to make improvement in our economic business climate so that we are
Yes,
able.
but Manong RC, nasa 2.6, 2.3, quarter
Yes,
1 and
yes.
quarter 2. Quarter 3 is not going to look much better at the rate the weather's going. Paano pa hahabulin yan for 2026?
A big part of that reduction, Mr. Chair, is the slowdown of the economy was coming from the sharp contraction of public investment. Kung wala sana yun, you would have, kung nag-flat lang sana yung public construction, we could have added 1 percentage point more in the GDP. So,
pero hindi na natin mahahabol itong taon na ito. Kasi tag-ulan na. Hindi pa humuhupa yung ulan. Hindi pa pumapasok yung mga bagyo. Habagat pa lamang, bahan-bahan na.
the assurance that we are making is that we are getting from our colleagues, Mr. Chairs, that the bottlenecks there and the in spending part are now being effectively addressed. So we're taking the other portion there of that reasonable assumption. I would take that as a reasonable assumption, Madam Chair, is that this sentiment, this weak sentiment that we are seeing is temporary. That I think if we can show to the public that the whole of government is sincere and serious about good governance, about restoring trust in our institutions. For example, in the case of Congress, we have indicated here what those laws that we hope will be passed to help restore that trust and confidence in our institutions. That will significantly improve the domestic side of our economy. The other issues that I mentioned will take a long some time, like improvement in the investment constraints that we face, like the problem with power, high cost of power. Those will take some time. But I think the thing is, at the moment, the potential of the economy is 5 to 6%. That's the potential growth of the economy.
Yes, that's what we were talking about for the past year po. So, 5 to 6% ang sinasabi natin. Alam naman natin ang katotohanan, hindi naman nasa kalahati pa. Menos pa sa kalahati noon. Hindi ba dapat maging realidad ang ating pagpaplano? Why are we budgeting for the impossible? It's a declining economy, and we are declaring an increase in collections of 9.2%. Are we completely mad or delusional? O ano ba talaga? Dahil hindi naman ito totoo eh. Paano ba ito? Anong mga specific sectors are we expected to drive the acceleration in growth for 2027? Nabanggit na po, paulit-ulit natin, inaasahan, public infrastructure. Okay, we understand that. We're trying to ratchet that up. Pero itong weak sentiment na tinutukoy, alam naman natin, isang taon na nakalipas hindi pa nasosolve. Ngayon, nag-umpisa na naman ang ulan, nasa isipan na naman ng madla itong flood control. So, ano ba talaga ang mga sektor na inaasahan natin to ratchet up this collection? Perhaps Secretary Go, since you are the tax collector, you would like to explain this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think the explanation lies in the definitions that you are using. The macroeconomic assumption of
Sorry, it's not
GDP
my fault.
Sorry,
I didn't calculate those.
Sorry.
You submitted them to us.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I stand corrected. The macroeconomic assumption of GDP growth of 5 to 6% is real GDP. And it also has an inflation factor of 4 to 5%. So when we do our tax collections, we use nominal numbers. So we're using the nominal GDP growth and not the real GDP growth. So if you add the real GDP...
What if someone told you that the real GDP growth was even lower than your so-called nominal growth, which is the suspicion of many, not merely economists, econometricians, or even legislators? Mas mababa pa eh.
Your Honor, that's why the DepDev generates the macroeconomic assumptions that we use to estimate our collections. So the macroeconomic assumptions that we were given is a real GDP of 5 to 6 and inflation of 4 to 5. So the nominal GDP growth should be at least 9%, which is why our tax collection projection, which you correctly stated, is up by 9%.
Yes, but I thought you ascribed that to tax efficiency. In any case, what sectors are you really expecting to accelerate growth in this miserable economy? Perhaps you can name certain sectors because we're not seeing it. It's only public infrastructure that's been repeated time and again. Is there anything else you can point me to?
If I may, I will point to the export industry. The export industry, the export of goods last year grew by 15%. And in the first 6 months of this year, the export of goods also grew by 13%.
Yes, we understand that. However, we are all fully aware also of the 19% tariff, which became the 12.5% tariff. Patong-patong po ang tariff. At yung export natin ng electronics, tatamaan ng todo-todo. What adjustments can we actually make to the budget in the event, the most likely event, that actual economic growth falls below this assumed range of 5 to 6%? What can actually be done? Should we revise the budget? We know that the contingencies of demanding a supplemental budget make it virtually impossible.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in practice, we revisit our projections, our assumptions every time we have new numbers. Our GDP numbers come out every quarter, and as soon as those numbers come out, we review if our assumptions for the year or the subsequent quarters are still valid. If not, the DBCC meets to make some adjustments. So that's to make sure that we do not create unnecessary imbalances in the economy moving forward.
Yes, precisely. Which is why perhaps I will ask you that rather than insisting on impossible 5 to 6% growth, can we come down to a more realistic revenue target? Year on year, it's become a bad habit for all of us to keep projecting huge sums and then spending way beyond our means. Secretary Balisacan and I are both Ilocano. This is not what we do. Okay, the other question, earlier we spoke about Forex and the declining peso. The DBCC also assumes that the Dubai crude oil will remain at 70 to 80, 90 per barrel in 2027. But given the current volatility in global oil prices caused by both Iran and the U.S. Trade policies that have been changing so radically, what contingency measures are we undertaking and are apparent in the 2027 budget in the event that oil prices once exceed the assumed range? I think it's $90. Is that correct? So what happens then? Are we going to restudy all of this? Are there any measures we're undertaking to defray an increase in the oil prices? Di ba may 2 pesos na nga natataas na muli ang gasolina, kaya maraming nagtatanong. At yung inaakala nating gera na matatapos, hindi yata matatapos.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, one thing that the DOE has started implementing, taking off from the Middle East crisis, was to start stockpiling on oil, as well as to explore additional storage so that we can increase the storage capacity of the country so that we will not be that very much susceptible to any shocks.
Yes, Secretary, I know that that's what the DOE will tell us. Perhaps you can tell us with regard to its impact on the budget, on GAA 2027, because clearly so much depends on oil prices and it has a cascading effect on costs for everything.
Well, usually, Your Honor, when Forex increases or even oil price increases, the GAA stays the GA limitation stays the same. So the necessary implication is we have to reduce in terms of quantity. So easily, for instance, for oil consumption of government agencies, when prices go up, then naturally we have to reduce consumption or the quantity of oil because we cannot definitely exceed the limit of budget appropriated or authorized by Congress under the GAA.
Yes, we understand that, but we are consistently concerned that this hasn't been addressed and that there are no contingency plans whatsoever within the budget framework. And since we're in the process of dealing with that, perhaps we should handle that now as well. The 2027 TEP increased by 407 billion plus, or 6% from this year. So how much of this increase represents new spending and how much is attributable to higher costs? Apropos of Senator Lacson's earlier question. Alin dito yung bagong project talaga, bagong FAPS, samantalang yung iba naman ay higher cost lang. In the proposed 2027 budget, financial expenses, this has been mentioned earlier also, interest payments primarily increased by 17+%, faster than personnel services at 7.5%, and capital outlays at 13.8%, whereas the maintenance and operating expenses, like you said, have declined by 36.23 billion, despite so many increases in national tax allotment and BARM, the block grant. Why are we inflicting upon the MOE or the operating expenses the reduction? And which agencies, programs, and essential government services will be most hard hit?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as for new items in the budget, the increase, particularly for capital outlay, is mainly attributable to various foreign-assisted projects, significantly that being implemented by the Department of Transportation. We have given sufficient support for the North-South Commuter Railway as we really endeavor to have partial operability of the northern segment by the end of 2027. The same is true with the additional allocation for infrastructure for the DPWH when we compare to their prior year's budget. We have also had increased provision for the revised AFP modernization program from 40 billion this year to 50 billion next year. As to the MOE items that would be affected, mainly the reduction...
Yes, I think you're talking about capital outlay. That wasn't the question. The question was operating cost, MOE.
Yes.
Bakit yung tinamaan, MOE?
Yes,
Kasi
Your
parang
Honor.
halos hindi na makakakilos yung mga departments sa dami ng bawas.
Your Honor, as to the MOE, the reduction is actually looking at the quality of spending because as a matter of fact, we have seen piling up of MOE allocations for the agencies themselves, meaning for the current year, they are still using their 2025 balances at this point in time, and we expect that the same trend would happen. So we consider those factors in really rationalizing what we can provide for 2027 so that we can reprioritize. We have some elbow room to reprioritize some of this MOE expenditure.
Teka, bakit hindi nagagastos 2025 pa at 2026? Ano ba nangyayari na yung MOE natatambak? Ba't naiipon ng pagkatagal-tagal? Have you
Mr. Chair,
determined what the answer is?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, aside from the planning for the actual requirement, one major contributor for MOE in particular is the 2-year validity of the budget. So the agencies tend to has the tendency to be lax in terms of implementing the necessary projects because they have in mind that the budget is valid for 2 years anyway. That's why even in the Philippine Budgeting Code, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we are advocating that at least for MOE, we will be strict for a 1-year utilization because that would also improve on the efficiency of project implementation and at the same time the utilization of the budget.
Yes, hanging on to it until the last hour doesn't seem to make very much sense because then you won't have any performance or any output to report. So I think that's absurd, no? Maybe you can submit to us what are these MOE balances in which departments from 2025 plus 2026 pa. Napakarami na nun, napaka-inefficient na ng ating bureaucracy kapag ganon.
We will submit, Your Honor, and it's the same thing that we're trying to address as well in the MOE allocation starting from 2027.
Yes, I think we need to go back. Doon nga napag-usapan na yung tinatawag nating tax promises during the SONA. And I think Secretary Go estimated that there was 60 billion loss from the 350,000 exemption from personal income tax. That being the case, we heard that there would be new taxes under the progress tax package also to offset that. Is that correct? And what are the projected revenue gains or losses thereby?
Yes, the Department of Finance has submitted a draft bill to Congress, to the Senate, that we are calling Progress. And there are two revenue eroding reforms there. One of them is what Your Honor mentioned, which is to increase personal income tax exemption to 350,000 a year.
Is the second one the tax amnesty?
No, ma'am.
Oh,
no,
wala
Your
pa
Honor.
yun.
The second one is the removal of the minimum corporate income tax
Oh,
for
the
micro.
minimum, yes.
Yeah, for micro.
The MSMEs.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. The micro and small.
So, wala pa dun yung tax amnesty na binanggit rin sa SONA.
Yeah. Because the tax amnesty bill is a revenue enhancing measure.
Okay.
Yes,
I think there will be some who will disagree with you, but we will accept that for now.
Yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am. So, yes, Your Honor. So, on the revenue generating reforms, we have submitted a menu for the legislature to look at. They compose health taxes.
Yes, with all due respect, and Senator Cayetano will help me here, and this is very clear. Alcohol and cigarettes, alcohol and tobacco are already so heavily taxed. Aren't your projections for increased revenue rather optimistic once again?
I don't know if this is the right venue about the bill. But,
no, I'm just saying that it's not going to be a windfall kasi napakabigat na ng tax niyan eh. Parang konti na lang mapipigar yan. At the risk of what's already occurring, constant smuggling in the tobacco sector.
I'll just answer your question directly, Your Honor. We're not adjusting the excise tax on tobacco. We are looking at vapor products and nicotine pouches.
I see.
So not tobacco.
Yes, no, I saw that. It's e-cigarettes, novel tobacco, and e-cigarette devices. I saw that.
Yes.
Nevertheless, that's still a sector that's already heavily taxed. The other question has been about single-use plastics that you included in the list as well, which everyone finds rather optimistic given that there are no clearly available alternatives, particularly in the remote and island areas. So replacing single-use plastics with other alternatives that are obviously recyclable and sustainable is not so simple. So that's not another windfall. There's also been some objection to the taxes on automobiles, particularly from the agricultural sector on account of the pickup trucks and the other vehicles they use for farm-to-market vehicles.
Your Honor, I'll answer it again directly. There is no proposed tax on farm vehicles. There's
yes,
only a
but I think under the list there were pickups.
No, not in progress, Your Honor.
Tinanggal na?
Not in progress. Progress only has a luxury tax for vehicles above 8 million pesos.
Katatanggal lang daw. So the Senate President assures us that nakatatanggal pa lamang. No, it's not classified as a farm vehicle, although it's widely used as such. And apparently they've removed it. So we're very relieved. Nevertheless, the motor vehicles users charge will affect everyone. And that's another cause for concern. having said that, perhaps you can submit to us the projected increased revenue and if it will in fact fill the hole or the shortfall that is expected from the MSMEs exemptions as well as the smaller earners exemptions. The other thing has been, of course, former Finance Secretary Ben Jokno has described the proposed 2027 budget as an all-ayuda budget. What proportion of the 7.2 trillion is actually allocated for outright cash assistance, subsidies, social protection? I attempted to make a list pero marami kasi nakatago dun sa isang line ng iba't ibang ahensya katulad ng OP, ng DOLE at kung ano-ano pa, nasa 500 billion na kulang-kulang pa ang aking bilang. Ano yung official bilang po ninyo?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we're just retrieving the figure, but offhand, we would like to note that, in fact, some of the items for cash transfers have actually been reduced. As I've earlier mentioned, the provision for AIX, for IFIP, and for TUPAD has actually been reverted back to the NEP level.
Yes, Secretary. On its face, it looks like it's been reduced, but the reality is ang dami rin bago, di ba? Ang dami rin bagong mga handout, mga cash allocations, and perhaps it's important to listen to the warning of former Secretary Jokno, who says, have you seen the budget littered with ayuda? That's far more vulnerable to political patronage, weakening the budget's capacity to support productivity, employment, and long-term competitiveness. Given that following 2027, 2028 is a presidential national election year, this suspicion should be allayed. How you do that, I am not certain.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, again, we submit that the allocation has actually been reduced from 2026, and we are not sure whether the former secretary is also referring, for instance, for four-piece provision as part of the ayuda, because definitely there's also an institution, a law institutionalizing four-piece, and we're doing targeted selection to ensure that we're not just giving dole out for nothing, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, I know that this is above everyone's pay grade, everyone who's here. However, we are already in the budget season, and yet we have no budget secretary. As it stands, the budget secretary, with all due respect, Secretary Kim, is merely in an acting capacity, together with a number of very significant positions. Right now, as I see it, there are 12 acting or overacting secretaries, depending whose side you're on. And we know that firstly, it's only routine administration that they're allowed to do, day-to-day operations, executive orders that are already existing. You have no discretionary or any personnel movements that can be made. How are we supposed to address what is a worldwide crisis with a cabinet that is constituted by 12 at the very least, merely acting secretaries? I would like to name the most important ones: Executive Secretary Recto, DPWH Dizon, DOTR Lopez, who has such a big chunk for foreign-assisted projects, DOJ Vida, DOF, I think Secretary Go, DBM, as mentioned earlier. For DENR, with all the climate change issues, Mitch Cuna is also acting. For DOH, Dr. Mercado. For PCO, Dave Gomez. For DOLE, with an increased budget for social assistance, Francis Tolentino. Joshua Bingkang of BCDA together with Dr. Liban. So, ang tanong, makakaasa po ba tayo ng pagbabago at tunay na aksyon kapag nakatali ang kamay ng ating mga cabinet members? Alam ko na hindi naman ninyo masasagot ako, pero sa kabila nun siguro mainam na sabihin na rin natin, not only is this a perversion of what should be a system of checks and balances, but we worry that you will not be as free and as able to come up with innovative and emergency measures.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Next is Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon again, everyone. This is a continuation of December 2025. The Senate President was the chairman of the Committee on Finance. So to all my colleagues who were paying attention at that time and actually supportive of this initiative of this representation, like I said, is a continuation. So, Secretary, were you already the secretary then? Sorry, not yet, no? December last year? Were you? You were. Okay, but anyway, but let me refresh everyone's mind. I think it was Acting Secretary De Leon who was not in December. Okay, so let me just refresh everyone's mind. So the Senate was very successful, and I take absolute credit on behalf of the Senate for our initiative in retrieving 16 billion of earmarked tax that went to PhilHealth. Pero mahabang bugbugan po yun, because even though I knew that the Senate President, who then was the chairman, was supportive, sa dami ng kailangan din budgetan, hindi din naman niya basta-basta nakuhaan ng budget. But in the end, on the last day, practically, we were able to find the 16 billion to fund PhilHealth. Why is this so important? Because I go back to the presentation of both the Secretary of Finance and DBM and even BSP talking about the importance of health. And this is a big chunk of where we can get funding for health. So, for the benefit of the whole team, and I wish I could flash it, but I forgot to tell my team to flash it. But my colleagues are bugbog sa flashcard ko na ito. Ang total deficit from previously earmarked syntax for PhilHealth is 113 billion coming from syntax. So I hope you have the same number, Secretary. If not, I will be happy to give them to you. 2023 is 4.9 billion. 2024 is 38.73 billion, and 2025 is 69.81 billion, a total of 113.44 billion, okay? And then, there is also unappropriated and unreleased funds for PhilHealth coming from PCSO and PAGCOR 2019 to 2025, and that amount is 77.46. So ulitin ko kasi nagkakatuwaan yung ibang kasama ko dito. Ulitin ko, 77.46 billion, okay, from PCSO and PAGCOR. If I recall correctly, during the hearing, nagsabi si PAGCOR na dineliver na nila to sa Treasury. Nabigay nila sa Treasury. So unreleased nga. Unallocated earmark, kasi according to them, na-deliver nila. And then, unreleased appropriation from 2023 to 2024 is 101.43 billion. So, ang total nitong lahat is 292.33 billion, almost 1/3 of a trillion pesos. Let that sink in, dear colleagues, 1/3 of a trillion pesos na pwede, may pondo na, nalagay na yan sa batas, we've done our part, it just has to be delivered. Now, let's look at those numbers compared to kung ano yung tsinatsaga natin. We're happy to note that the current 2027 PhilHealth budget has 74.45 billion divided into, yung source niyan is, one is subsidy, 55.42 billion. So that's my first question, Secretary Go. I'm asking this question first because you might need time to check your numbers so I can go on to other questions while you're checking. Ang question ko po is, what is the syntax collection that is meant to be earmarked for health for 2027, and what portion of that is for PhilHealth? Kasi ang nakalagay sa budget is 55.42 billion. But I have here a historical record that tells us na never naman binibigay yung dapat ibigay. So did we learn our lesson? Nilagay ba? nilagay ba dito, Secretary De Leon? Okay? So yun ang first question ko. Second question ko, again, is kind of good news because there is now a benefit package improvement found in the special provisions for PAGCOR of 19 billion. So nung nagtatanong kami, kasi bumaba ang funding for MAIFIP, sabi kasi na may 19 billion naman dyan, no? May 19 billion. Kaya lang yung 19 billion na yan is not just for MAIFIP. Halo-halo na po iyan, nakasama ang dialysis, MAIFIP, ano pa? Sorry. Mali ako. Not MAIFIP. ZBB. I confuse it. I'm talking about ZBB. Erase muna yung sinabi ko. I'm happy to note that Acting Secretary De Leon stated that ZBB will now be available in 300 plus LGUs. Correct? Okay. And I don't know what amount is being allocated for those 300 LGUs. Again, I will take absolute credit for initiating that program because in the 2026 budget, tayo po with the support of the chairman, recommended that wala hong ZBB allocated to LGUs, wala. At awang-awa po ako sa mga mayor kasi nung in-announce sa SONA last year, not this year, na available na ang ZBB, yung mayors nagtingin na parang hala, hahabulin sa atin ng mga kababayan natin yan, wala namang ZBB budget ang mga LGUs. So during the budget, we said, sige, mag-pilot na kayo, umpisahan nyo na. And we put 1 billion, thanks to the support of the chairman, now Senate President, 1 billion for LGUs. I suppose successful yon kasi siguro naman, yung pilot project na yun, hindi naman ilo-launch ng 300 LGUs na hindi pa yan nasubukan, no? Because we believe naman we have to learn and learn from our mistakes. So 300 na ngayon ng LGU. Magkano? So yun nga, nahanap ko 19 billion is in the special provisions, pero halo-halo na yan for ZBB, malnutrition, which is a bill that we are currently, napasa na ba natin? Or we're still, but we are in the final stages. Yeah, that's right, I still have amendments. Malnutrition bill, dialysis, etc., 19 billion. So, I guess at this level, hindi na nyo alam kung paano yan hahatiin. And we generally frown upon the lump sums because it doesn't help us ensure that the programs we want to be funded or we know need funding are specifically funded. So again, balik ako sa ZBB, I wouldn't know if sa 19 billion, 1% ba ang mapupunta sa 300 LGUs. And for the record, we have 1,642 LGUs. Again, I'm happy. 300 is a start. I'm happy with that. But how much will go there? So medyo compounded yung question ko. Please answer whatever you can. Maybe I think this is more, I leave it up to the two secretaries to decide who would like to give a response. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I'll answer the question that's directed to the Department of Finance.
Okay.
Based on 2025 actual excise tax collections, it totaled 148.7 billion, and for sweetened beverages, 39.3 billion. And based on the earmarking percentages, accordingly, it's a range kasi the earmarking percentages. The total PhilHealth earmark is 75.2 billion.
Thank you for that, Secretary. So that means kulang ng 20 billion ang na-allocate sa budget. Kasi you're telling me that based on the earmark collection, it's 75, and yet what we earmark is 55. So ngayon, yung problema ni Senate President Gatchalian, problema na ni Senator JV kasi maghahanap tayo ng 20 billion that by law is supposed to go to PhilHealth. Nobody here has the authority to move that around, Mr. Chairman. If correct yung aking subtraction, please feel free to correct if I made mistakes in the numbers because 55 ang naka-allocate dun sa budget and you're telling me 75 is the earmarked amount. So is that correct? Would it be DBM na who will answer that? Okay.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we confirm that there is a 19.8 billion variance if we look at the earmarked amount for PhilHealth. And this is precisely what we have actually flagged to the previous DOH Secretary and the present DOH Secretary when he was still PhilHealth, because we need to fix how are we allocating for our healthcare financing. Because at the other side of the coin, if we look at the earmark portion for DOH, we're actually meeting, in fact, exceeding the earmarked amount for DOH. But then again, if we look at the spirit of the universal healthcare, which I believe that Your Honor is very much familiar of,
And also the chairman.
PhilHealth should be the single payer of healthcare financing. That's why we also welcome the PhilHealth president now as the Secretary of Health, so that we can address this kind of financing issue, so that we'd be able to provide for what is earmarked to PhilHealth, that would eventually be funneled down not only to DOH hospitals, but also to LGU hospitals, private hospitals, because of more efficient handling of these finances, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Just a quick question. Mr. Chairman, kayo ho bang hahawak ng budget ng health?
Yes.
Ginawa ko kayong resource person.
Yes, magtutulungan.
Yeah.
Anyway, we
Okay.
will help each other. Senator Risa, you, all the health advocates will be
Sige. The only reason I ask is
supporting and
because
helping one another.
perhaps we can toss it to them because by law, clear ni naman sa PhilHealth to. So baka you still have time to figure out how you're going to deliver this to PhilHealth. Kasi by law yun eh. So dapat hindi kami ang namomroblema nito because we already did our part in passing that law. And we spent an inordinate amount of time, me pushing for it, and the then chairperson and the now new chairperson finding how to pull it out. So can we just toss that, as you said correctly, to the new DOH and PhilHealth chair, ano ba si Beverly? President? Can we ask you to do that?
We will certainly work with DOH and PhilHealth to try to propose a solution on the matter, Your Honor.
But meanwhile, I feel this is your problem. 292.33 billion of never unallocated, unappropriated, and unreleased funds to PhilHealth. I know you are new to the position, but you need to help us figure out how to get this back.
This figure, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, refers to the accumulated amounts from prior years, if I'm not
2023,
mistaken.
2024, 2025.
We will have to confirm with the figures, and we would be happy to work with the good senator as well on how we can plan ahead, because definitely with the limited fiscal
Sir,
space.
pero just for your information, 2 years ko na tong tinatadtad, and then the past years binabanggit ko din. So maybe those who have been, I know you're new to DBM, pero may mga USEC, ASEC siguro nandyan. Alam ko na sundan nila to eh. So, let's not start from scratch. Well, you can ask them please to...
We'll also include this, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, in our discussion with Secretary Mercado and President Ho.
I'm sure they will welcome it because that's... But I have to take it up here because when we go to their budget, they're already limited to what was delivered to them. So, I'll be happy to give you a copy. I'll move on to my other points. Inuna ko lang to kasi continuation pa to ng last year. Okay, pahabol lang na question. Yung 2026 budget natin, na-release na ba sa PhilHealth ang buong amount due to PhilHealth?
We confirm, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that the amount under the 2026 GAA has been released to PhilHealth, including the 60 billion that we have to return to them.
Okay, thank you. So, I'll go through a few things. This is still for you, as Acting Secretary. In your earlier presentation, you included a slide on the increase of personal service in the budget, no? And then I was wondering, but then you added the information that a big chunk of this goes to education and health. So for the record, 34% ang increase ng personnel budget, and you indicated that a big chunk goes to health and education. You confirm, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, because the increase is across the board, and the biggest human resource is under education and health.
Okay. So, I'll very quickly mention education-wide. So, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, because the increase is across the board, and the biggest human resource is under education and health.
Okay, so I'll very quickly mention education, why it's so important, because the budget of CHED, higher education SUCs went down. I haven't gone through all the details, but I just want to put on record that for the many years that I handled the budget of higher education, I don't believe that there has been any significant changes. That for higher education, instructors, professors, basically teachers in the higher education sector, ang load nila is napakataas. So when we question bakit yung quality of education natin ganito, kasi yung teachers natin, yung load nila 29 units, 27 units, I think Senate President can confirm. So when I was a UP student, and thankfully I heard medyo ganun pa rin naman sa UP, ang load ng isang estudyante 15 units. So ganun din for the students in the other SUCs, ang taas-taas. So yung quality mo naman, kasi binobombard ka in quantity, pati sa teachers, quantity. So I'm happy that it's there, pero whether napunta yon dun sa nangangailangan na teachers natin, baka hindi. And I know baka out na yan dun sa scope nung alam nyo. Pero I'm bringing it to your attention how much it's needed and how much it's appreciated na nadagdagan, pero baka kulang pa rin.
Actually, Your Honor, we have a lump sum provision for additional teaching positions across our SUCs, and we implement the usual ratio of one instructor for every 25 students. So whenever we receive a request for additional position, and for as long as we can accommodate it within the lump sum, we act on it and create additional positions as necessary.
Mr. Chairman, I will run 1 kilometer for every request that for every 1:25 na nasusunod. But 1 teacher is to 25. Sige, for every kahit abutin ako ng buong buhay ko, kasi di ko alam kung saang SUC na may 1:25. Lately I checked because I was checking on some student athletes, and in a prestigious SUC, may online classes pa. Sabi ko, bakit may online? Hindi na uso ang online. Kasi kulang ang classroom. So, walang classroom na na-assign sa teacher. So, nung nagtanong ako dun sa student athlete, matatapos na yung SEM, never pa silang kita ng teacher nila. So, I'm pretty sure the reason for that is because hindi 1:25 ang estudyante. So, if we could still check on that. I love it that we have a goal, but I think it remains to be a goal. I don't know in what state that is being followed.
We'll check on it, Your Honor, because per our reports, that's what the ratio we're implementing. But certainly, we will check on what's happening on the ground.
Sige, kasi
and we work closely with CHED, Your
yan.
Honor.
Kasi narinig mo na ba yon, Mr. Chairman, the chairman now and the chairman before, meron bang may 1:25? Sayang, wala na sila, Senator Joel, Senator Bam. That's a figment of our imagination, kung kaya yan. I know UP tries, but because they have the highest budget, so... But anyway, I move on. But thank you for that information. So I go to health, no, on the same issue on personnel. We know very well the shortages we have in the healthcare system. I won't go through the numbers. It's very easily accessible naman to all of us. But the reason I bring this up now here with the economic team is because I feel we are sending conflicting schedules, conflicting plans on how we view job opportunities for our very valuable health human resources. On the one hand, we all know na kulang sa nurses. I have the numbers, but again, madali nang hanapin. And not just the nurses, pharmacists, radiotech, radtechs, occupational therapists, lahat ng klaseng therapists, speech therapists, physical therapists, lahat yan kulang tayo. Kulang lahat yan. And yet, they are the prime commodity. They are so in demand in other countries. And then I will read press releases coming from the highest level of government reporting with what appears to be much joy and pride that our human health resources are in demand. Alam na natin yon. We are proud of that, of course, but we are now signing an agreement with so-and-so country, and they will now be employed there. O in the meantime, wala tayo dito. So, there's a gap, right? And I've been talking about this for 22 years na, since 2004, na nagkaroon na ng ad hoc committee between, and this is a whole of government approach. DOH, DOLE, DFA. To a large extent, I would still say it involves DOF because all of us, human health resource nga ito. So ano ba talaga? Gusto ba natin silang paalisin? But it's very basic. I'll share with you a press release. It was an agreement with Denmark where at least they give back. And that's what, it is what it is. I'm a believer that you cannot control on an individual level. You cannot control these people, these young people, if they want to travel abroad, they want to work abroad. But what you can do is you can negotiate on a bilateral level and get something in return. They support the infrastructure, the health infrastructure here. They support for every 1 student, they will support the further education of another student so that we have master nurses with master's degrees and so on and so forth. Again, I keep talking about this, but does anyone know here, and maybe this is dev pa nga, what's being done about this? And at least can I get a nod from the secretaries? Do you agree that there's a gap? Because ano ba talaga yung direction natin? We applaud na may trabaho abroad and then we commiserate na nawalan tayo and then nobody's doing anything in between. 67,345 shortage of physicians, 106,541 shortage of nurses, 6,651 shortage of pharmacists, 5,500 shortage of radio technologists, and 884 occupational therapists. And so the list goes on. So I haven't come across a current program. Time and again, a new administration will put together a committee to look into this, then wala na ulit. So medyo sa'yo ko na direct acting secretary kasi ikaw yung nagsabi na we value our human health resource.
Certainly, Your Honor, Mr. Chair will have this relayed to the concerned departments, probably DOLE, DMW, and DFA on that particular respect. But in terms of our need for our government hospitals, we definitely still has some need. In fact, there are still unfilled positions across our government hospitals, and we continue to entertain as well and process requests for upgrading of our government hospitals. So by upgrading government hospitals, that would entail as well additional positions. So indeed, there's still a need for medical and allied medical professionals in the country as well.
Thank you for your deep understanding of this problem. Simple lang, 'di ba? Pero walang nag-a-address. Can you accept what I'm saying? Kasi yun nga, isang press release, yay, nakaalis sila, may trabaho sila abroad. Ay, nawalan tayo dito. Anyway, and then, so I won't let Secretary Balisacan off the hook here because the SDGs are with your committee, and that is my committee now. On the Sustainable Development Goals, it shows that 10 targets are showing progress, but 2 have regressed and have, I think, very little chance of meeting the goals by 2030. And this is health. So, paano? Siguro, baka kayo dapat ang nagtitake ng lead dito just because just like me, SDG, that's why I tend to be able to see the whole of government approach, whole of society approach because precisely I study SDGs. So, sa inyo din yon, Secretary. Siguro kahit just confirm na lang na this is something that you should be looking into and commit to do something about it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we would like to confirm that we are indeed regressing insofar as SDG 3 and SDG 11 are concerned. SDG 3 is the
Health, and 11 is communities and cities. Oh, and then, therefore, yes, you say edit, you are the expert.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Always present in my hearings.
Yes. We confirm that with respect to SDG Health,
Yes.
there are a number of indicators there where we are regressing. In particular, the incidence of increased incidence of accidental poisoning, and then the traffic accidents. That's due to traffic accidents. So, and then what we have done is actually just last week we convened our regional SDC, the regional SDG committee, regional subcommittees on the SDG, and we asked them to come up with a catch-up plan. Actually, they already did a catch-up plan 2 years back, but we had a review of that catch-up plan, and they have formulated a new catch-up plan looking at the new pace of progress report. Madam Chair.
Did the DepDev even get involved with the different agencies when it came to budget planning in terms of, sorry, did the DepDev get involved in different agencies with the lens of fulfilling our SDG goals or reaching our SDG goals through the budget process?
Yes, Madam Chair. What we have done is, actually, this was, I forgot if it was, I think 2 months ago, when we convened the entire SDG-related agencies, and then we presented to them the latest pace of progress report, and then the intent really was to revisit the targets for 2030, but it's also more for them to discuss with us and to have that discussion on how they intend to meet the original targets, and if really the original target could not be met, then what is the new one, and how will they reach that? So they actually mentioned the programs and projects that they plan to implement for that.
Anyway, just for everyone's information, based on my understanding, if you look at these targets carefully, it's very much aligned with our own goals, no? Kasi hindi naman nalalayo. So when you actually mention the accidental poisoning and traffic, of course we're concerned about deaths due to those causes, but I'm pretty sure we're falling behind. Like, I would say adolescent pregnancies are on the top of that list, di ba? So yung mga ganon, talagang kailangan nating trabahuhin. So anyway, I rest my case, but the reason why cities and communities SDG 11 is also so important is because by way of future thinking, it's very easy. They have predicted that by 2050, 68% of the population will be living in cities. So when we look at the flooding, when we look at the lack of housing, when we look at the gaps when there are calamities and like COVID na hindi makapasok yung pagkain, you would see how much we are at risk by not anticipating that it will keep getting worse for cities because the projection really is all over the world. No? And you know that, so sana hindi lang tayong dalawang nag-uusap dito. I think that's the bulk of it for now. I'm happy to do a second round later on, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Next is Senator Mark Villar, and then the last to ask question for this round will be the Senate President and yours truly. And I'd like to thank Sen Piano for at least yung iba tungkol sa universal healthcare, and either Mark, I would have wanted to ask that also, but you already covered that. Thank you. Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first questions, I just want to ask some macro questions first regarding our fiscal position. So I think one of the more important metrics that we use now, even more important than the gross debt, is the debt to GDP ratio, which at this point is, what is it now? What is it? The debt to GDP as of the latest?
We have two data points. One is the national government debt, and second is our general government debt. The general government debt, which is the global standard to be used, is roughly around 58% today.
58. What is the statistic here? Is the 60? That's a different. I think. What is the?
It includes intersection.
In the. Well, anyway, so 58%. Now I understand there's a generally right now, of course, we're investment grade, but generally there's some there's a threshold, or maybe not necessarily just debt to GDP, but I mean there is a point where we don't want to pass, where we don't want to exceed, because it might affect our investment grade status. And I just want to ask, what is that, more or less, as a general, what is that threshold that we do not want to exceed?
There is a World Bank threshold for general government debt to GDP that they have now put a number to, which is 70% general government debt to GDP. So our equivalent is 58.6. So we have a space of about 11+%.
So are we looking at what trajectory are we looking at heading into, based, of course, this the budget this year was based, or for next year was based on certain projections. So based on that, what are you projecting for our debt to GDP for the following year?
We're projecting it to go from 58.6 now to 58.4 to 58.3, all the way down to 56.1 by the year 2030.
I see. And the reason why I'm asking also is, I think the fiscal space is important, but, of course, aside from the debt increase, it's important that, what is our GDP target? Because this is, because obviously debt to GDP, we're not just talking about, the GDP increase will be very relevant to this number. So obviously, if our GDP is far outpacing our debt, there shouldn't be many issues. But if we continue on this low GDP, it might bring us to a level that we would not want.
In real terms, Your Honor, the target GDP growth for 2027 and 2028 is 5.6. In real terms, yeah. 5 to 6% in real terms.
That's the target for this year.
No, for next year. Because
that's the target for next year. For this year, what is the target?
Well, we are 3.5 to 4.5%.
For this year. For this year. Okay. And in terms of GDP growth, how is where did we see a drop? Was it in consumption, government spending? Was it in which portion of the formula for GDP?
It's everywhere except for net exports. Exports grew faster than imports, which is quite different this time compared to previous years.
So personal consumption,
consumption dropped quite to something like 2 point. It slowed down to roughly just a little above 2% in the last quarter.
What do you attribute the drop in personal consumption?
Earlier, I mentioned the weakening of consumer sentiments arising from the acceleration of inflation in March, which continued. It diminished a bit, but it's still 6.2% as of the last July. That's still quite high compared to 2 to 3% or 2 to 4% target. And also I mentioned also about this concern about governance issues, the perception about our institutions and governance. And I think that affected particularly the investment side of the equation.
Yes, and even I believe the government spending side is also quite sluggish.
Yeah, the public construction contracted by over 30% in 2 successive quarters. That's quite sharp.
Yes. The reason why I also want to segue into, meron kasi akong isinulong na batas, yung pagtaas ng exemption sa income tax ceiling, 300 to 360,000 pesos. In my mind, if kung mababa naman ng government spending and mababa rin yung consumption, I just naisip ko lang na itong pagpapataas ng income tax ceiling ay magbibigay ng additional income sa lower, I guess the mid to lower earning segment. So naisip ko lang, siguro this is a way, in my mind, it's also a way of pump priming. This, and it's in a way, instead of ayuda, maganda rin na ibaba na lang natin yung income tax for those who are earning less, for the lower, I guess, the lower earning income segments, and that's a direct that will translate to a direct benefit in consumption, because that's obviously, instead of us giving out ayuda, an exemption on income tax, while it will while it will create a fiscal, I guess it will take a hit in terms of revenues, but it will be compensated by a increase in consumption, I suppose. I mean, I would surmise. Can I ask your comment on this? If I'm curious, because this is a bill that I filed, and I wanted to know what the fiscal repercussions of this bill are. What the fiscal repercussions are.
And the consumption effects, I think that those certainly will be positive. But I think the ayuda that we are talking about here, or the effects of the tax exemptions, would not reach the many of the poor who are in the informal sector, who are not paying taxes to begin, income taxes to begin with, and many of them are our poor are in that category. So I think what we have seen in the last, particularly during the 2023 to 2025 period, which the period where we have data, show that when done well, the ayuda could actually help, especially those who are victims of circumstances like floods or typhoons.
Actually, hindi ko naman sinasabi na dapat wala ng ayuda. Okay naman yung ayuda. Ang sinasabi ko lang, siguro for the lower, siguro maganda rin po na bigyan din natin yung lower income segment. Hindi naman, meron tayong tinatawag na D, E, meron din tayong lower income segment. Siguro kailangan din natin magbigay ng relief, at sa aking pananaw, malaking relief din yung income tax for people earning less than 360,000 a year. I mean, this is not generally. These are people who do pay taxes. They're minimum wage earners who pay taxes. But if we can give some of them some tax relief, sa tingin ko, hindi lang meron. I understand na may tama sa revenues ng gobyerno, but at the same time, this is a way of giving instant relief to many of our taxpayers who malaki din ang pangangailangan ng ating mga low-income tax earners, low-income earners, mid to low-income earners. So, I just want to, I hope you can maybe compute kung ano po yung net benefit, kung sakali may mawawala sa revenues natin, but at the same time, may madadagdag din sa consumption. And this is for me, it's a progressive reform. Kasi lahat mabibigyan eh. Wala nang inefficiency, hindi na natin pipiliin kung kanino natin ibibigay yung ayuda. Ito directly to people who need immediate relief, I think. That's just my theory, and that's my belief. So I want to ask your comments, Sir Chairman, on these thoughts.
I would say that the net benefits, I don't think that the first round effects on consumption, additional consumption, and the additional revenue that consumption would generate would be able to offset what you give away.
Do we know how much more or less revenues is generate? What would be the effect on our revenues of that a tax like that on the lower income segment?
Mr. Chair, yeah, since that's directly a DOF question, I think, for example, in our proposal to raise the personal income tax exemption to 350,000 a year, we're estimating to lose about 60 billion in taxes, and we will probably recover only somewhere around 15% of that in taxes. The reason for that is the highest level of consumption at that income bracket will be food related, and a lot of the food related are exempted, for example, from VAT, and has a lot of exemptions at that level.
Yes, that's why I think when it comes to, of course, obviously in the ecosystem of government, once you collect, you will have to redisperse it somehow. And there are efficiencies. If the government spending is low, as it has been, I was just saying perhaps we might consider these tax exemptions as a more efficient way to give assistance to those who may need it, because it's like again I said, it's in a way we can see it as a little bit more progressive, as it's not bound by inefficiencies in distribution or bureaucratic inefficiencies. It's just a clear cut that goes directly to the spending. It goes direct. I guess it goes directly to the income of our lower income segment. So I just hope I hope this is something that we can compute. I hope I can ask, maybe the effect is 60 billion, but I mean, when you talk about in a nationwide scale, ang daming makikinabang sa bill na ito. Syempre, in terms, it will immediately, and it's immediate. Hindi mo na hintayin pa ma-distribute, wala nang bureaucracy. The moment you pass this bill, immediately those who are earning less than 30,000 will have relief, immediate relief to many people. So I hope that can be given a very strong consideration, and hopefully sana masuportan nyo po ang bill, dahil sa tingin ko rin imbis na may tama rin, but para sa akin sulit din yung pwede naman tayo mag-generate ng additional income, maybe from our GOCCs, if we can, so makaka-generate tayo ng 60 billion sa ating mga GOCCs, and we can pass this bill. Sa tingin ko, maraming matutuwa kung itataas po natin ng income tax exemption ceiling. So I hope that can be considered by the economic team.
If I may, yeah. I think another way of looking at it is, the last time we revised the tax rates was 2018, was it? 2018. And there has been so much inflation since then. You see, so that those groups of population in that bracket are now paying effectively much higher taxes than in 2018. So,
so in a way, it's inflationary adjustment.
Yeah,
that's a good way to look at it, Secretary. So we're basically, actually this bill is just adjusting it to the realities of the past years of inflation. That's another way. That's a very good way to look at it, Secretary. So maybe as part of I hope that the Department of Finance will also consider that as it would be a big, I think it would be, sa tingin ko lang, makakapagbigay ng tulong, na malaking tulong sa ating mga kababayan, at itong tulong na ito ay mabibigay kaagad. So malaking bagay po kung ipapasa natin itong bill na ito. So hopefully we can consider that. And I'd also like to, I mentioned the income generating, and related to that, as the chairman of banks and financial institutions, I'd also like to ask for an update on one of our income generating GOCCs, which I was also a principal author of, which I defended a few years ago, is the Maharlika. Gusto ko sanang humingi ng update kung ano po yung mga investments ng Maharlika, at kung ano ng performance ng Maharlika Investment Fund.
So, may na sila ng so dapat kasi pag-din sila ng sila. Kung malamang dapat feeling ko dapat parang hindi tama.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the principal investments of the Maharlika Investment Corporation as of June 30, 2026 are as follows. They've invested 1.17 billion in Synergy Grid.
Billion.
Billion.
Billion. Oh.
They've also invested 8 billion in Asian Terminals Inc. They've also lent working capital to Petron Corporation of 15 billion. This was during the height of the oil crisis. And a small investment in a mining company.
What's the name of the mining company?
Makilala Mining, but I believe this has already been unwound. It's a
loan?
company.
A loan?
It was a convertible, like a convertible.
Preferred shares.
It was a derivative instrument. It wasn't a direct investment.
How much was the amount?
500 million.
A convertible bond.
It wasn't exactly a convertible bond. It's like a loan that is convertible
to equity.
Yeah.
So they converted it to equity.
No, they actually sold it at a profit.
They sold it.
They already unwound.
Okay. So they sold it. Okay. And the Maharlikas declared a dividend, I understand already?
Yes, they declared a dividend this year.
What was the amount? Would we know?
1.376 billion.
And this represents a rate of return of what?
Well, the total capital invested there was 75 billion pesos.
So that's
it's
okay. So they have not deployed all the capital yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is that? There's no vehicles, but I suppose the rest they invested it in T-bills.
Yes, in government securities.
Government securities. Okay. So the other ones, why have they not been able to deploy?
I believe, Your Honor, that they spent a lot of time and resources on trying to close a deal with a larger deal with the grid.
Parang malit lang yung 1 point. Di ba mas malaki to?
No.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they spent a lot of time and resources in trying to close a larger deal with Synergy Grid or the grid, the transmission company. However, they were not able to close the deal with them. But this 1.17 billion that you see that I mentioned earlier is actually them participating in the equities market, which actually I must say has also made quite a good profit for Maharlika. But yes, it's very small compared to the deal they were seeking.
This is kung 1.3 out of 7. That's about a 2-point-something% yield, I believe. That's a dividend yield of 2-point-something. Wala akong calculator, but it sounds like parang 2-point-something%, I believe.
Yeah. Well, they only remit to the national government 50%.
50%. So they have their actual increase in is higher. This is just the
Their
dividend
real
yield.
profit is higher than what they give back to the national government as dividends.
And the dividend is the whole year, or baka naman lang to sa first quarter or first half
It's
of the year.
for the whole year of 2025.
For the whole year. Are we expecting a higher dividend yield for the next year?
I can say that with quite certainty, yes.
Okay.
For 2027.
But no projection. Do we have a projection for that, or
No, not at this moment, Your Honor.
But there's no deals in the pipeline. Nothing.
No, there are several. The board, every time the board meets, they actively discuss 2 or 3 deals. But being a sovereign wealth fund, they're also, I think, probably on the conservative side. So the deals don't come as quickly as it would in a private company.
Yes. I hope we can also can I request, Mr. Chairman, for a maybe for all of us an update on and I think I discussed it with the Senate President.
Planned investments,
yes,
probably.
Baka we can ask for an update, a more specific update of what's happening with the Maharlika, and we're hoping, of course, that it can generate also some additional revenues in the short to medium term. So, Mr. Chairman, can we ask for an update? Can we maybe request for an update for all of us?
Yes,
for
can we can request for an update from Secretary Deco about plans of Maharlika.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will be at your disposal when you schedule that briefing on Maharlika, and we will have the president and CEO of Maharlika as well as
Yes, please have him
other officers.
accompany you during the proper budget hearing of the DOF and the other agencies as well.
Yes, thank
Likewise,
you.
with the indulgence of Senator Mark,
Yes, please.
one of the intents of the Maharlika was really to pursue about the. Will you still pursue about the acquisition of the shares supposedly of the state grid, the NGCP?
At this point, the talks are not progressing as well as we hope it to be, but I will not say that it's completely not being done anymore. So I think Maharlika will continue to pursue a potential investment in the grid.
I believe Synergy is, you said your Synergy Grid, that is the owner of, that is a owner of NGCP, one of the
That's right.
Synergy. So there is an investment of 1.7 billion.
Yes, SGP, which is Synergy Grid, is a listed company owned by the Filipino shareholders in the grid.
So there is an investment, but kaya lang maliit lang yung investment sa NGCP indirectly through the local investor in NGCP. Correct.
Yes, the shares were bought in the open stock market in the Philippine Stock Exchange.
I see.
Because they're a listed entity in the Philippine Stock Exchange.
So yung binanggit nung I guess last year, hindi pa natutuloy yung acquisition nila ng NGCP or Synergy. Hindi natuloy.
No.
Okay. Thank you. And finally, my last is regarding bilang author ng AFASA bill, nagpapasalamat po ako sa BSP at binanggit po yung AFASA bill kanina. At gusto ko lang malaman kung ano po yung mga updates, kung nakatulong ba ang AFASA bill sa pag-enforce ng anti-scamming, or kung marami na po ba nahuli na scammers, or ano pong naging performance, nag-improve po ba yung performance ng BSP dahil sa AFASA bill? Gusto ko lang malaman kung ano pong update at kung nakatulong, at kung nakatulong ano yung extent ng improvement sa ating enforcement. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, allow me to answer that question. Since I'm the General Counsel of BSP, and under me, under the Office of the General Counsel, under the direct supervision of the General Counsel is the CAPO, the unit that was created pursuant to the AFASA. So that's the Consumer Account Protection Office. And to respond to your question, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, nakatulong po, malaking tulong po ng AFASA, no? Kung tatanungin niyo po kami, no, sa BSP sa pagsugpo ng scam at fraud. In fact, in terms of like yung mga accomplishments that have been done, no, in our efforts to implement the AFASA, may mga kaso na po ng mga final against scammers. In fact, we've been coordinating with law enforcement agencies po, no? And through our collaborative efforts, we're able to, the various or several law enforcement agencies were able to file cases. I know in December 2024, for example, the NBI, the National Bureau of Investigation, arrested 7 Chinese nationals involved in an online scamming operation in Parañaque for offenses that included social engineering schemes under AFASA. The PNP, the Philippine National Police Anti-Cybercrime Group, or ACG, also reported 527 AFASA-related cases in 2025, of which 447 had already been solved or cleared, and noted a decline in online scam incidents during the first half of 2026, which is partly attributed to increased public awareness of fraudulent schemes, no? And then para po mas lalo pa pong yung lumawak po or lumaki yung mga accomplishments pong ito, Mr. Chair, Your Honor,
we at the BSP, again, through the CAPO, we have actually entered into information sharing agreements with different government agencies or law enforcement agencies like the SEC, the CICC, and the Department of Justice in this year, 2026. Ang layunin po namin doon, Mr. Chair, is again, thank you for the efforts of the sponsors, the senators who sponsored this AFASA bill. One thing that we are able to do now because of the AFASA is that CAPO is able to look into the bank accounts of these scammers and fraudsters na dati po hindi po yan nagagawa. We don't need a court order to be able to do that. And because of these additional powers and functions given to us, nakakapag-share po kami ngayon ng mga information na maaring magamit ng mga law enforcement agencies sa paghabol po dito sa mga fraudsters and scammers. And of course, more importantly, tumaas po yung probability na ma-recover po ng mga biktima ng fraud at scam yung perang nawala po sa kanila. So ginagawa po namin itong ISA, Information Sharing Agreements, as I said, with the different law enforcement agencies and other government agencies para po rin masigurado na kung ano man yung impormasyon na makuha namin at i-share sa kanila ay hindi po naabuso at nagagamit lamang po sa tamang paraan. Kaya again, as I said, to respond to your question, malaki pong naitulong at marami pong salamat doon po sa pagpasa po ng batas na iyon.
Maraming salamat at nakakatuwa.
Mr. Chair, with the
Yes,
permission
please.
of Senator Mark, Mr. Chair, quick interjection lang po.
Yes, please go ahead, Senator Risa.
Mr. Chair. Dagdag po dun sa yung benepisyo ng AFASA sa mga victim survivors sa mga scam ng online fraud. Yung din po para sa mga victim survivors ng POGO. Pinasok po namin yon at the time na ipinasa yung AFASA, yung amendment na pwedeng gamitin ng gobyerno, pwedeng panghawakan ng gobyerno yung mga assets na kinuha sa mga dating POGO operators para sa rehabilitation ng mga victim survivors niya. So just for the record ulit, Mr. Chair. At salamat, Senator Mark.
Yes, I remember that, Senrisa. That was one of the provisions that you really fought for. At napakagandang provision yan, Senator, and of course, SP. Napakagandang provision yan. Kasi dati, natitenga lang yung mga assets at hindi magamit. At ngayon, nagagamit na ng gobyerno yung mga assets na nagaling sa mga scam hubs or sa mga criminal activities. Kaya nakakatuwa naman at mas marami na kayong nahuhuling scammer dahil sa AFASA bill, and at least nakakatuwa at yung efforts ng Senate ay nakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, and maraming salamat po, sir, sa update ng BSP, and asahan nyo po na pag mayroon pa kayong mga batas na kailangan para lalong makatulong sa mga biktima ng scammers, nandito po ang Senado para tumulong sa BSP. So thank you very much, and that's all for me now. That's all for now.
Senator Villar. Next is our Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marami na ho na tanong. I'll just ask some of the loose ends lang. I'll flash on the screen slide 2. Okay, flash on the screen. So, this was asked by Senator Aimee, but I want to get a clear answer from Secretary Balisacan. So first half, our economy grew by 2.6%. And in order to reach the target, kailangan natin to grow at least on the low side at 4.4%, on the high side, 6.4%. So my question, Secretary, kaya pa ba ma-hit itong 4.4 at the very least second half of the year?
The lower end, it's still very much
so
plausible.
Feasible
because,
pa ito?
Yeah, because as I said earlier, if you can just get the contraction of public construction spending from negative 32% to even just zero, mag-flat lang. you can generate 1 percentage point of GDP growth. And then that will hopefully redound also to improvement in sentiments among in the private sector, because the private sector investment responds quite strongly as well to public sector investment. That's why I think that can help. And then hopefully we'll see continued deceleration of inflation. 6.2 hopefully, I think in August. We hope to get that further decline, and that should improve sentiment.
So itong 4.4 at the lower end is still feasible based on your...
I would say that, yeah, I would not give that up.
Okay, I'll go to the next slide, slide 3. I mentioned earlier this morning, actually, 2 things that affected our economy, the 2 C's, no? Conflict and corruption. The conflict, the US-Iran conflict, inflamed inflation, and obviously consumption went down. That's the red bar, and then, or the red line. And corruption reduced government construction to even negative, no? And my question to you is, of course, itong household consumption is very difficult because it's susceptible to inflation. Hopefully with positive news in the Middle East, lower oil prices, lower inflation, then we can see improvement in household sentiments in terms of consumption. Itong government construction, what is government doing in order to ramp up government construction? I can ask this to you or to Secretary Kim, because ito kontrolado natin to. Alam ko, based on my experience in Valenzuela, a lot of the SAROs are already out, no? 3rd quarter. Pero umuulan eh. No? So in actual construction may not be there. No? The SARO is one thing, but yung physical construction is another thing. No? Because of the incessant rains, hindi ganun kabilis yung physical construction. No? But nevertheless, I want to hear from DBM, what are we doing to improve government construction? Because this is something that we can control. No?
Yes, Senate President and Mr. Chair, as to government public construction, as we have earlier reported, we have actually facilitated the release of the allotments for a big bulk. For DPWH, it's almost the entire allocation for DPWH for the year. We reported earlier, the same is true for school buildings. We have released about 60 billion of the 85. For farm-to-market roads, we are processing it right now, and the same is true for the health facilities enhancement program. So we aim really to roll all these things out to contribute to public infrastructure spending. And while implementation, as you have mentioned, is a challenge, we are looking at the outlook that the rains are actually not happening all around the Philippines. So probably some of the construction may be progressing in other parts of the country because our releases actually cover a nationwide set of projects, Your Honor.
For at least for the second half or even 3rd quarter, na-release na siya. Lahat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or buong taon na-release na?
For DPWH, yes, we have released the allotments for DPWH last, I think, May. In fact, we were initially targeting, we gave them the chance and the target to award the same by June. But there's a portion, about 20 to 30% of the projects were still not awarded by June. But hopefully, the last July and this month of August, they should be able to award the same, Your Honor.
But your release is on a, just to give us an idea, your release for infrastructure project. Ano lang to this is an estimate in general. Have you released until what quarter? 3rd quarter?
For the allotment, Your Honor, we released the full amount so that they can actually procure.
Until the end of the year?
Yes. What we manage, Your Honor, is the cash requirement.
Correct.
Yes.
That's my actually next question. That's why I'm asking whether 3rd quarter until end of the year, because the next problem is the cash.
Yes.
No?
But the allotment, Your Honor, is the full requirement so that they'll be able to award the full project. Yes.
Okay. All right. So until end of the year, na-release na completely.
Yes, for DPWH,
For
yes, Your Honor.
DPWH.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How about for the next big ticket is for DOTR and also for DepEd. In top 3 lang, no?
Actually, for DOTR, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Chair, the bigger chunk are mostly foreign-assisted
Foreign
projects.
assisted,
In fact, they have actually consumed the allocation within the GAA, which necessitated us to release additional allotment for loan proceeds charged from the unprogrammed appropriations of 2026. So this will actually enable DOTR to continue implementing and paying for the works until the rest of the year.
Okay. And for DepEd, I heard 60, the biggest chunk there will be the classrooms.
That's correct,
No,
Your
the
Honor.
basic education facilities. You've released 60 out of the 85.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
that is
so
correct.
just submit to us a per department only for infrastructure because what we want to address is this dip on the for 5 quarters government construction has gone down to negative. No, so what we want is to reverse the dip. No? So,
We will submit,
Yeah,
Your
just
Honor.
submit to us a very detailed per department per infrastructure spending. On the releases, no? So we can account for that. Since you mentioned cash, my next question is on revenue, and this is. I was looking at the revenue targets for this is not sandali. This is yan, on page 62. So for tax and for tax natin, we're looking at the targets. For the last 3 years, we're not, paki-flash lang. Yan. For the last 3 years, in terms of tax collection, there's a shortfall to target. For non-tax, we're reaching the target. Although for 2025, bumaba yung ating non-tax. And if we break it down to, of course, the 2 major collecting agencies, BIR and BOC. Next slide. Again, it's not reaching its target for the last 3 years. No? For 2023, 2024, 2025. Sa BOC, 2024, 2025, hindi siya nag-reach ng target niya. So, obviously, we're relying on our 2 biggest revenue generators in order for us to lessen our borrowings. No? So may I ask the DOF or any of the revenue collecting agencies, bakit hindi natin natatamaan yung ating target? No?
Assistant Commissioner Marurilla is here.
Hindi natin natatamaan itong target natin.
Commissioner Nepomuceno.
Naglagay tayo ng target pero hindi naman natin natatamaan yung target natin.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Mr. Senate President, for 2024 and 2025, I think we did not hit our target. But previous to that, in 2025, it was the only one time that we did not hit our target, I think. But previous to that, we were hitting our targets. I think there were difficulties on some measures that were undertaken during that year to lower some tariff on major imports by the Bureau of Customs. But we've adjusted already, Your Honors. In fact, for this year, as of July 2026, we're at surplus of about 11 billion from our
The
adjusted
surplus is
target.
because of the depreciation of peso and I'm sure yung presyo ng gasolina kasi, crudo tumaas eh.
Yes, but still there are difficulties in the volume pa rin po naman. We attribute it to both. Yes, the dollar, the increase in dollar, and of course some revenue efficiencies. Considering that there are still some tariff lines, Your Honor, that were lowered, and these tariff lines covers some top imports coming from other countries which we depend on as our revenue.
Ano bang mga administrative reforms are we doing sa DOF or any of the revenue agencies to improve revenue collection and meeting the targets? It's important to meet the targets because, like I said, no, we're pressing DOF to reduce borrowing, but if we cannot collect and meet the targets, we have no choice but to increase our borrowing.
Your Honor, as far as the BOC is concerned, one of our major challenges is, of course, misinvoicing. We address that by subscribing to publications. There are publications that we subscribe to that reflect actual prices of commodities. These prices are the ones that we use to question some undervalued items that are being brought into the country. So by way of that, we were able to efficiently collect some of the items that we feel we needed to adjust, in terms of at least questioning the transaction value. More than that, we also needed to have a workaround on our system and try to improve trade facilitation, because if trade facilitation is restricted, we're only able to collect so much for a given period of time.
You mean in subscription? Wala kayong subscription and because of this subscription, nag-improving collection ninyo?
Ngayon, Your Honors, we've been doing it for the past years, but we've expanded it. In fact, if you look at our budget, there's specific proposals for specific subscription fees on major items that we look into. And these major items are the drivers of our imports. These are the top imports that we look into. They're the drivers of our collection.
So BIR, what are the reforms that you are doing in order to improve collection efficiency?
Your Honor, for the BIR, for the past year, as shown in the screen, we're really having difficulty in attaining the goal. Some factors is because of not able to achieve the expected projection as computed. But however, for this year, January to July, so far we are on target. In fact, January to July cumulatively, we exceeded the goal. So we're up by 100.12 actually percent, a little over 2 billion. But in terms of enforcement activity, we've been continuing with run after fake transactions. Rough cases, we've been filing DOJ cases, pursuing cases that are endorsed to us by other enforcement agencies, like endorsements from the flood control cases. We have been pursuing the POGO cases and other informers cases, big ticket that are being endorsed to us. We are also doing tax verification drive. This is to expand taxpayers' base, making sure that all those doing business are really registered in the database. But the approach we're taking now is more on a friendly approach, educating first the taxpayer, making them comply, giving the opportunity to comply. And if not, that's when we enforce the law by imposing the Oplan Candado or closure to force them to comply with the requirements in the BIR and impose penalty.
Ergo, meron bang internally, do you have any disciplinary action or any way of compelling the two agencies to meet their targets? Or do you have any covenant na pag hindi mo tinamaan tong target na ito, lagot ka? Ano ba mga ganyan? Or else these targets are just...
There is the attrition law.
Merong itong targets, pakita lang to and then it means nothing if you don't hit it.
Your Honor, if I may put forward what my observations are on this matter that you brought up. I think the problem lies in when the macroeconomic assumptions are made, which are generally made a year and a half or a year before the actual year. They're generally optimistic. And all the revenue collection numbers are based on those macroeconomic assumptions. However, the problem in the last 3 years, if you will, is that we've been subjected to so many unpredictable external shocks, such as the war in Ukraine, such as the United States reciprocal tariffs, and now the war in Iran. So I think the dilemma is when the macroeconomic assumptions are made, they're made without the ability to predict such black swan events or such global external shocks that are beyond our control. So what happens is when you compare the actual revenue collection versus the macroeconomic assumptions made a year and a half ago, they are not able to take into account these eventualities. So a case in point, for example, is the budget of 2025 was made in June 2024, and after the flood control investigations, for example, suddenly the public sector spending suddenly dropped, so the GDP growth of the country suffers, and unfortunately, the collection targets were set a year before that. So I think that's generally my observation on this matter.
Don't you and the DBCC also meet regularly to revise the targets?
Yes, we do.
Revise yun every now and then, depending on the economic situation.
Yes, we do. So the macroeconomic numbers, assumptions change every 6 months. But the NEP was fixed a year ago. So if your question, Your Honor, is about the fiscal deficit, the NEP for example now we're
only this for collection. Don't you adjust this also?
It does. The collection target adjusts every 6 months. And generally, your observation is correct. The target slides downwards.
Correct. So my question is, meron bang penalty? Meron bang way to pressure the collection agencies? Maybe it's about time to talk about that internally, no? Because the targets should be met. And we should not put targets just for the sake of putting targets. Kailangan meron ring penalty dyan pag hindi na reach, di ba? Kasi may consequences to no? We borrow, sabi nga kanina, si Senator Risa brought it up, we borrow more, we end up passing on the borrowing to the next generation, we're not hitting our MTFF target, so may mga consequences to. So I assume that the targets are there in order for us to become fiscally healthy. No? So if we don't hit the targets, then wala siyang meaning. There's nothing. No. So that's what I want to understand from internally. Meron ba kayong ganyan na discussion na merong penalty, merong consequences kung hindi na-hit yung targets?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we have the attrition law wherein if they don't meet, if their collection is less than 92.5% of the target, which is based on the BSF, they can be subject to attrition. So yun po, meron po tayong attrition law.
Ba yan? Na-trigger na?
Meron po. So may, basically sa regional or sa regional offices, kapag hindi nila meet yung 92.5, they can be nangyari na
they
po
can
yan.
be let go.
Let go.
Meron na.
Meron na.
Okay. Ito on the past few years na hindi nag-hit ng target, meron ng how many ang na-let go na? because of that attrition law.
Mr. Chair, I would like
Chair.
also to note that they can justify din naman. They're given a chance to justify why did they not meet the target. Like for instance, again, there are certain external shocks na beyond their control. So they are given a chance. But I would let a BIR to answer if there are how many.
But meron na let go because people are not performing, no? Because I also want to push the department and the dalawang bureaus to perform. That's the whole point there is we want you to perform. What tools do you need in order to perform?
Mr. Chair.
Your Honor.
Ay, sorry. No, actually, meron ding positive, meron ding incentive sila if they are able to meet the targets. And also, FYI, we have also revised the rules so that if the shortfall in the revenue is due to the fact na the targets were overly optimistic, and so mayroon na kaming ginawa na formula on how to address those yung mga ganung external shocks, so to speak.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary.
Your Honor, what I wanted to explain was based on what I've seen in my stint here as Department of Finance Secretary, is that there is very often a reassignment of leadership roles. So if a district, or I guess a district is probably the best term, if a district fails to meet its goals, its leadership can be changed at will immediately by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or by the Commissioner of Customs. So it happens quite often that if your district fails to hit the budget 2 months in a row or 3 months in a row, it's almost expected automatically that you will be replaced.
That's not addressing the problem. You're just shifting the problem from one area to the other area.
No, administrative... sorry.
Yeah, diba? What we want is people who can collect for government. Honestly, hindi yung corrupt way of collecting nangaharas or, diba? Hindi ganun, yung honest to goodness collection. Diba? So that's what I want to find out. Because we want the bureaus to be effective. We want to give you the tools to be effective because it's important that we meet the targets. But shifting one collection officer to the other because he didn't meet the targets, then parang we're just moving the problem from one area to the other. So, but in any case, just submit to us kung sinasabi niyo na meron ng na-penalize because of this attrition law. Submit to us a report on that. Gusto namin malaman. And we just want to also tell the two bureaus that we're monitoring the collection. Ayaw namin mawalan ng saysay yung targets. What we want is to hit the target. So just submit to us a report on those attrition law, kung ilan na natanggal, ilan na penalize because hindi niya ginagawa trabaho niya, para malaman rin natin na kung sino yung mga taong walang ginagawa. Alam mo, pinakamaraming pag pumupunta dito, humingi ng recommendation sa Bureau of Customs. No? Ang dami nanghihingi ng recommendation. Ewan ko kung bakit doon. Siguro mga, diba, 70% na humingi ng recommendation sa akin, Bureau of Customs pero hindi naman na-hit in target. Diba? Ewan ko bakit ba, Chairman?
BIR or Customs siguro.
Oo nga
No?
More
baka agency hindi na hit pero sila baka hit yung target nila.
No, but just submit to us a report and just putting you on notice that we're monitoring the performance of the two agencies to help DOF, of course, to collect more. I'll jump to another topic, and this is for the DBM.
Medyo dahil din sa Senate President, siguro sa BOC and BIR, quickly lang, since hindi natin na-hit yung target, are you thinking of other possible, para mag-increase yung revenue natin? Like, meron ba tayong naisip na agency mag-amnesty or something para lang magkaroon ng added income or revenue? Kasi nga, hindi na, may mga shortfall tayo
I think to answer that question, Mr. Chair, there is a proposal that we're putting forward for a general tax amnesty.
My next is slide 19. This is for DBM. We're looking at the current operating expenditures, meaning PSMOE. And in a perfect world, our revenue should be sufficient to pay for current operating expenditures. Then we only borrow for capital outlay because these are investments. It takes time for capital outlay to yield investment results. But in the last 3 years, in the last 2 years, 25, 26, mas mataas na ang ating current operating expenditures compared to our revenue. Next year, ganun rin. So in other words, we're borrowing to pay salaries, we're borrowing to pay MOE, and that is not the best case and a wise management decision. So we're not managing our finances very well in this case because we're borrowing long-term, we're financing short-term operation expenses. May I get a comment from the DBM? Ano bang move natin to reverse this trend? At one point in time in 2024, mas okay pa tayo eh. No? But 25, 26, program ito 26, it has reversed. No? So may I get the opinion of the DBM Secretary on this phenomenon?
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, we're just confirming with our records the level of current operating expense as shown in the graph, but we share the same observation. In fact, that's the reason why, as we have said, we embarked into revisiting the COE requirements of the agencies. That includes the MOOE requirements, not to affect the major programs, but looking at how efficient our agencies are actually utilizing their MOOE, because the other part of current operating expense, it's something that we cannot really touch upon, which is personal services, which has been fixed by the plantilla and the scheduled salary increase.
Okay yun. Okay yung scheduled salary increase. We support that. That's for our employees. Okay rin yung MOE, lalo na casual as contractual, because that's increasing the capacity of government. But it should not be financed through debt. It has to be financed through our own collection. That's why I'm pushing the two collecting agencies so that what they collect goes to our current operating expenses, pangbayad ng sweldo, pangbayad ng GO, contractual. Hindi tayo umuutang para magbayad ng sweldo.
Yes, Your Honor. We have confirmed that, in fact, at the national government tagging, our current operating expense also captures the national tax allotments to LGU. So that's also one factor that probably has spiked up our COE level because of the recent increases in the NTA of the LGUs as well. So that is also the reason why we are actively pursuing the study in terms of undertaking full devolution of some functions under an executive order issued by the President, because we really have to strike a balance with increasing resources being made available to local government units. Some functions may have to be fully absorbed or devolved to the LGUs, but there are just some mandates that we also have as well at the national government that we really have to comply with, that also covers services that should have been absorbed by our local government units as well.
Yeah, I saw that the NTA is now, how much is it now?
1.3 Your Honor,
trillion, no? So
the increase is even larger than the increase of the budget.
Correct.
Because NTA increased by 11% and the budget has only increased 6%.
So it's
Your
almost
Honor.
15% of the total budget, correct? More or less.
Yes, about that.
More or less,
figure,
50%
yes,
of the
Your Honor.
total budget, the total pie now goes to the LGUs.
Yes.
And that's why good that you opened that, because I think it's about time to study some items that we can devolve to the local government units. I'll give you a very specific example. Dito sa mga cities na kaya ni Manila, NCR in particular, we can devolve some of the functions there. No, for example lang, isa sa mapwedeng devolve, let's say, Bureau of Fire. Because let the LGU handle the fire. Bakit national pa nag-handle kung may sunog sa kanto, sunog sa sulok? Si LGU naman ang first responders. Maybe not all, no, because not all LGUs are capable, but at least the bigger cities. You might need a law for that, but I'm just saying these are some of the examples that you can devolve to the local government unit so that the local government units become empowered, responsive, and mas magaan pa sa national, no, in terms of fiscal space.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for that, and we'll include that in our list of functions that we're currently looking at. Under the latest executive order issued by the President, the transition period for the full devolution for cities particularly should start after 2027, and then for the rest of the municipalities and provinces after 2028. So we hope that there can be some substantial movement in terms of the full devolution of some of these functions after the 2027 NEP, Your Honor.
Yeah, but this one, itong current operating expenses should be taken seriously because this is an inefficient way of allocating resources and also borrowing, because we're borrowing for short-term requirements natin. It's not a wise strategy.
We fully agree, Your Honor. That's also the reason why even for 2027, although we do not have that much of a time, we tried to unbundle even the MOOE of the agencies that just to check for some possible inefficiencies in terms of spending, and considering as well the continuing appropriations from prior years that are just piling up.
Yeah, I liked your statement earlier that you're looking at the prior year's MOE. Marami talagang MOE na hindi nagagastos or na-approve pero hindi naman kailangan kaya hindi ginagastos. So let's be prudent in allocating because that affects the current operating expenses. Okay, I'll jump to another topic. This was opened up by Senator Risa on our national debt. And there's a target, yung MTFF, yung medium-term fiscal framework. Well, can you pull up slide 10? And we've been monitoring this quite every budget season. And we see a divergence between the MTFF and the actual debt to GDP ratio. No? So meron tayong target. In fact, in MTFF is a approved resolution. It's an approved resolution so that we will know exactly how we will pare down our debt to GDP ratio. And that's why collection is very important, because if you don't have collection, obviously we have to continue to borrow. No? So can I get a response on lumalayo na tayo sa MTFF target natin, and the goal one day is to bring it down to pre-pandemic levels, but that will be very tough. But may I get a comment on how come we're diverging from our MTFF levels?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, your observation is very accurate. The reason for that is we created a fiscal deficit declining path when we did the MTMF in 2022. As a matter of fact, at that time, the goal for 2027, the fiscal deficit should only be 3.5%. We're now submitting a plan that has a fiscal deficit of 5.4%. So it's a difference of 200 basis points, practically. And if I may say again what I said earlier, our collection effort of 16% of GDP is at par, or if not better than our regional peers. The problem is in the expenditure. We are spending 22% of GDP when our peers are spending 19%, 20%. So I would like to put forward a theory, if you will, that our collection effort is at par with our regional neighbors, and it is our expenditure that is not. And the fiscal deficit of 2% of GDP can easily be explained by the difference of our expenditure being 22% of GDP and our regional neighbors at 20% of GDP. So the fiscal deficit that we have been incurring year after year is not in line with the MTFF that was created in 2022. Your Honor.
Then the solution there is to reduce expenditures. Pero marami tayong gastusin eh. Di ba? Marami tayong pwedeng dapat gastusin. So, so it's a policy question. Do we reduce expenditures or do we borrow more? But we cannot also continue to borrow if our economy is also not growing. So we have a problem with that. No? So that's why we have to be that's why we have to keep on pushing revenue collection. No? Because that's the only way we can pare down debt. And also wise spending. Kaya sabi ko nga, marami kami nakikita. Like for example, last year, we removed close to about, I think about, I can't recall, but we removed a few billions to IT because apparently maraming IT na spending na redundant in different agencies. I forget the exact number, but may mga ganun na, I call it fat, no? In our MOE, in our different MOE expenditures. So may mga ganyan rin na pwede nating bawasan pa eh. No? So that's why I'm urging the DBM, and nakita ko naman na you're really scrutinizing to tanggalin pa natin yung ibang mga pwedeng tanggalin dahil sayang yung pera eh. No? Sayang yung pera. No? It's becoming we're not hitting our MTFF target, but we need to spend. No? But we're spending on things that we don't need. No? Ayun, 22 billion pala yung we removed 22 billion on IT digitalization because after conferring with DICT, they advised us na maraming it's either bloated ang presyo or ginagawa na ng ibang agency or hindi naman nila kailangan. So imagine 22 billion, we removed it. No? So that's why we managed to put some amounts to PhilHealth, some amounts to NDRMC. But yung ganun example na dapat pag-aralan pa ng DBM.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, in fact, we're now looking at on a per line item basis, really to seriously look at possible redundancies or duplication in this MOE spending because we definitely recognize this particular scenario that we are at. And if we look at the 2028 forecast, the expenditure program will be at the same level of the 2027 TEP, while we expect automatic appropriations also to increase, NTA included. So definitely we really have to find some room within the expenditure program to pave the way for this automatic increases as well.
I'll show you another slide. Binuksan na ni Senator Risa to kanina eh. Slide 26. That our debt service every year is now taking up, is going up in the last 5 years from 10% in 2022, 14% na in 2026. No? And it will go up to 15% pa yan in 2027 projection. So, in other words, utang tayo ng utang, 15% of our budget goes to debt servicing instead of productive use. Diba? So, dugtong-dugtong eh. Collection, expenses, targets. No? So, we're urging government to also be prudent in allocating expenses. No? Malaking bagay din expenses eh. Lalo na kung hindi naman natin kailangan. Kasi umuutang tayo sa bagay na hindi natin kailangan. Oh.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of the Senate President, quick interjection lang.
Please go ahead.
Apo, yung sinabi po ni SP na the debt to GDP ratio at 15%.
Yeah, from 2027.
Just a few years ago, it was at 10%. So tumaas po siya at posibleng tumataas pa. So it's a negative trajectory na kailangan nating ma-arrest. Yun lang dagdag. Salamat.
In 2022, it's only 10%. Yan, 2022. Then slowly, pataas na siya ng pataas. 2027, hindi lang nasulat ng SAF. That's about 15%. And because of that, ang debt, let me just, ito I showed this also last year.
With the indulgence of the Senate President, while he's still looking, take advantage now. Can the DBCC provide the projected interest payments, yung pong interest payments to revenue ratio for 2020 and the medium term? Just submit it to us. And how much of every 100 pesos collected by the government is already committed to servicing interest before a single peso is available for public services. Now you can just submit it to us, and probably we can continue this in your hearing proper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to show itong slide 16, and because of that, right now, we're year 2026. Ang per capita debt, meaning isang tao, may utang na ngayon ng 165,000 in 2026 because of our debt stock. Kung dinivide natin yung debt stock natin sa 100, ilan ba tayo? 113 million Filipinos, tama ba? USEC mapa? No, 113. Lumalabas na isang tao, ang utang niya is 165,000 pesos.
Pati mga babies.
Pati mga babies yun. No? So that's why intergenerational itong utang. That's why we need to be very prudent with borrowings, no? Because hindi na tayo magbabayad niya next generation na. No? So that's why we're pushing the revenue agencies to keep on collecting. Mr. Chairman, I'll hand over the microphone to you so that I know that you've been waiting for a while.
That's okay. Actually, I just want to interject na tungkol pa rin sa debt. Para you can just finish. I earlier mentioned have become too focused already on keeping our finances in order that we forgot that we have underinvested in infrastructure and other industries needed to grow the economy. No. So what will be the policies to maintain fiscal discipline without sacrificing the infrastructure and other investments? Do we do you have any plans para mabago naman natin yung direction natin? Siguro anybody can answer.
On the expenditure side, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that is the direction we've tried to start working on for 2027. That's why capital outlay actually got a bigger increase in 2027 when compared to other for MOE and PS, because we would like to spend more on this big ticket and high impact projects, and we intend to sustain the same, both for foreign assisted projects and locally funded projects. So as we optimize our operating requirements, in fact, we'll take this opportunity to implement the e-government law to remove any redundancies, the optimization program, as well as the full devolution, these three mandates that we actually have right now, which the DBM is in charge of implementing. We can fully capitalize on these three, hopefully to optimize the budget so that we can open up some space for more big ticket and high impact projects in the future.
Anyway, I'd just like to thank the Senate President for prioritizing yung pong isa sa aking, yung pet bill ko talaga, which is a master plan for infrastructure national development. Because from what I see, compared to our ASEAN neighbors, talagang we were left behind. No? Probably because, as I mentioned earlier, we were just allocating 2% of our GDP for infra, while they were spending 5 to 7%. For so many decades. And we're hoping that with the passage of mind, it would transcend several presidencies na yung po mga big ticket items will be continued. So each president will have their own pet programs, projects, but the big ticket items has to continue. Siguro, my question is, which high impact projects are being delayed or scaled down because the infrastructure is below the 5 to 6%? Kasi I remember when this administration started, no, from the Duterte administration, may build, tapos pumasok tong Marcos administration, became build better more. Parang mas sabi ko, wow, na-excite ako kasi this will really improve our infrastructure. But unfortunately, there were some infrastructure projects, no, particularly yung mga Mindanao Railway System, South Long Haul, that were either suspended or canceled. So what's the plan? Do we still have plans of pursuing these two major, siguro, Secretary Balisacan, these two major railway projects? Because especially for Mindanao, now that Mr. President, we have passed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, no, that will give peace in Mindanao, but we have to follow that up with economic development. In Mindanao is the richest among the islands, and the reason there were secessionist movement in the central and western side, and in insurgency in the western side, because of lack of opportunity and hunger, no? Kaya madaling manghikayat ang mga MILF, MNLF, Abu Sayyaf, ASG, lahat na ng letra, no? NPA, CPP sa kabila. But now that we have the Bangsamoro Organic Law, at least we have makabayin tayo ng peace. But we have to follow that up with the economic development. And I think yung Mindanao Railway would be able to spread out the development, create growth areas, especially in the other areas na hindi lang Cagayan de Oro tsaka Davao ang centers of growth. So I would think that I'm hoping that that there are plans, no, to pursue the Mindanao Railway System. Sec RC.
I completely agree with you. Mr. Chair. I think that the country must have to give very high priority on connectivity, and that's for three reasons. One is it affords us a more sustained basis for growth. Two, it makes that growth more inclusive, because the lagging areas of the country will be afforded and would benefit from opportunities opened up by connectivity. And three, it will make us more resilient, because having growth centers outside of Metro Manila will make the country more resilient. So on this basis, it should be our priority. Now, having said that, Mr. Chair, I should say that while we have fiscal constraints in pursuing major infrastructure projects, I think we have openings. We have heard from the Bangko Sentral earlier this morning that our private sector is awash with cash, and they're just waiting for opportunities for investment. PPP is has so much potential, especially for highly urban areas, and if we can save money from providing infrastructure in highly urban areas like Metro Manila by getting the private sector going in there and use the resources instead for those connectivity that are not so attractive for PPP, because there are in rural areas or Mindanao regions. I think we can, Your Honor, we really need to optimize or maximize that potential of the private sector, and to participate in our infrastructure program.
I guess we have already given the instrument, no, the PPP, which was requested. We passed that, no. Yours truly shepherded that. It was a very technical, a very difficult bill, but because I believed in it, we passed it, and we're hoping that we can use it to the full advantage. And sabi ng ating Senate President, we have been borrowing, but parang hindi natin nakita, no? Siguro I don't mind if we borrow, but if we invest in infrastructure, in investments na merong returns, no? Definitely itong mga railways, ports, airports, definitely it will cost so much. But I think the returns will be enormous, no? Movement of goods for people, creating growth nodes, growth areas all over. That will mean jobs and opportunities, and in the long run, hindi na tayo dapat umasa na panay ayuda na lang tayo na ayuda. I think it will be jobs and opportunities, di ba? Ang ating we should target, and I think the only way we can do that is by building the infrastructure, no, so that we can make stimulate economic growth by creating growth areas, no. So I think that's the point of our Senate President. Na okay, if we would continue to borrow, it's okay, but as long as there is also returns, no, to the economy. So just update us, no, kung what the plans are, because we would gladly support, no. Especially I have always believed in investing in infrastructure to really stimulate economic and spread out the development. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my next question will be on confidential funds and intelligence funds, kasi right now sa impeachment yun ang aming topic ngayon. So I did some research. In confidential funds, Secretary Kim, 4.3 billion for 2027 and 6.4 billion for 2027, a total of 10.7 billion. Ngayon, we have to be very prudent in this use kasi lumalabas na ngayon sa mga, lalo na dito sa impeachment, yung paggamit nitong confidential funds and how it can be abused. Ngayon, ang first tanong ko, I don't have the breakdown now, no, but the confidential funds should only be given to enforcement agencies or legitimate agencies or agencies with legitimate surveillance activities. Hindi porket gusto nila, hingi sila ng confidential funds. Intelligence, ganun rin. Enforcement agencies with legitimate intelligence gathering activities. So, kayo, being the DBM, did you filter and make sure that those parameters are followed?
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, there have been proposals during the budget preparation process for some agencies to be given confidential expenses, which the DBM has filtered out because we seriously have to consider their mandate, as you have stated, that will necessitate for having confidential and or intelligence expenses. In fact, we've even checked if their requirement can actually be catered by a regular line item, then it should be lodged into a regular line item. As to the amount as well, Your Honor, if we will compare between the GAA and the NEP, the level under the 2027 NEP is lower than the GAA amount for confidential and intelligence expenses, Your Honor.
So in other words, of course, pagdating nilang Mr. Chairman ng mga iba-ibang agencies, well, filter it again, no? But the DBM did its own first round of filtering. So hindi na natin makikita to sa mga civilian agencies na wala namang surveillance activities or confidential activities.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sige, well, we'll get to that when we hear the budget of the different agencies. Another one is the LGSF. I support supporting local government units. No, I support empowering them because the delivery of basic services is faster if it's in the hands of the local government units. But historically kasi, ang LGSF is at the mga around 10 billion level, 15 billion level. But last year, we increased it to 57. No? And the reason for that is two fronts. No? Number one is to help our local government units with their priority projects, especially on infra. So pantay-pantay yung paggagawa ng infra nationwide. But I also saw in this year's budget, na-retain siya at 58 billion pesos. No, so my question is, meron ba tayong report on how LGSF actually help countryside development, infrastructure development, empowering the local government units with their infrastructure projects. Alam ko mahigpit itong LGSF hindi to basta-basta nabibigay. Pero ang gusto ko malaman, nakatulong ba ito sa mga LGUs natin at sa countryside development natin?
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, at our level right now, what we can actually provide can be the status of releases as well as possibly the status of the implementation of the projects. There may have to be some level of additional assessment to check on possible impact or outcome vis-a-vis the development needs of the LGUs. But ultimately, one of the requirements for a project to qualify under the LGSF is really alignment with the development program of the local government unit concerned. And for the 2026 level, this is where we actually sourced the two fronts of LGSF. Number one, the nationwide rice distribution program that was launched and bannered by the President. And the second component is, as said by the Senate President, to provide equal opportunity for local government units to have some infrastructure to support some infrastructure development across the country. That's the reason why the proposed level was retained from the 2026 GAA to the 2027 NEP to sustain the gains that we are encountering, that we are experiencing this year, where we see the dynamic involvement of the LGUs in implementing these priority programs. As a matter of fact, the list of projects that were supported by the LGSF this year are all uploaded and can be monitored and accessed through the Compass website of the DBM. And we are working with the DILG to integrate the monitoring component, because under the GAA, it is the DILG who is in charge of monitoring the implementation through the Subaybayan portal. So we also intend to integrate information from the Subaybayan portal into Compass so that we can give our citizens a comprehensive information as to the status of releases and implementation of LGSF-funded projects, Your Honor.
The LGSF has two components. One is the rice, one is the infra.
Well, there is a menu, Your Honor. Okay. But what we are seeing right now, the trend is we are giving focus on rice at one end and the rest of the infrastructure from the menu on the other.
I would assume that the rice is because of inflation.
Is correct,
because of the erosion of purchasing power.
It's a result of the Middle East crisis.
Correct.
As well,
So we're giving rice because so that it's a caution to the reduction of purchasing power. The infra is supposed to stimulate construction nationwide.
Correct, Your Honor.
Correct. So I'm very interested with the infra because nga retain yung 57, actually tinaasan pa to 58 in 2027. So yung ibig sabihin, naging maganda yung experience niyo, naging positive yung resulta, and that's what I want to learn. No? You mentioned the word sustain the gain. So I want to see a study that there was a gain. No? May gain na nangyari sa mga LGUs. And that's why it led you to repeat it again in 2027. Prior to that, maliliit lang yan. 10 billion, 14 billion. Pero ngayon, naging quadruple yung amount niya. So you don't have to give it to us today, but just submit to us through you or DILG a study in which the LGSF stimulated growth in the countryside, helped our LGU achieve their developmental goals, kung kaya, reduce poverty, improve educational outcomes, all of these things. We want to learn how LGSF helped our LGUs and their constituents.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more questions. So
Yes, thank you, our Senate President.
actually, nag-overtime kami para hindi na kayo bumalik bukas. Diba? Unless gusto nyo bumalik bukas. No? Si Chairman.
Yeah, that's okay. We, kahit mag-late tayo, at least you don't have to return tomorrow. We'll just finish everything today. Diba? So, our last two, Senator Ontiveros, actually, dapat si Senate President has the priority, but he chose to let everyone go ahead, no? So, our Senator Ontiveros, please, you have the floor now.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, gaya ng sinimulan kong itanong kaninang umaga, kailangan paghandaan natin yung El Nino. Warning kasi ng mga scientists, ito yung magiging pinakamatinding El Nino sa loob nitong nakaraang ilang mga dekada. So, unang tanong po, dito sa 2027 proposed budget, magkano pong nakalaan para mapaghandaan ng lahat ng Pilipino, lalo na yung mga magsasaka natin, ang El Nino at malampasan yung mga magiging epekto nito sa atin? And across agencies po kung maaari. Yung
Actually, Your Honor, we have started preparing for the possible effect of El Nino as early as now, because we have actually captured the possible effect of El Nino under the uplift framework. That is why we have facilitated some augmentation to the Department of Agriculture to start front-loading some farm inputs because they try to change their planting calendar. So
Inurong nila ng 1 o 2 buwan, ano po?
yes. So we have provided some augmentation, Your Honor, on additional inputs, both on the fertilizer side, but also supporting even the fuel requirements of our farmers. So that's under the uplift framework. So we're not waiting for 2027. So we've started working right now. So for 2027...
Before you continue, Sec, but dahil nga dinelay nila yung pagtatanim by 1 to 2 months, kailangan paghandaan din, maybe even still using the uplift framework, yung insecurity sa food security dapat dahil sa pagdelay ng planting.
We fully note that, Your Honor. So uplift is still ongoing. In fact, while it hasn't been disbanded, so the interventions continue. So that's on the farmer side, not only on the fertilizer, but even their possible fuel consumption. We're even looking at possible support for forms of irrigation. So we're looking at different irrigation projects that would also include exploring solar irrigation for NIA, all geared towards supporting the sector. So we are utilizing not extraordinary line items. As a matter of fact, DA is maximizing its existing line items, just a matter of front-loading, prioritizing as well the beneficiaries, but we also have on standby the NDREAM fund for any possible shortfall that may arise if the regular funding sources under DA would not be enough, Your Honor.
So, Sec, magkano lahat-lahat yung naka-allocate, proposed sa 2027 budget para doon, across agencies? Kahit isubmit nyo na lang po in writing sa chair yung breakdown per agency. Pero total,
comply,
magkano
Your
po?
Honor.
Yes, pero may ballpark figure po ba magkano lahat-lahat? Kahit across agencies pero yung suma para sa El Nino response and
Because our
preparations.
current risk resilience data, Your Honor, is not just exclusive to El Nino. So we have to disaggregate the attributable programs and projects for El Nino alone.
Okay po, paki-submit na rin yun in writing
Yes, Your
kasama
Honor.
nandun sa chair. Follow up po sa current 2026 budget naman, anong available resources ang ginagamit natin ngayon para sa buffer stocking ng bigas at pati repair ng mga rainwater catchment facilities? Or water storage facilities in general?
For buffer stocking of rice, Your Honor, NFA is utilizing its existing budget as part of its mandate. For the repair of rainwater collection facilities, I believe DPWH is using available resources, including their regular budget for repair to rehabilitate if there are damaged facilities for that matter, Your Honor.
Pakisubmit na rin in writing yan, Secretary, para sa pag-interpolate namin dun sa agency budgets.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Tapos, iyon. So, amid the global trade policy uncertainties, I think around the table, sang-ayon tayong lahat, we really need to bring in those foreign direct investments into the country. So tanong po pareho sa DOF at saka sa DepDev rin, paano tutugunan ng proposed 2027 budget yung constraints, mga constraints sa pagpasok ng mga gusto nating foreign direct investments yan? Particularly yung constraints ng napakamahal na kuryente, doubling cost of logistics, at yung pagiging puno o crowded ng mga ports natin. Would the DOF like to address that or DepDep?
Mr. Chair and Your Honor, earlier flashed the amendments, some law amendments that we would like to be prioritized by Congress, and one of that is the EPIRA, because that will go a long way in reducing cost of energy in the longer term. And we are talking about a more effective ERC, better coordination between ERC and PCC in going after abuse of market power, as well as investment in downstream, upstream in the energy sector. I think that the waste to energy is also a high priority that we are asking Congress to pay attention to, Your Honor. So those are...
And in addition po sa legislative, kasi shop naman namin yon. Pero dito po sa proposed 2027 budget, paano ini-intend na ma-address itong mga constraints na ito? From the executive side naman po.
Yeah, I think we are focusing on, as we said earlier, on a more efficient bureaucracy. I think the ease of doing business that we need to keep improving, because the World Bank report still puts us identifies the ease of doing business, particularly permitting and the regulation of the various agencies have made it still make it so difficult to do business in the country. So I think we are mindful of that support for our bureaucracy, Mr. Chair.
Sec, what about yung problematic ports natin at saka yung napakamahal na logistics in general?
Oh, yes.
May proposed spending items ba kayo sa proposed 2027 budget para i-address yun?
Yeah, logistics and for agriculture, for post-harvest facilities, that's quite I understand high in the agenda of Department of Agriculture, and I think that our colleague in DBM can provide the numbers, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Sec RC. Yes, Sec, go.
Yes. Hi, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I completely share your desire to increase investments in the country. As a matter of fact, that's practically what I was doing for the first 2 years I was here in government. And I think the answer lies in policy reforms. They're not, unfortunately, I don't think they'll be found in the budget, but they revolve around two things: the ease of doing business and the predictability of doing business. Fortunately, in the first 2 years of mine in government, I worked with the legislature, and we passed several very good reforms, like the Create More Act, the PPP Code, the Accelerated Right-of-Way Law, and the Mining Fiscal Regime, as well as the Land Lease Act. No? So I think those were all very good laws that ensure the ease of doing business and the predictability of doing business. But they're really not found in the budget. There is one agency that you're probably referring to if you're talking about increasing the number of ports in the country, and that would be the PPA, the Philippine Ports Authority.
And uncrowding them, Sec.
Yes. First of all, on PPA, we do not provide subsidy to them. I'm told by the DBM, because they have their own revenue source. So they take care of their own port projects. But specifically on the crowding of ports, and if you're referring to the customs, the crowding of containers in the shipyards, that is a very serious concern. What I have been told is that in the last two administrations, so probably 15 years running, they've been trying to solve this problem. And I think we're now in the midst of probably passing a joint administrative order where we are dividing the territory, if you will, between the ships that belong to Marina. And as soon as you unload the container from the ship, it now belongs to the Bureau of Customs territory. We hope that if we can finalize that joint administrative order, we'll be able to resolve this issue, because there's a gray area in the ports of which agency is responsible for what.
In addition to resolving that or making clear that gray area, Sec, dun sa logistics in general, ang laking bagay halimbawa kung DA natuloy yung kanilang unang magandang plano to build yung mga cold chain storage facility sa lahat ng ports at lahat ng airports. So siguro pagdating sa pag-examine namin sa agency budget ng DA, hahanapin ko ulit yon. Lastly, Mr. Chair, salamat si Sec RC is raising his hand. I wanted to go back to him nga. Sa planning inputs po kasi ng DepDev for the 2027 budget, meron ba kayong inputs noon regards these constraints to bringing in FDIs, yung mahal na kuryente, yung mahal na logistics, at saka yung baradong mga ports?
Oh, maybe I can come later because I would want to raise an elephant in the room.
Please, by all means.
Yes, because we talked about food security a lot, and we have seen that food inflation and the high cost of food in the country is really a major issue. It has made the price of food in the country is almost twice than what you can get in Vietnam or Thailand or Indonesia. This is really a very serious problem on food security, and that cuts across our social fabric in education, health, and so on, and the competitiveness of our workers. And this is the problem. I look at the census of agriculture. All right. Do we know, for example, that because we don't have a national land use, that we have been trying to asking Congress to pass a national land use for the past quarter century, and we have not succeeded. And in 2002, there were 9.67 million hectares agricultural land. By 2022, there are only 6.31 million hectares, or we lost 3.4 million hectares. Okay, of land.
Conversion po.
Kaya conversion farm. Now rice. Out of that 6.3 million, there are about 3.13 million so-called irrigable areas. I mean, those lands that have potential for irrigation. But only 1.84 million of that is irrigated. All right. In the last 15 years, it's almost exactly the same amount at the same level of irrigation. There you are. You have lost our land, and you have, for those remaining land, you have not made them productive by building the proper irrigation. Now, rice production in the last 10 years grew by only 0.9% every year. Our population is growing at 1.23% average per year. So by the increase lang sa population, kulang na kulang ina-outpace na yung rice production. So are we surprised why we are importing so much? We should not be surprised because of that situation where we have allowed our very productive farms converted into non-uses. And you can you can go around, travel to the south, to the north, you see irrigated lands being converted into and that's something that you cannot see and you don't see in Thailand or Vietnam. My colleagues in Vietnam told me that if it is irrigated land, it is never converted into traditional use, non-agricultural uses. So it's that, Madam Chair, if you are looking for the root problem of our incapacity to produce enough food and access and reasonably priced food, it's that. We haven't made our farmlands more productive by investing in their productivity enhancing measures like irrigation. And we haven't passed a national land use code that would have allowed us to rationally manage our land resources. And I appeal that will be a game changer for this country if this Congress can finally pass a law, a national land use code that has been languishing for the last 25 years.
Salamat, Sec RC. Actually, Mr. Chair, may dalawa pa akong topics. Isubmit ko na lang sa inyo in writing para sa mga ahensya because, sorry po, I need to leave. Pero salamat kay Sec RC na dagdagan yung mga tanong ko para sa mga agencies pagdating sa mga hearings nila. Last na lang for the record, Mr. Chair, manifestation na ito pong mga constraints na to, no, kuryente, logistics, ports, at iba pa, ito ay masasagot ng isang matatag at malinaw na industrial policy. Naging simula na yung Tatak Pinoy, pero a full-blown industrial policy, yun pa rin yung kailangang i-articulate sa gobyerno. At kasi ayon sa mga sagot so far ng DBCC, paano naman natin masisimulang buuin itong industrial policy kung wala itong pondo or wala pa itong focus dito sa ating 2027 NEP? The 2026 budget, for example, yes, it was formulated before a crisis. And when that new oil crisis erupted, it seems hindi tayo handa at inabsorb natin yung parehong shock na yon ng mas matindi kesa sa mga peers natin. Sila nagpakita ng higit na kahandaan, resilience, at ngayon, bounce back. So, ito po yung mga bagay na hinahanap ko pa rin sa ating 2027 NEP dahil gusto po namin dito sa Senado mag-aproba ng isang plano o isang budget na may proactive na plano. So, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, at maraming salamat sa ating mga resource persons.
Thank you, Senator De Veros. The chair just has some concerns. No, the others have been touched, but just to set the record stated for DBCC forecast inflation of 4 to 5% in 2027, still above the BSP midpoint. How much of the projected revenue increase is simply nominal revenue growth caused by inflation rather than improvement in the government's real revenue capacity? Yeah. And what?
Sorry.
Sec Kim, who will answer? Secretary Dec.
Our tax revenues is projected to grow from 4.4 trillion to 4.85 trillion. That's a 9.21% increase or a 9.3% increase, as was mentioned earlier. If you look at the GDP projections and the inflation, there is a little bit of buoyancy in those numbers. So if you assume the low end of both, then there's a little bit of buoyancy from 9% to 9.3%.
Thank you. Also, likewise, DOF is targeting to raise 101.5 billion through privatization. Is that correct?
That's
For
right, Mr.
2027?
Chair.
So how will we ensure that the assets that we will receive will be disposed at a fair value? Won't this privatization be used to address just short-term fiscal problems?
The privatization efforts of the government have been continuous. For next year, the reason why we were more confident to project 100 billion was because we already have in hand about 37 billion from the privatization of the CBK hydroelectric facility. And
I saw earlier, pati yung atrium pala, no? That will be privatized.
we have already sold it, Mr.
sold.
Chair, for 1 billion pesos. I think we owned.
But our Senate President I were conferring, is that of fair market value? Kasi parang bahay sa Forbes, mga 1 billion, 1.5 billion eh.
No, we don't own the whole building, Mr. Chair. I think the exact
joint
number.
Para bang ano ba yan? Just a portion.
The exact number is we own how many units? 24 units.
Just 24 units.
Condominium units in the atrium was equivalent to 1 billion pesos.
Okay.
Only 24.
That's why we were thinking, sabi namin yung the whole property, sabi namin, yung bahay sa Forbes kasi 1.5 billion eh. Okay. So thank you for clearing that. Tapos on the borrowing, of the 3.304 trillion projected gross borrowings for 2027, 1.695 trillion will finance the deficit, while 1.590 trillion will go to maturing debt.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
That's correct.
That's correct, Mr.
So yung ang question lang is there sustainability with this kind of borrowing cycle? Yan yung parang na concern kanino ni Senate President also, no? We're borrowing just to finance the deficit and the debt.
If you'll allow me to answer this way, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
if
please.
we sustain a fiscal deficit of 5.5%, then it's not sustainable. Which is why the plan is to bring down the fiscal deficit from where it is today, around 5.45%, down to about 3.5% by the year 2030. So it's very important that the economic team for this administration and the next administration has to try to stay as true to the path, the plan. If it doesn't stick to the plan, then you will see what was raised earlier by several honorable members of the Senate, that interest payments will become a larger and larger portion of the national budget. So it's really important that the fiscal deficit reduction plan is followed.
Thank you. And then between 2026 and 2027, we noticed that the gross borrowing increased by approximately 21%. Tama ho ba? Is this correct? Yung gross borrowing increased by 21% between 2026 and 2027.
Borrowing, yes, because of the maturing debt, yes. But technically, our deficit this year is 1.6 trillion. Our deficit next year is 1.7 trillion. So in terms of deficit, it's only 100 billion more.
Okay, just a few more questions to the DBCC. Ito po from the, because just like the Senate President, we involved the civil society organizations, no? So, ito po may mga question. There are about 3 questions lang naman. According to the latest Asian Development Outlook, inflation in the Philippines stands at 5.9% compared with the ASEAN average of 3.8%, with the Philippines seeing the largest upward revision in the region. IMF data likewise show that our fiscal deficit is wider than those of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Our neighbors face the same oil shocks, the same El Nino, and the same high global interest rates, yet our outcomes have been different. So the question is, we must ask ourselves is, what can we do differently and what must we do better?
If I may, the answer to the first question, I think, was answered by the Bangko Sentral earlier this morning, that most of our regional neighbors have fuel sources, either gas, oil, or even coal. in the case of, say, Indonesia.
Indonesia and Malaysia, they have
Yes.
petroleum and they have oil and
Gas.
coal.
Yes, and coal. Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair. The answer to the second question is a confirmation of what I said earlier, that we are outspending all our regional neighbors. Hence, we have a larger fiscal deficit than our neighbors.
Ito po, second, just two more, and then we can already, the government's own BASF projections show that the revenue to GDP ratio will decline from 15.9% in 2025 to 15.7% in 2027 and 15.4% in 2028, while tax effort remains at 14.6%. With tax revenues growing at roughly the same pace as nominal GDP, we are essentially relying on existing revenue sources to fund our growing expenditures. Question is, with revenues projected to remain below the level needed to finance our expenditure, how confident is the department that we can sustainably service our debt, rebuild our infrastructure, and fully implement, ito syempre ay concerned ako, universal healthcare without compromising other essential services? Yun lang, how confident is the department that we can sustainably service our debt, rebuild our infrastructure, and fully implement universal health care without compromising other essential services?
Mr. Chair, I will stand by my earlier response that if we follow a fiscal deficit reduction path, then our debt is more than sustainable and it can be very easily managed by the country. However, if we maintain our fiscal deficit at 5.5% or more, then we will see that more and more of our revenues or more and more of our expenditure will be going to servicing debt.
Last but not the least, health budget and rising prices. Of course, I'm very much concerned because this concerns budget of DOH and PhilHealth, which of course is are the agency's primary that will implement universal health care. The DOH budget is projected to decline by 11.4%, while the government subsidy to PhilHealth is projected to fall by 42.6% to 74.4 billion. That's because of the 60 billion, no? That was that was returned. Taken together, national government funding for health would decline by 20.8% from 427.6 billion to 338.8 billion. Question is, why is the government reducing health sector funding at a time when inflation is increasing the cost of healthcare and placing the greater pressure on household incomes?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, again, one of the factors that we have considered in terms of the level of DOH in particular are possible continuing appropriations that will spill over until the next year. A significant portion would be the Health Facilities and Enhancement Program, or HFEP, which is still unutilized at this point by the DOH, as well as some additional MOOE provisions for operations of the hospital. But as the chair has already noted, the reduction for PhilHealth is mainly attributed to the one-time 60 billion that we returned. But with the discussion, we will be sitting down with Secretary Edwin Mercado and President Beverly Ho on how we can work on the 19.8 billion variance to cover what's supposedly earmarked to PhilHealth without sacrificing, of course, because it will be a zero-sum game. There will have to be some agency who will experience some sort of a 19.8 billion reduction to accommodate the same to be transferred to PhilHealth, Your Honor.
Well, we'll definitely be monitoring that, and hopefully we will be able to support that, no? Because I think it will be very important now to really, since the president also mentioned that yung zero balance billing and other benefits of PhilHealth, no, will improve. So be rest assured that we will also, we will do our part also in scraping the barrel, so to speak. Ang ano lang dito, I just want to bring it up that one problem with itong nagkaroon tayo ng mga MAIFIP, zero balance billing, and yung improvement of the PhilHealth coverage, yung medical inflation, no? There are some, I brought this up with the meeting with the DOH and the PhilHealth. Probably there are some institutions, hospitals, doctors, ang sabi kasi nila mabagal yung payment ng PhilHealth. They have increased the professional fees and the other expenses. So yung dating MAIFIP na, for example, 5 million or 10 million per LGU that is being given given as assistance for them. Dati matagal daw yun. But now it's konti na lang because hospital bills have ang average daw now is 6 digits already. So yun lang that's why I brought this up that now that yung medical inflation is a problem, nag-skyrocket na yung mga prices, no? So we should not I don't yung timing of the reducing the funding for health sector might not be a good idea. So anyway, we will still hopefully during the budget of the agencies themselves, especially DOH, will try to resolve this. Last is, does the DBM and DOF consider the remaining PhilHealth reserves sufficient to sustain benefits and services despite the lower government subsidy in 2027?
If I may. We are working with PhilHealth. In fact, we are cognizant that there are previously issued allotments that remain unfunded at this point. So we're working on a viable solution, of course, mindful of the deficit level that we also have to maintain. So we maintain close coordination, Mr. Chair, with PhilHealth to ensure that they will continue to provide the benefits that is approved by PhilHealth without really affecting or putting so much pressure on the deficit level that we have.
Okay, thank you. In order to fast track our briefing, we will send to the concerned agencies the rest of my questions for their appropriate response. And also, before we end, I would like to put on record that Senator Alan Cayetano, our minority leader, also sent his questions for the DBCC, which we will furnish you, and we will endorse this to each of the agencies for their appropriate responses. With that, we would like to thank our colleagues, our Senate President, for your patiently waiting for their turn to ask questions, as well as our economic managers and other resource persons for their presentations and for responding to the questions of our colleagues. Since we do not have any more questions and concerns, we will no longer request you to be here tomorrow. Parang palakpakan na. Thank you again for your time. So pasensya na kung humaba, at least you don't have to return tomorrow. So since you do not have more questions, again, this briefing is hereby suspended. Thank you. We'll see you during the budget of your respective agencies proper. Maraming salamat sa inyo.